Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 6 hours worth of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I have a lot of new stuff in the works, and I hope you're all looking forward to it. Anyways, sit back, grab a coffee, whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Everyone's heard of the Toe Witch in one way or another. Names will probably vary from city to city, country to country. The story is quite simple. Don't hang your feet out the bottom of the bed, or they will get gobbled up, chopped off, or something equally horrid. I grew up in a small village, miles from the nearest city. We had a school, local shops and markets, one doctor's surgery, no hospital, and a pub. Miles of forest surrounded our village, situated between 2 tall hills and a vast lake. Pretty ideal and beautifully picturesque. On occasion, we would get hardened hikers passing through, but apart from that, we were tucked away from the rest of the world. Most of the people were elderly. Younger families often move back to the village to raise children, and when they grow into adults, they would move to pursue a career. Few people stayed during their prime. My parents did the same. Mom moving to teach abroad, where she met my dad and moved back here to have me and my sister. I did the same when I grew up. Not much went on in the village. There was lots of gossip floating around between the neighbors, but that's expected. Most people got on well and invited each other for barbecues and bonfires. One thing that everyone agreed on, however, was the Toe Witch. The village believed the land was to blame. Resting between the forests, our little patch of land led to the perfect hiding place for a witch many years ago. Some people speculated that her bones were buried deep beneath our homes. Others thought she cursed the village to make sure she would always return, whatever happened. They believed she was still there. The story goes that the Toe Witch slept or lived under your bed during the night. She waited for you to pop out a foot, and she would crawl out, bite off a toe or two, and go back into hiding. The stories varied depending on who you spoke to, each with its own plot holes and gory new detail. I don't know whether I believed in the Toe Witch before that night. I probably did, being only 10. So why did all my family and most people I knew have all their toes? Well, we were prepared. Each bed in each house had posts. A net or curtain would be draped around the bed, and as an extra precaution, tucked under the mattress. That's what my parents did anyway. I bet every house had their own little method to keep her at bay. The only time the witch was mentioned between the neighbors was one of those nights around the bonfire, stories and hushed whispers. Another, and the times I remember most, was when I was tucked into bed and my parents kissed my head. Good night, don't let the Toe Witch bite. Weird, probably. I was a kid, so it felt pretty normal to me. Anyway, I don't think I lost much sleep over it. There wasn't many empty houses in the village, but there was a few, and they sat in urgent need of care and attention, rotting into the ground. One day, however, a van pulled up, a large white van, far too new and pristine to be here where everything was mud and wellies. Men in overalls began hauling in ladders and paint, setting up cement mixers, and carrying huge panels of wood. I remember my mom twitching the curtains in our front room and beckoning my dad over. The phone rang off the hook as all the neighbors were doing the same. That night, we hosted a bonfire, and the conversation was only about the potential new neighbors. I don't remember exactly what was said, just a lot about how they couldn't buy it. There must have been some law to stop them. Going to the council, That kind of thing. I remember hoping they had children, preferably my age. I was quite excited. Months passed, my village fought it as far as they could, but soon enough, the new neighbors moved into their new beautiful home, which stood out a mile from the others, with its picket fence and rose bushes. I don't know much about what happened next. My village was a friendly one, and we did our best to welcome our new neighbors. Nothing they could do now, they'd moved in, I guessed. The family joined us on walks and gatherings. They had 2 sons, one my age, and an older one my sister followed around like a lost sheep, flicking her hair, giggling really high-pitched. I'd stand behind him when she was there, pulling kissing faces so she'd go bright red. The usually annoying sibling stuff. All seemed good for a few weeks. They moved in the height of winter. Duck feather duvets and heated blankets were a must, and they complained a lot about the cold and the lack of road access in the snow. Yeah, they were pretty much stuck. We were used to it, but they obviously didn't expect it. The villagers told them about the legends surrounding the witch. I heard my dad telling my mom they had a conversation about it at the pub. Mom mentioned it when the neighbor's mom came for coffee. Neighbors told them at our bonfires. Each time they laughed it off. The mom told her boy not to worry, as they were just stories. This made one of the older villagers cross. He told her not to dismiss these legends and raves about how they need to respect the elders of the land if they wanted to be a part of our community. Something like that. I don't remember much, but I remember the tension as everyone turned in for an early night. They must have thought that we were crazy. The boy and his big brother asked me and my sister one eve about the witch. No, we'd never seen her. Yes, we had all our toes. Yes, we sleep with curtains on our bed like royalty. No, we don't have proof other than one old man that has 2 toes on 1 foot. They seemed unimpressed by our answers, but continued to pry. I didn't know what to tell them. I was young and hadn't really been questioned about this before. I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. Just don't put your feet outside the bed. What's the problem? A few nights later, when the boy and I played in my room, he told me about the plan he and his brother had come up with. They were going to set up a video recorder, prop it on the windowsill, and sleep with 1 foot out of the bed. I felt anxious. Told him he couldn't do that, but he shrugged it off. I didn't know what to do. After he left, I did the most noble thing and told my mom. She frowned, scrunched her nose, and asked me if they were both going to do it. What an odd question. Yes, I answered. She smiled. That's fine. The witch only comes when you're alone, and went back to washing up. The boy couldn't wait to show me his toes and tell me he was a survivor the next morning. His older brother just rolled his eyes and told him he wasn't a survivor because there wasn't anything he survived. It wasn't real. I shrugged and went back to whatever I was playing when my sister came into the room. It won't happen when someone else is there. She leant up the door frame. I shot a glare at her. The older brother laughed. Of course it won't. Should have known. After they'd left, I asked her what she thought she was doing. Apparently he deserved it. She added no context and walked off. Don't mess with my sister, boys. The next day we were all awoken by screams and slamming doors. My mom ran downstairs in her dressing gown, followed by my dad pulling on his slippers. They opened the front door and were met with my new friend's mom running around holding her head and the dad trailing behind, carrying his oldest son. Blood pooled whenever he stood still, staining the white snow with a thick, red gloop pouring from him. A sickly feeling built in the pit of my stomach. I looked at the dripping rag tied around him. I don't think much about why he was hurt at the time. It was all a bit of a blur. Dad sprang into action and ran to wake the doctor and helped take the boy to the surgery. Mom threw me and the neighbor's son into our house and shut the door. We sat there on the carpet, his face pale and vacant. It was then that I felt the overwhelming dread of what might have happened to him. "Was it her?" I asked. He nodded. I thought of how much blood there was. I didn't realize a toe could bleed like... She took his leg. The boy interrupted, deep in thought. To the knee. He didn't cry. He barely moved, then he looked at me. "What is it?" I asked. He reached into his coat and pulled out a video camera. So big on him, I don't know how he hid it. "I need to see her." He began to open the camera. "No." I grabbed it from him. "You've seen enough." The boy grabbed it back and we scuffed. "No," he screamed. "We need to know. This can't go on. We can stop her." My heroic child brain was too shocked to argue. The boy looked almost animal. I nodded softly as he opened the camera and pressed play. We skipped a few hours of footage. First was a lot of him turning, sitting up, checking the bed. Then he stopped still. He had obviously fallen asleep. About an hour after, we saw something. "Stop there. Rewind." The boy stopped, rewound, and pressed play. Something moved slowly under the frame of the bed, a sort of scraping from one side of the frame, all the way to the other. After a minute, the thing began to crawl up the large wooden bed frame. It stretched out. It was a hand, fingers crudely bent at unnatural angles, too long to function properly, wiggling and writhing in different directions. An arm next, bony and bent. Another arm identical to the first grew from under the bed. Both the arms stretched wide to the sides of the double bed, holding on to the posts. When in place, the thing hoisted itself up. A head emerged next, pointed cheekbones and sunken black eyes. The head turned all the way around, assessing its surroundings and snapping unnatural movements. I was too scared not to look. I was frozen. So was my friend next to me. I don't know what we expected in our moments of shock and confusion, but it wasn't this. The gigantic arms allowed it to pull its body out from under the darkness. The body that emerged was long and pale. There were no legs. The body was almost snake-like, but the skin more human. The head slowly made its way to his brother, who still slept, not moving. The witch began to open its mouth. Its head snapped back, swinging from one side to another. She opened her jaw to release a long tongue. Her whole body seemed so unnatural and uncomfortable, like she didn't have control of the clunky movements. She dropped her head, seeming too heavy to hold upright, to the side and lowered herself to the bed, shifting towards his foot. The angle of her head made it difficult to see what was happening, but we knew. A minute went by until there was a crunch. He didn't wake. She moved up and the crunch came again, yet he slept. Her head flopped to the other side so we could see more of what was happening. Its mouth was open so wide its eyes were facing up to the ceiling while her jaw, unhinged, rested on the bed. This happened twice more until he twitched. It froze for a second. He moved again, his brow frowning and a tear trickling down his face. In an instant, like when you let go of a balloon, the thing whipped back, hitting the bed frame, the dressing table, and bouncing backwards off the set of drawers as if being sucked in from below. It wasn't seconds after that he began to scream, lifting his bloodied stump off the bed, blood spurting everywhere, and his mom bursting in, clasping her hands to her mouth in horror. As I stared, I was sure I could still see a long, curled finger hiding under the bed, just before the camera turns off. You see my friend run in and retrieve it before being ushered out by his dad. I looked at my friend, his eyes fixed on the small square screen. I told him it was real, he said. He didn't believe you all. I didn't know what to say. The whole day was a blur. It wasn't the only incident, just the first one from my memory, and surprisingly, the family continued to live there. The whole ordeal is, however, what inspired me to become a writer and researcher, exploring myths and legends around the world. I can assure you that many of the locations I've visited, I've found no truth of the myths that supposedly reside there, but some of them have proven to be far more creepier and far more disturbing than our tow witch. March 6th, 2017. I was sitting alone in my room. It was a particularly normal evening at the start, all things considered. The fan I always had on was spinning at its normal speed, its undusted blades whirring like the faint buzz of a mosquito flying right next to your ear for a split second. The white, bleak light stained my room in what I considered to be the worst possible lighting condition for photos. Anytime I made a project for my digital media class, I had to take the photos outside, and of course, my sink, dripping water ever so lightly. It was noticeable enough to where I could hear it, but too insignificant to call a plumber. Not that they'd fix it anyway. The rain began soon after sunset. It pounded against my window, and every so often the wind would pick up enough to lift the attic door a little, making a slam sound each time the wind died down. There I was, flipping my way through one of my favorite books, Ready Player One. It was a little bit of an old book by that point. I had bought it when it first released, but that book never failed to strike me in some way each time I read it. I was halfway through the second set of chapters when I heard a knock at the door. I didn't think anything of it, since large objects slammed against the door when the winds picked up this much. After a second, though, I heard it again, and I started to worry. Who could be out there at this hour, especially with all this weather? I began descending the stairs towards my front door. I figured it was some underpaid Amazon delivery driver waiting to drop off his last package. I did choose to have me sign the package at the door after some package thievery in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unlikely, but then again, I don't remember ordering any packages. I brushed the thought off and began to turn the handle. Then all of a sudden, I stopped. Something felt wrong. If I hadn't ordered a package, then that meant it was most likely a beggar or a missionary of some kind. I took my hand off the handle, leaving the door shut. Then the knock pounded again, harder this time. This person clearly wasn't here for a drink. I grabbed my shotgun and loaded it. The state I lived in was a stand-your-ground state, meaning you could defend yourself at your own free will if an unwanted presence was on your property. If this person tried to break in, I could legally shoot them regardless. Knowing this gave me comfort, because the area was so crime-heavy. As I chambered one of the shells, the knock pounded one last time, this time being one of the hardest knocks I had ever heard. I broke into a cold sweat. Grabbing the trigger, I kicked down the door and... standing at my door was a little boy, his face hidden in his coat. I lowered my shotgun to my waist and put my hand on his shoulder. "You alright?" I inquired. He didn't respond. "Come on, get inside." I ushered him in with little resistance. Closing my door, I turned to the kitchen. "Come, let's get you some warm hot chocolate." The boy lowered his hood. He was on the younger side, around 7 or 8. He had dirty blonde hair and diamond blue eyes, and the facial expression of a ghost. He stared blankly at me for a few seconds, then walked towards the couch and sat down. Whatever has this boy been through? I thought to myself. I put a hot chocolate pod into the coffee maker and began to run it, an extra large cup in it, and a reasonably sized straw not too far from the coffee maker. I walked towards the boy and crouched, his eyes still. "What's your name?" I asked. "What were you doing out there in the rain?" Again, no response, but his gaze broke and he looked towards the window. Lifting his finger, he slowly pointed towards the house across the street. Maybe my neighbors were his parents, I thought. I turned back to look at him, but his gaze was back on me, his eyes almost colder, like I had done something to displease him. I jumped up in surprise and shook myself out of it. Then I fully understood. As I did, the coffee maker finished and I went to grab the hot chocolate. When I returned, the boy was gone, and my door was wide open. Nothing was missing, so he hadn't stolen anything, but he was just gone. I walked up to the door, but he was completely gone, like he had vanished into thin air. The house across the street didn't even have a light on. It was around that hour anyways. Then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I froze. I didn't know what was behind me, but whatever it was, I knew it wasn't human. The skin that tapped me was ice cold, almost like an icicle stabbing into my shoulder. I reached for my gun slowly, and as I did, I felt another ice-cold hand grab my shoulder and begin to pull me away. Immediately, I kicked backwards, feeling something soft be pushed away and the hand flying off my shoulder. I picked up my gun and keys and ran to my car. I heard a scream as I got into the car, and as I started the ignition, it jumped into my view from nowhere. Then I got a glimpse of it. Its skin was a pale white. Its arms and legs and fingers were all abnormally long, longer than any human was capable of growing. I slammed my car into drive and rammed it, not looking to see if it was dead. I drove out my driveway and turned onto my neighborhood road and ran, not looking back until I had made it almost 6 miles out. Still out of breath, I pulled over and stepped out of my car. Looking around, I noticed there wasn't a single car on the road, like it had been abandoned. The rain pit-patted against the gravel, and the flickering light hummed loudly. I set down my shotgun and slept in the car, the window wide open to let the cold night air in. I waited until almost noon the next day to go back to my house. I spent my morning hours calling every local wildlife company and police department I could think of. I even drove to the gun shop and bought another box of shells for safekeeping, because I really wished I had used them. When I arrived back, my door was open, and cones and yellow tape covered my driveway. A corpse outline was painted onto my driveway, and the flash of sirens lit up the sides of my house in a corporate red and blue. The police said that last night, the body was found in my driveway, and they wanted to have me take a look to see if I knew who it was. As they opened the bag, my eyes widened. There, in the bag, was the boy from the previous night. I didn't recognize it at first, but when I did, I sank. I didn't run over the boy. I ran over its replacement thing. I told the cops I didn't know what happened, and they let me off scot-free. As I walked into my house, I set the box of shells down and began to walk to my bedroom. As I opened the door, I noticed my mirror was stained with blood, and I had to use a shirt to wipe it off. As I looked into it, I noticed something behind me. I turned around and saw my wall, painted with brown, old blood, the last thing I wanted to see. Something that made me realize that the previous night wasn't a dream or a drug-induced hallucination. Something that made me sick to my stomach. There, written on the wall, "You're a coward, Mr. Cohen." "I want them to die." Her voice was little more than a whisper in the still air. There were no more tears, but the tracks were there, catching the moonlight on her skin. The blood had dried black on her swollen lips. I should have stopped her. I thought it then, and I think it now. This was how it began. It was the night of my 10th birthday, July 9th, 1991. The last of the party guests were leaving, family and friends in ones and twos into the late summer night. I had said my goodbyes and snuck into the back garden to play with my new football. We lived near the coast, so the taste of salt was on the air, a stiff breeze off the water cutting through the heat. Upstairs, my younger brother was playing on the computer. Downstairs, my parents tidying and starting dinner. A figure in the distance caught my eye. Dark hair tied back, walking fast through the long grass into the woods. It was a girl I recognized from school, Katie Bridges. We were good friends, but she hadn't come to my party despite being invited. It wasn't really a surprise. Everyone knew how she struggled to get along with the other children. I had plenty of friends, but it often seemed like I was her only one. I watched her until she disappeared into the tree line. Where could she be going alone? I thought. There was nothing out there but hills and forest. "Mom?" I shouted. "I'm going to Katie's. I'll be back in an hour." The lie was easy and, I thought, harmless. I took off before anyone could reply to me, sprinting through the gate and across the grass. I caught up within a few minutes. Katie glanced over her shoulder when she heard me coming. She saw me, but kept on walking. "Go away, Kieran," she said. "Leave me be." "I can't let you go alone," I replied, voice filled with the confidence of youth. I couldn't imagine that anyone wouldn't want my company. "So, where are we going?" I asked, jogging to her side. It was just another afternoon adventure for me. "Nowhere," she said, turning her face away. "Anywhere. Away." That's when I saw she was hurt. A bruise was forming around one eye, a deep cut on her lip, too, which she was trying to keep me from seeing. Blood on her sleeve and the back of her hand where she had wiped it away. I knew what had happened. Her mother had hit her again. Maybe her father. It was equally likely to be either of them. I didn't say anything. I knew from experience she didn't like to talk about what happened. Still, there was a swelling in my chest to say or do anything that might help. She was my friend, wasn't she? But what could I do? In truth, I had no idea. I passed a few moments in awkward deliberation, biting my lip as I kept pace alongside. The least I could do was stay with her until she calmed down, I told myself, then walk her home. So on we went in silence. She wouldn't speak to me despite my best efforts to engage her or raise a smile. We walked for so long I started to worry about getting back. I remember thinking it was strange that we hadn't reached the beach. What direction were we going? I had never thought the forest went on that far. It felt as if we were going downhill too, which made no sense at all. Still, on she marched, eyes down and arms folded, me tagging along while growing increasingly nervous. The trees grew denser, the spaces between them darker. I looked up to see the sky was now overcast, felt the air growing cold. Katie hadn't seemed to notice any of this, or she had and didn't care. Just as I was going to suggest turning back, the forest thinned and I saw a clearing ahead. We stepped into it together, a small hollow in the rolling hills, ringed by pale trees with bare branches. There was a stone well in the center, maybe 3.5 feet tall and 5 wide. Behind it rose a wooden statue of an angel with wings outstretched, hands folded in prayer, hooded face looking down. We had both stopped. It was so still and quiet I could hear us breathe. Overhead the clouds rolled past, an ocean of gray stretching as far as I could see. "What is this place?" I said. "Have you been here before?" She didn't reply, but I could tell by her eyes she hadn't. We moved closer, dry grass breaking under our footsteps. I saw the sides of the well were mossy and worn with age. There were other pieces of old stone strewn around us, half-buried remains of some ancient ruin. The angel itself was damp with rot and badly split. Many of the carved feathers had fallen from the wings and lay in the grass. "It's a wishing well," said Katie, walking slowly to the edge. Her eyes were glassy, her voice little more than a whisper. I tried to peer inside without getting too close. "Got a penny?" I asked, forcing a smile as I spoke. The place was scaring me and I didn't want to show it. There was no face under the angel's cowl, just dark wood. Yet I was certain it looked whichever way I moved. Katie had placed her hands on the stone, staring down into the dark. I saw her take a penny from her pocket and hold her hand out over the well. That's when she spoke those words, quiet but clear. "I want them to die," she said. "My parents, I wish they were both dead." She dropped the coin and we watched it fall. A spark of light caught on the metal as it turned. A piece of the sky snatched into the dark, pulled down to vanish in the silence below. There was a flash of wind, a feeling like we had been plunged into icy water. I gasped for breath, shaking with the fear that had been growing in me since we had arrived. We shared a look, then turned and ran together, side by side, back the way we had come. The sun came down as we returned, but it still felt like we had been gone for hours. I recall expecting a rollicking when I got home, but no one said a word. When I burst in the back gate, my brother was still playing on the computer, my parents still tidying and sorting dinner. I checked the clock and found I had been away less than 30 minutes. Had I misread the clock? "That was quick," my mom said as I came in. "Pity Katie couldn't come today. Is she alright?" She gave me a look that said she knew about Katie's problems. Everyone in town did, but nothing ever changed. "Yeah, she's okay," I replied. I didn't tell anyone where I had been with Katie, what we saw, and what was said. Not then, not ever. Katie was woken around 2 a.m. that night. The house was quiet, but she could feel that something was wrong. She sat up in bed and stared at her door. There was a pull in her thoughts, a call telling her to come and look. She crept out into the hallway and peered downstairs. All the doors were closed. She took the first step down, listening. She would be in trouble if her parents caught her out of bed, but she couldn't resist any more than she could resist breathing. There was something down there. She knew. Something she had to see. There was still a light on in the living room, but nothing made a sound. She held her breath and opened the door. Katie's father sat there, still and gray, eyes open and staring. Her mother lay motionless beside him, face down on the carpet. They had both been dead for hours. That's how she told me it happened. There were other stories, but I never wasted my time with them, and neither did the police. The local paper said 2 heart attacks. Katie was taken in by her grandma, a chain smoker in her 60s who had only met her once since she was born. I never learned the details, but Katie's parents had long fallen out of touch with the rest of the family. Still, she was a kind lady, and done everything she could for the girl now in her care. Her own house had been a tiny 1-bedroom, so she put it up for sale and moved in with Katie until they could find somewhere suitable. The town pried and watched and gossiped, from the old ladies down to my school friends. It wasn't right, but anyone who has lived in a small town knows how poisonous they can be. I didn't see Katie in person again until a few weeks later. Her grandmother hadn't let her out of her sight since arriving. She came over for lunch, then the 2 of us sat in the garden. My mom brought us some drinks and tried not to fuss over my friend. Katie waited for my mother to be out of earshot before speaking. We need to go back, she said. I told another white lie to my mom, said we were going to Katie's as her gran didn't want her away too long. Once we were out of sight of my house, we turned towards the trees, taking the same path we had the night of my birthday. We walked for almost an hour, but couldn't find anything. We kept ending up on the beach no matter which route we took. Katie wanted to keep looking. She was desperate, and I understood why. But I didn't really want to go back there. That place had terrified me, but I couldn't say no to her. So we searched, back and forth over the same ground until we were both filthy and exhausted. We searched until we knew we would be in trouble, and even then she didn't want to go back. She finally gave up when the sun was going down. We took a seat on the hillside overlooking our homes. She had been crying and I hadn't noticed. "Can't tell anyone," she said. "About what happened? About the wish I made?" She was looking down at the ground to hide her face, a tremor in her voice. "Please, Kieran, promise me. Not ever." I didn't hesitate. "I promise," I said. I can touch on this memory only lightly. It is a delicate thing, fragile and perfect, a ghost in glass. I see us sat side by side, gentle clouds above and warm grass below. The only sounds were the distant waves, a rolling whisper in dusk's tender hush. 2 children alone on the edge of town, dirty hands and secrets, eyes alive in sunset light. In the weeks that followed, I tried to forget that place, the angel and the well. As enticing as the mystery was, I couldn't deny I was still frightened. Some things are better left in the dark. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be so easy. 2 months after his death, the grave of Katie's father was dug up and the body taken. The same night her house was burnt down with her grandmother inside. They found Katie in the streets, alone, catatonic with shock. I remember that night. The sound of the fire trucks woke me, blue lights flashing as they passed. I got up and went to the window. Where Katie's house would have been was the flickering light of fire. Above it, the black on black of smoke against the sky. My breath fogged the cold glass and I wiped it away. Behind me, my father had entered the room and I hadn't even noticed. He put his hand on my shoulder, but neither of us spoke. Just watched. I could hear the sound of the blaze by then, tearing and eating the building away like some giant animal come alive in the flames. I saw the silhouettes of firemen, saw an ambulance arrive. The beast roared and the roof came down, swallowed into the blaze below. Then my father snatched me up, turning me away from the window and holding me tight like he hadn't for years. Arms wrapped around as if he couldn't keep me safe from all the hurt that waited in the world. No one seemed to know the truth of what happened or why. A veil of secrecy had quickly dropped over the events, which was understandable. The local police, who had never previously been shy of chat and gossip, were suddenly tight-lipped. Even the mention of the Bridges family name drew dark looks. As for Katie, she was taken into social care as she had no remaining family. This meant she had to move into the city, as our small town had not so much as a post office. It was all people talked about, though it seemed to me they cared more about the drama than the girl herself. I actually heard people say she was cursed. They said it like it was a little joke, under their breath. Like it might actually be true and they were afraid to face it. Even my mother, who always had a soft spot for Katie, began to speak about her as if she was something dangerous. As if misfortune was contagious. As if the scared girl, who had come crying to our door when her father broke her arm, was better off gone, best forgotten. I remember looking at the burned remains of her house on my way to school, seeing where the roof had collapsed over her bedroom, and wondering where my friend slept now. Even months later, as autumn faded into winter, people couldn't help but stop and stare when they passed. At the boarded windows and black scars left by the flames. At the pools of rain and fallen leaves scattered among the rubble. The tragedy of it all seemed to have a pull on the whole town. Something we couldn't leave behind. The cold ash heart of us. I stayed in touch with Katie despite what people thought or said. My father took the letters I wrote and posted them for me. He never said it aloud, but I think he admired the loyalty to my friend. He and my mother argued over it more than once. I recall listening from my room, ear to the door, when I heard him say to her, "It's up to the boy, and I won't have anyone tell him otherwise." I didn't see Katie face to face again until we were in our 20s. She came back to our town and found a job, rented a flat, said she still felt like it was her home. It had always been her plan to come back, she told me. Through children's homes and foster families, she had always known she would return. We managed to remain friends, but it wasn't the easiest to find time for each other. I had college, a part-time job, family, and a close-knit group of friends. They all seemed wary of her, especially the ones who remembered her from our childhoods. As time passed, Katie built herself a life, working hard and taking her chances where she got them. Within a few years, she started studying law at the closest university. I was so happy for her. I remember meeting her every few months for drinks, my measly life updates paling in comparison to her own. When I was 23, I was driving to the airport with my girlfriend Hazel. We had been seeing each other on and off for a few years. Then in the last month, moved in together. A driver in the opposite lane lost consciousness at the wheel swerving in front of us. It happened too fast for any real thought, just a split-second reaction. I remember Hazel's voice. We were talking about the flight times, then seeing the other car cut across us. A flash of the other driver slumped in his seat, the impact, blurred lights and colors, the car spinning and turning over, then another crash as we came to rest in trees near the road. When I opened my eyes, we were upright, surrounded by greenery. I could hear people shouting nearby. The side of my face was wet and there was broken glass on my clothes and in my hair. As my head cleared, I saw the blood sprayed across the window, saw other small white pieces in my lap. They were teeth and parts of bone, and none of the blood was mine. When we hit the last tree, a branch had come through the passenger window, striking Hazel's jaw and killing her instantly. I am trying, but these are only words, you understand? There are limits to what I can convey with them. Regret, guilt, pain, loss, all those things, and how I hate myself for feeling them. When I survived and she didn't, I can't explain it. Hazel's funeral was the hardest day of my life. I had never really experienced tragedy before. All my family and friends were healthy and well. Katie's parents was the closest I had been to death. People blamed me. I knew it. It wasn't right, but they did. I had been driving and I had walked away without a scratch. They would never say it aloud, but it was all over them. They stank of it. I saw it in their eyes, the way they held themselves, the silence between words. My parents and brother were there for me through it all, but there was only so much they could do. You can't shield someone from all the hurt in the world, no matter how tight you hold them. Afterwards, I told them I wanted to be alone, and they reluctantly obliged. I drank myself stupid, drank until I boiled over, screaming at the walls and the unfairness of it all. At sunset, I pulled on a coat and walked out into the night. It was late autumn and raining heavily, but I didn't care. I knew where I had to go, into the forest by the coast, a coin in my hand. I was looking for a way to fix things. The only way I could think how. I walked the path myself and Katie had when we were 10, Through the woods between the hills, head down and wrapped in pain, battered by wind and rain, desperate, crying out inside for a way to make it right. I didn't notice when the rain had stopped. When the air had grown still, it was the trees which caught my attention, those skeletal branches. I stopped. In the failing light, I could see only hills and valleys and forest in all directions. Yes, I thought, this is the way. I put my head back down and kept walking, marching on until the trees parted at last. There it was ahead of me, after all these years. Nothing had changed in all this time. The old stone well, the pale trees, the angel with the hidden face. I thought I could make out the footprints of 2 children in the dirt and leaves. Thought you might be here. I spun around in fright to see Katie, breathing hard, hand on knees. She was soaking wet, wiping strands of hair from across her face. Couldn't let you go alone, she said. The world seemed frozen for a moment. A pause as the pain of the last week rushed up on me. Then the dam broke and I stumbled forward, melting into her arms. All the strength left my body and I sunk to the ground in tears. If you have ever felt like this, you will understand. When it all comes out and you don't care what anyone else sees or hears. I know why you're here, Kieran, she said. It won't work. What? How do you know? I was still drunk, I realized, slurring my words. Because I tried. She looked in my eyes as she spoke. My father. I made a wish here to bring him back, months after he died. But it wasn't him, Kieran. It wasn't my father I brought back. That pull woke me in the middle of the night like before. The urge to go into the dark and see. When I went downstairs, it was there, in the house, sitting where he had sat. Rotting flesh and hollow eyes. It didn't have any teeth. Stomach was bloated. The smell nearly made me vomit. It had already killed my grandmother. I saw her body on the floor. Her voice was cracking, brittle with the memories of her childhood. Then it saw me. It looked at me, Kieran, with those empty eyes, tried to speak, to say my name. When it got up, I panicked and locked myself in my grandmother's room. It was trying to get in the door. I knew I had to fix it. I had to fix the thing I had done. So I used a lighter and lighter fuel from her room to start a fire. Then I climbed out the window, went back to the front door and locked it inside. I didn't know what to say to her. Sat on the cold, dusty soil. Her confession had cleared my head. I don't know how it works. This place. She got to her feet. It isn't always here. You have to want something. Want it more than anything else in the world. It has to be at sunset. You can't look where you are going. You have to keep your head down. I don't know everything you can wish for. Only some of the things you can't. You can't turn back time or make something out of nothing. You can't change. She paused, looking away through the trees. You can't change yourself. How many times did you try? I asked. I don't know. Maybe half a dozen before the night of the fire. I was a child alone with the weight of those things. It was hard to stay away. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Kieran. I just wanted to make it right. I thought of her back then, a 10-year-old girl, life slipping through her fingers. I had no idea what it must have really been like. I know you're hurting, she said. I know it as well as anyone can. But this isn't the way. You don't want that for her. What happened to my father? He wasn't a good man, but he didn't deserve that. What I'd done to him. I rubbed a fallen feather between my fingers, the soft wood breaking apart in my fingers. I knew she was right. This place is evil, Kieran. We both know it. a trap for desperate souls. When I came back to this town, I didn't know if I could find it again, but now that I have, I know it should be destroyed. We should destroy it and never come back, so no one else can be poisoned by it. So we did it, smashed the well to pieces, and dropped the stones down into the dark, not one ever making a sound. When that was done, we covered the hole with hundreds of broken branches stripped from the trees. It must have taken hours. Last, we pushed over the statue. It took us both, rocking it back and forth until it finally tipped. It broke into pieces as it hit the ground, each rolling away into the dust. We didn't look back, just left together in silence. When we reached sight of home, we parted without a word. I had nightmares for months afterward, something I never suffered from before or since. I would wake up screaming for help, not knowing who or where I was. The things I saw in those dreams have never left me. A faceless girl floating on a bottomless ocean, body tattooed with black words and symbols. There are hands just beneath the surface, thousands, millions of them reaching for her. Then angels in a cold desert, surrounding a pit in the earth. They pull each other's bodies apart and drop the pieces into the silent void below. They are screaming, but no sound comes, only the parts of them falling, always falling, tiny lights vanishing into nothing. I didn't see Katie often in the months that followed. It wasn't her fault, but she brought back too many difficult memories. I moved away from the town for several years, but could never settle. One morning I woke up simply knowing I had to go home. I had to be with my family and friends. My brother's wedding wasn't long after I returned. I saw Katie at the reception that night, sat alone on the steps outside the venue, champagne in one hand and cigarette in the other. Despite her success, she still wasn't great at making friends. She turned to see me as I walked towards her. We hadn't spoken in years, but she smiled, took my hand to help her up. Then we were face to face, alone in the moonlit night. The sound of music and dancing inside seemed to melt away until there was only us together. We kissed, wrapped in the night and each other, as if from nothing. My life changed in that moment, finding something I never knew I needed. We spent the night together, then another. She moved into my flat the next month and we were engaged in the weeks after that. No one else approved, but it didn't matter. We had never let each other go. Not really. Even when the world didn't want her, I always would. I believed I had learned a lesson, to realize what you have and hold it close. Everyone has hopes and fears. Everyone has their wishes and their demons. Can you hear yours now? Do you listen to what they say? Some can give you hope and drive you on. Some fill your hearts with the things you have lost or will never have. The trick is to learn which are which. I need to skip on years again. So many it makes me feel old to write it. The world has started to feel shallower as I age. Smaller, narrower. There is less color, I think. Katie has a wonderful career. We have a beautiful home together and a good life. I'm her husband, though I sometimes wonder what else. Somewhere along the way I lost my ambition and drive. I've been feeling uneasy for a long time now. It has been growing beneath the surface of our lives. Last night I couldn't shake it, couldn't get my thoughts away from it. I was staring at the door, a pull in my chest, something telling me to come and look. Katie had told me she was going to meet a friend for a few hours. She often did, and I had never thought anything of it. It was sunset. On the horizon, great clouds rolled in from the ocean, dark giants embracing the land. I followed her footsteps in the mud, though I didn't need to. I knew where I was going, driven by fear like a fire in the night. I walked on, head down. The air grew still and quiet, the trees thin and pale. I saw it ahead of me, the hollow, The well and statue were there, standing just as they had been when I first laid eyes on them. A path was worn into the dry grass. Katie was there. She sat on the edge of the well, looking down into the black. "Knew you would figure it out eventually," she said. Now that I had arrived, I didn't know what to say. "I couldn't stop," she said. "I couldn't stop trying to make things better, but I made mistakes. Mistakes I couldn't fix. It was like a fire I couldn't put out." I stood there in the dust, hearing the truth I already knew. There were no twists or tricks or hidden evils. I got exactly what I wished for every time, and it ate me away. Now nothing is right, nothing is clean. Everything I have left is poisoned by it. I'm empty, can't you see, Kieran? Everything I have is worthless. She looked me in the eyes, and I could see it at last. All the years of lies and fear. I could never fix my mistakes, no matter how hard I tried, she said. I wish for my father to come home. I wish for people to notice me, to care about me, but all I did was make them hate me. I wished. Her voice cracked and she hung her head, closed her eyes. Tears rushed down her cheeks and fell into the dark. So many wishes for things I wanted ended up hurting people. I wanted you. I always wanted you. So I wished that you loved me. But it isn't real, is it? Because you never had a choice, so it isn't really you. And now it can never be real. And that's my fault too. She didn't look at me, didn't even open her eyes. She just pushed forward and was gone, vanishing into the silence of the night below. I should have stopped her. I thought it then, and I think it now. This was how it ended. Now I long for something lost. There are no answers in this pain, no truth to find. It is just another broken piece of Minnie. I close my eyes and here she is. Eyes and voice and lies and fear. How much of my life was my own? Which decisions were forced upon me by the wishes she made? Did I have no choice in the woman I loved? If I can't trust myself, then what remains to me? What is left to believe in? I know she didn't need to make that wish. She didn't need to ask for something that was already hers. All she had to do was tell me. Because I've always loved her, and I always will. Whatever is after this life, I know she still needs me. So I know what I have to do. I can't let her go alone. I guess you can say I was unlucky, and was dealt an awful hand in life. When I was younger, I lost my father to a car accident. He was coming home from a long shift one night. Some guy decided that it would be a good idea to drink and drive going over the recommended limit, and I'm sure you can put two and two together. It completely devastated my mother. Not only did she lose the love of her life, she was struggling financially with a child to take care of. We couldn't afford to get him a proper burial, and it broke my mother that she had to deal with going through this by herself. My mother didn't have any family that she talked to. If I could remember correctly, it was only ever my father, my mother, and myself. No aunts, no uncles, not even any grandparents. My mother cried many nights as she could barely provide for us. She made many sacrifices to make sure I had somewhat decent clothes on my back. As the years passed, my mother had worked long hours on many jobs just to keep a roof over our heads. I even picked up some part-time jobs to help out with the bills against my mother's wishes. Even with us picking up extra jobs, it wasn't enough to keep our house. We had to move in a crappy apartment complex on the worst part of town. I even offered to drop out of school to pick up more jobs to help out with rent. My mother never agreed with the idea. Carmen, your best gift in this world is your intelligence. Don't throw away your gift just for me. She could always tell me. It kinda became her own quote. She never liked the thought of me working the jobs at all. She always wanted me to focus on school, but I couldn't. It never felt right making her go through so much while I sat back. Unfortunately, my mother fell extremely ill. All those years she overworked herself took its toll on her health, and it eventually caught up to her. I tried everything in my power to help pay for her medical bills. I picked up more side jobs, near working myself to exhaustion. But no matter how hard I tried, or how many jobs I picked up, it was nowhere close to paying the fees. But my mother unfortunately passed away. I was working a shift at a local gas station when I was given the news. I couldn't remember that night well. All I could remember was me bawling my eyes out all night. I was devastated. I didn't even get to tell my mom goodbye. I was alone. No one to look out for me but myself. I never got to say goodbye to the person who overworked themselves just to provide for me. It was hard for me to adjust after that. Felt like I lost a part of me, along with my mother, but I had to continue working my jobs for crappy pay. A barely 18-year-old girl working multiple jobs for crappy pay, just to keep a crappy apartment. I would be lying if I didn't say I lost all motivation for living. I would be lying if I said I had faith in myself. Faith never existed in the real world. But I managed this far. So I guess that stands for something. Crappy pay wasn't my only issue. The landlord always had something against me and my mother. She purposely tried raising the rent multiple times since we moved in. She knew we had it rough, but she didn't care. In her words, trash like us didn't deserve to live in her precious apartments. While I was coming back home from an exhausting day of working jobs, she was standing in front of my apartment door with her arms folded. She wasn't pleased. Her face twisted into a small frown. Her partially gray hair braided into a dingy ponytail. "Rent's due today, Mr. Harris," she said while tapping her foot against the floor, awaiting for me to answer. She always had a negative aura that centered around her. I always sensed she was sent by the devil himself to torment me further. But I paid you the money last week," I responded. I felt my heart start beating a bit faster. I felt as if this was another attempt to get me kicked out again. You can never be too sure with her at this point. "Do not lie to me, Miss Harris. You never paid me the money for rent. I don't like being lied to." Her frown then turned into a small grin. She knew I wouldn't be able to give her more money than what I already gave her. "Please, Miss Yolanda, don't do this. I'll pay you double the rent. I'll find a way," I pleaded. She looked at me with her cold, dead blue eyes, her grin growing more sinister, as if she liked hearing me plead and beg her. "How are you supposed to pay me double the rent if you can't even afford to bury your mother?" She finally responded while her grin only got bigger. I felt my lips quiver as the tears started rolling down my cheek. I felt like a small child compared to her. I felt shattered and destroyed by her comments. How could a person say something like that unprovoked? I stood there and sobbed. I was going to get kicked out of the only place I had to call home now, and there was nothing I could do. I was completely at her mercy. It was established she had none. I could feel her heartless stare gaze upon me as I continued to sob. I could even hear her giggle slightly. She was enjoying this. She enjoyed seeing me suffer. "Well then, Miss Harris, it hasn't been fun having you in my apartment at all, so I would..." Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a door swinging open caught her attention. An older gentleman with slightly gray hair and a pair of old blue overalls stepped out of his apartment. "Now you leave that poor girl alone. You want rent? Here, take this." he said while pulling out cash from out of his wallet. He shoved a couple of crumpled up $100 bills into Miss Yolanda's arms. Her grin slowly faded away as a look of annoyance took its place. "This isn't your business, Terrence. This girl can barely pay rent. She's a nuisance and deserves to be kicked out," she mumbled as she stared daggers at me. I couldn't find the strength to form any words to defend myself. I barely found the strength to fight the urge to break down again. "Just take the money and crawl back to whatever hole you've come from," he stated as he gave her a look of disgust. Miss Yolanda slowly started counting the crumpled up hundreds. She let out a groan as she pocketed the money. "You got lucky this time, but he won't be able to bail you out the next time," Miss Yolanda growled before walking down the hallway. I felt myself able to think clearly again as her negative aura was gone again, but I couldn't help but to continue to sob. "Are you alright, kid?" he asked. His voice was sympathetic as he knelt down beside me. I caught a small glimpse of his face before I looked away in shame. His face had a sympathetic expression on it. I'm alright. You didn't have to do that for me," I muttered, as I began wiping the tears away from my eyes. He paused for a moment before responding. "You didn't deserve to go through that. I know you're a hard worker and it's hard to meet ends meet. I was once in your shoes when I was younger," he said while reaching his hand out toward me. His voice was soft and sympathetic. "I try my best, but no matter how hard I try, I can't find a stable job that would hire me. So I work different low-wage side jobs that barely pay," I said while sniffling. I felt the tears flooding my eyes again. I reached out for his hand, and he helped me to my feet. "I'm Terrence. It's nice to meet you," he said while waiting for me to respond. "Carmen. And thank you again, Mr. Terrence, for what you did for me," I mumbled while wiping my eyes again before the tears could form. "I really appreciate what you did for me, but I have to get ready for my night shift in an hour," I said while I searched my purse for my apartment keys. "Wait, it's almost 1:45. It's not safe for you to go out there, especially with all the women that's been going missing recently." His voice had a sense of worry in it as he stared at me with a concerned look. "I have to. I can't just not go to my shift, and plus I need the money. I can't afford to be kicked out," I said while pulling my apartment keys out my purse and into the small keyhole. "Wait, I could get you another job that pays you well." His expression was sincere. I turned around toward him and gave him a raised brow. I hope he wasn't implying what I think he was. No, I don't mean that kind of job, if that's what you were thinking." He nervously chuckled. "My friends and I work as cleaners for a cleaning company ran by a businessman named Michael Hendricks, and he can use another employee." He paused before continuing. "But the pay is really good, so you don't have to worry about working multiple jobs," he added. His demeanor changed, like he wasn't telling me something. I caught on to his sudden change of movements, but I couldn't refuse it. This was a rare opportunity, and I needed it. "I'm actually heading in to help with some cleaning tomorrow around 7. If you want, I could take you with me, and you can start tomorrow." His demeanor switched back to sympathetic as he asked, waiting for my response. I felt myself tearing up again. Not only that he saved me from being kicked out, he helped me land a possible job. "Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful." I tried not to tear up again, but this was a very emotional night for me. "Don't worry about it. Just try and rest for the night. You'll need it." His voice was soft and sympathetic. I would be lying if I said that he didn't make me feel a bit better about life in itself. He stood outside his apartment door and watched over me, making sure I got in my room safely. Once I got inside my crappy apartment, I slopped down onto my pull-out mattress and laid there in the dark. alone in the dark with only my thoughts to keep me company. Mr. Terrence's words stuck with me, even after our interaction was over. He wasn't lying. Younger women were going missing in our area. A girl around my age went missing a couple days ago. I remembered seeing posters of her around the areas I worked. Her bright blonde hair and her ocean blue eyes were very noticeable. Her smile looked like it could brighten anyone's day who came in contact with her. I felt sorry for the families of the victims who went missing. God only knew what pain they were going through. Having a family member go missing must be difficult to deal with. It's not like the police did anything to help find them. The media tried to get them to at least investigate, but nothing ever came of it. Local search parties were formed, but it was always the same results. Nothing. All the young women had a couple of things in common, but the main common similarity they shared was they were in the escort business, to put it lightly. I drifted in and out of sleep. I haven't tried fighting sleep. Morning came quick as I was awakened by an alarm. The alarm on my phone blaring a loud noise that was sure to wake me up from my slumber. I took my time getting ready. I always get an hour head start on anything. Working a lot does that to you over time. The atmosphere was cold and uneasy. It was always cold, but this feeling of uneasiness was stronger. But I couldn't focus on it now. Once I got finished getting ready, I took a look around my apartment and sighed. Hopefully this could be my chance to change my life around. Exiting my apartment, Mr. Terrence was already standing in the hallway with his hands typing away at his phone. Once he looked up at me, he nearly dropped his phone, almost as if I caught him by surprise. He stood there nervously staring at me before finally speaking up. "Glad I didn't have to knock to wake you up," he said while nervously chuckling at himself to recover. "Yeah, I didn't want to keep you waiting for me, so I decided to wake up early." I responded while looking him up and down with a slightly raised brow. "Well, we should get going now, shouldn't we?" he asked while motioning for the exit. His voice sounded a little shaky, like he was trying desperately to find something. We exited the apartment building and walked toward the parking lot. Mr. Terrence pointed toward a beat-up 2004 Lincoln parked in the lot. The drive was long and for the most part quiet. Small talk was made every once in a while, but it was mainly his text notifications going off. "If you don't mind me asking," he paused for a moment, breaking eye contact with the road and quickly looked up over at me. "Do you have any other family members that could have took you in?" His voice was filled with sympathy and remorse. I took a moment to respond, looking down at my hands as they fidgeted around in my lap. "No. It was only me and my mother after I lost my father. Now it's just me," I responded while looking out the car window. Fighting the urges to tear up, I continued watching the cars go past us. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked, but I want to say that you're a strong young lady that will one day be a great member of society," he said. His voice had a slight hint of confidence. The remainder of the drive was silence, but Mr. Terrence's phone kept beeping, but I just ignored it. We eventually got to the address, and what greeted us was a run-down warehouse, its yellow coating of paint nearly peeled completely off. Vines were growing on the sides of the building while the grass and gravel were mixed up together. Two men stood beside a limo, having a conversation with one another. One of the men's eyes glanced at us while Mr. Terrence parked the car. Once Mr. Terrence and I stepped out the car and made our way to the others, a young woman with brunette hair stepped out of the limo and quickly made her way toward the other side, opening the car door. A man with blonde hair and a very expensive-looking suit stepped out. The two men who were talking immediately stopped and turned their attention to the man in the suit. "Listen and listen carefully. I need the insides of the building cleaned." He stopped speaking as his attention was focused on me now. "Who's the kid?" he asked while raising his brow in confusion, his gaze never leaving me. Mr. Terrence quickly spoke up in my defense. Mr. Hendricks, this is the girl I was telling you about. She was looking to work with us and make a little money to get on her feet," he said while stammering. Mr. Hendricks' confused look slowly turned to a grin before he leaned closer to Mr. Terrence, whispering in his ear. Mr. Terrence's face had a look of disappointment for a brief moment before Mr. Hendricks patted him on his back before stepping back into his limo. "Get the inside cleaned up. And Terrence, get that issue resolved before I get back. Understand?" he said while waiting for his response. Mr. Terrence nodded his head slowly before taking a deep breath. The limo sped off, leaving a small cloud of dust behind in its place. "Let me introduce you to the rest of the crew." Mr. Terrence motioned over toward the two men now putting on equipment. "Carmen, this is Sanjay, and Luther," he explained as both men extended their hands out for a shake. "It's nice to meet you, Carmen," they both said in unison. "It's nice to meet you both," I responded, accepting their handshakes. "How long do you think until it happens again, Terrence?" Sanjay asked while shooting a look at Terrence. "Hopefully not soon," Terrence said while letting out another sigh of disbelief. "Let's just hurry this up so we won't have to resort to it." Luther spoke up while tossing me a pair of gloves. "Sorry, we didn't expect a girl to be working with us. The only spare suit we have is way too big for you." He spoke. His tone was apologetic and remorseful. "It's just fine. As long as the job gets done, I don't mind getting dirty," I said while slipping the latex gloves on my hands. We approached the entrance of the warehouse and took a step into the building. A foul smell immediately hit my nostrils like a ton of bricks, making me gag a bit. Almost like something died in here in the warehouse. I took a look around the dimly lit warehouse. The only main source of light was that of the sun. I felt the same uneasy feeling I felt back in my apartment, but this time it was more intense. My body didn't feel right. My instincts were telling me something wasn't right. The smell only got worse as we stood in the warehouse, making my stomach turn in disgust. "Smells like something died in here," I said aloud while making my way over the small pile of rotting wood. "Probably some small animal that got stuck in here and died," Sanjay replied quickly, his voice filled with some worry. While I continued walking, the smell got stronger in a certain direction. But before I could move toward the direction, Mr. Terrence grabbed my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. "Don't go wandering around now. Me and the fellas are going to grab some more equipment from the truck. Just stay put, for your safety," he said. His voice was commanding as he waited for my response. I hesitated for a moment. What does he mean, for my safety? But I nodded my head, assuring him I would follow his instructions. Once they exited the warehouse, I took a look around the big empty building. The old white paint nearly peeled off the walls, exposing the bricks. My nose burned with the unbearable foul smell plaguing my nose. I had to find the source of the smell. It was driving me crazy and I couldn't take it anymore. Mindlessly walking around the warehouse, the smell only got stronger as I walked. My stomach continued turning and my heart pounding as my nose led me to a huge silver door. The smell was overwhelmingly strong. It smelled like death itself, if you can describe it like that. Without thinking, I slowly began reaching my trembling hand out toward the door handle to open the silver door. My mind wanted to run far away from here, but my body wanted to know what the source of the smell was. Gripping the door handle, I twisted the handle and pulled the door open with little strength I could muster. A mixture of feelings hit me. The smell was completely overwhelming my nostrils, and I felt my heart drop to my stomach. Behind the door was a room with human skulls across the floor. Some still had flesh on them, while others looked like they were destroyed. A skull in particular stood out to me the most, however. A good chunk of bright blonde hair still remained intact, and also to my horror, one ocean blue eyeball remained in the eye socket. My knees felt weak, and they struggled to keep me up and from falling. This was what happened to all the missing women. Before I could process it any further, a firm hand covered my mouth and I was pulled back by a strong force. I specifically said to stay put and not wander away this place. Mr. Terrence's voice roared with anger as Sanjay and Luther stepped in front of me with disgusted expressions on their faces. She saw too much already. Might as well take care of that issue Mr. Hendricks wanted taken care of. Luther muttered as he swung the silver door back open. My eyes widened in horror as the tears began flowing down my face. It was clear that I was the issue their boss was referring to. He knew I would most likely stumble across the door. Mr. Terrence began forcing me into the room, while Sanjay assisted him by picking up my legs, carrying me into the room. I tried to struggle, but I was no match against their strength. The smell only got worse as we went deeper into the room. Bones and skulls were all over the floor. Even the walls had blood splattered across the peeling paint. The tears continued to flow down my face as I tried to scream, but all that came out was muffled screams. I tried to help you, but you couldn't follow one simple instruction, Carmen. All you had to do was listen. Mr. Terrence snapped as his hand pressed against my mouth harder to prevent my screams. We eventually stopped in front of a big door. Locks and knobs secured the door in place. The door had looked like it was through hell and back, but it remained standing tall. Luther began unlocking the locks on the heavy door in a quick motion as he had a bothered expression on his face. Sanjay, help me open the door before she wakes up and tries to escape again, Luther said while finally getting the final lock unlocked. Sanjay followed his orders and began helping him pry the door open. I tried pleading with Mr. Terrence, but all that came out was muffled pleads. I'm sorry, kid. I really liked you and tried to help you, but it's out of my control now, he said while closing his eyes in disappointment. The heavy door was half open before I made a split-second decision. I bit down on Mr. Terrence's finger with all my might, causing him to drop me and let out a loud yell of anger and pain. I fell toward the ground, but I managed to recover and began running toward the silver door. As I ran, I heard something that shot fear throughout my body. A loud scream came from behind me, and what followed truly struck fear in my heart. A loud screech followed. I took a look behind me, and I nearly fell to my knees in fear. A large red creature emerged from the door, crushing Sanjay behind the heavy door, the creature now with Luther in its grasp. The creature's limbs were long and disoriented. Its body had razor-sharp teeth running across its body down to its large feet. The creature's hands were massive. Razor-sharp teeth ran across its arms. Its claws were razor-sharp, resembling the claws of a bear or another animal. It let out another ear-splitting screech, its long, sharp, jagged teeth exposed. Luther tried to break from its grip, but it only pissed it off. Without a second thought, the creature plunged its jagged teeth into Luther's face. A disturbing sound of flesh being ripped filled the room. His blood splattered against the wall as it dropped his lifeless body. Mr. Terrence turned and began running toward my direction as the monster turned its focus toward us. As I looked on, Mr. Terrence ran as fast as he could, but with a blink of an eye, the creature had leapt on top of him. A loud scream came from Mr. Terrence as he attempted to get away from the creature. Using its sharp claws, it tore Mr. Terrence to ribbons, leaving a red mist and his mangled body. The monster then turned his sights onto me. Its bright red eyes burned a hole through my body as it slowly moved toward me. I mustered all of my strength and picked myself up, fleeing toward the silver door. I heard its screams as its thunderous footsteps trailed behind me. Reaching the door, pain shot out from my back, causing me to fall face first on the ground. I tried crawling away, but I felt a lot of pressure pressing down on me. I turned myself onto my back as the creature raised its sharp claw in the air. I raised my arms above my face as it began slashing at my arms. All I could feel was pain from each slash it took at me. In a moment of desperation, I frantically felt around the floor beside me as one of its claws slashed a part of my face. I felt something with a hard and rough texture and picked it up and threw it at the creature, causing it to stumble back, screaming in pain. Without hesitation, I picked myself back up despite the pain and started running toward the warehouse entrance. Tripping and stumbling over myself, I continued running. The creature let out another loud screech, but this one was a screech of frustration. I was about 25 feet away from the warehouse door as I heard fast footsteps approaching me. I took a quick glance behind, and what I saw almost made me fall out of fear. The creature was now running on all fours with its jaw now unhinged, showing off rows of sharp teeth that I've never saw. It was closing the distance between us. As it was getting ready to attack me again, I threw myself and burst through the door, falling face first on the hard gravel. I took multiple deep breaths before I eventually passed out due to the pain. My eyes slowly opened. Slowly observing my surroundings, I saw the medical monitors beside my hospital bed. Before I could process any further, my room door swung open and I felt my heart skip a beat. Mr. Hendricks stepped in the room, closing the door behind him. He had a briefcase in his hand. Taking his shades off, he smirked before finally breaking the silence. "Looks like you survived after all, unfortunately." He hissed as he tossed his shades to the side. "Look here, kid. How about we make a deal?" He asked smirkingly as he placed the briefcase on the bed. "In this briefcase is over $100,000. This can all be yours if you do me a small favor. What happened in that warehouse stays in that warehouse." He smirked while pushing the briefcase closer to me. I kicked the briefcase off my bed, knocking it on the floor. I let out a small wince of pain as my body still felt terrible. "I don't need, or do I want, your blood money," I snarled at him. I wouldn't let him buy me out. His smile quickly turned into a frown as he reached down and grabbed the briefcase off the floor. "You're in no condition to make demands. You need this money. I'd be surprised if you could walk properly. Now, if you were smart, you'd take my offer," he said in a cold and low tone. "Once I get out of this hospital, I'll make sure to go to the police to get justice for." Before I could finish my sentence, he cut me off. "The police?" He chuckled softly to himself before continuing. "I won't have to worry about them. Money can buy everything, you know." His cold smile returned on his face as he placed the briefcase back on the bed. "And you'll get justice for those women? I find that funny you'll get justice for mere pawns. You truly do amaze me." His tone now more sinister as he looked directly at me. I felt tears roll down my face, but they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of anger. The reason why the police never searched for the missing women was because Hendricks bought them. Now, I have more important matters to attend to. I think you should keep this. Remember, keep your mouth shut," he hissed as he let himself out of my hospital room. I couldn't do much but stare at the briefcase. Tears flowing down my face. Even when they stopped, I still felt myself crying. I was eventually released from the hospital and made my way back to my apartment with the black briefcase in my hands. I'm writing this as I have no other way to spread this message, but I hope someone sees this. I want everyone to know the truth about Michael Hendricks. I want people to know he's the real monster. I wish those women get their justice in some way, shape, or form, but I hope their souls can hopefully find peace somewhere. I pray that someone finds the briefcase and burns it down to ashes. It makes me sick just staring at it after knowing who it came from. A murderer. But all I could do is hope for the best outcome. As for myself, I think it's time I finally see my parents again. I'm a PhD student living somewhere in Eastern Europe. Sorry about being a bit ambiguous, it's just that I'm a little uncomfortable about sharing some details. I'm a quiet and mellow guy, so I've been looking for a place to stay where I wouldn't be bothered by noise or have to deal with messy housemates. I lived for about a year somewhere pretty close to university, sharing an apartment with a housemate. Things were alright in the beginning, but I eventually decided to move out due to my noisy housemate. He'd often party until 4 to 5 a.m., which drove me up the wall. Since I'm also dealing with insomnia and have nightmares pretty often, I find it hard to sleep even during quiet nights. Having someone blasting music at 4 a.m. in the next room is just hell for me. I know I might not be the life of the party, but the 4 a.m. party definitely is the death of me. About 2 months ago, on one of these sleepless nights, I decided enough was enough, so I looked up apartments around the city. In just a couple of hours, I've found this nice offer. A cheap and cozy room in a 3-room apartment, a few bus stops away from university. The post was made by some young girl. I decided to check the place out. I was greeted by the young girl that posted the offer. She spoke with a foreign accent and she'd often avoid eye contact. Maybe she was shy. Regardless, she showed me around the place. Let's call her Nadia. The place looked alright, not to mention that the landlord was living on the same floor, so that would guarantee it would be quiet. The landlord was some old guy that didn't even bother to show up. Nadia told me she's usually dealing with the new tenants that move in, and the landlord is just showing up once a month to collect the rent. I asked her when can I move in. She told me that the guy that was living in that room will move out in a couple of days. Before leaving, instead of heading towards the exit, I accidentally turned towards one of the rooms, moving my hand to reach the door handle. "What are you doing?" she asked, confused. I realized I forgot which direction the entrance door was, and I was trying to open the door of her bedroom. I apologized, saying that I'm no Magellan or Columbus, that's for sure. We both laughed about it and shrugged it off. Come to think of it, Nadia seemed a bit scared, seeing me head towards her bedroom. I can't blame her. It would be pretty weird to see a stranger you've just met trying to enter your room. I didn't give it too much thought. The following week, I moved in. I figured I'd bring a bottle of wine, having a drink with my new housemates. There was another girl living there. I'll call her Lydia. She was a few years younger than us, while Nadia was about my age. Both of them were university students, so we chatted for a couple of hours, joked, decided to play Macau for a short while. It's a popular card game here. I think it's also called Crazy Eights. Anyway, every now and then, I'd get up from the table going to the bathroom. The weird thing was, every time I headed for the bathroom, Nadia would also get up and step into the hallway. She'd just stand there, looking at me as I headed for the bathroom. The second time it happened, I turned around and asked if everything is alright. She just nodded, following with an anxious, "Yeah." I thought it was pretty weird. Then it hit me. She was looking towards the door of her bedroom. My first thought was to ask her about it so I can assure her that I'm not going to invade her privacy or anything. I changed my mind, not wanting to creep her out or make her feel even more uncomfortable, so I just ignored her, heading for the bathroom. After a few weeks of restless sleep, I finally managed to get some proper rest. It felt good to be in a new home. Nadia was a bit weird, but all in all, she seemed like a good girl. Lydia was also very nice. To be fair, we didn't really spend a lot of time together most of the time. We'd each just do our own thing. In a funny way, Each of us was a ghost that would haunt the other two. We'd bump into each other now and then, either in the kitchen or in the hallway, say hello to one another, then move on. A couple weeks later, I had a nightmare. In my dream, I was running away from something I couldn't see clearly. In some dark, snowy forest, the entity made a weird noise which actually prompted me to wake up. I was startled, but I returned to sleep shortly after. These kinds of dreams are pretty common for me, so I'm used to them. Early in the morning, I went to the bathroom hearing a subtle sound coming from Nadia's room. It sounded like a humming voice. What was she doing? I thought she might be humming a song or something like that. Since I figured out she's awake, I knocked on her door. We didn't get any hot water that morning, so I wanted to ask her if she knows anything about that. She didn't respond. I knocked again. No answer. I figured out she's busy, or she didn't want to chat to me, so I let her be. I went to the kitchen to grab a bite. Just a short while later, Nadia enters the kitchen, asking me why I was knocking. I told her about the hot water and she responded, "Don't worry, things will get back to normal soon." Even though she was clearly talking about the water, I felt a bit bothered by her answer. Something felt off. It's almost as if she wasn't talking about the hot water, but something completely different. Nadia left the kitchen and I followed shortly after. We were both headed for our rooms. I reached my room and opened the door. Then Nadia reached her room and suddenly stopped. She was standing there in front of the door without saying anything. I asked her if there's a problem. She didn't respond. I insisted. She turned around, just looking at me, expressionless. I just apologized and entered my room. As soon as I closed the door, I've heard the door to her room opening and closing. I was starting to worry about her. She seemed worried and on edge. I thought she might be under a lot of stress or something bad happened to her. We hardly knew each other, so I didn't know how I could help her. I spoke to Lydia, and she told me she didn't know a lot about Nadia either. She noticed the weird behavior and the humming too. She had no clue. She seemed a bit creeped out by Nadia. So I comforted her. I told her that maybe Nadia is a little troubled or stressed. A few days later, the landlord showed up to collect the rent. I was home alone, but Lydia left me the rent money. Nadia said she already paid rent, so the landlord will only ask for our money. After paying up, I asked the landowner if he knows anything about Nadia. The old man says he thinks she's a bit shy and might not know how hard life can be. He also told me that a lot of 20-year-olds are like that, but they'll grow out of it once they get used to life in a new city. That didn't really help. The old man likely didn't care about the tenants that much. He was just there to collect the rent. Fair enough. The next weeks went by. Pretty monotone and repetitive. At least during daytime. During evenings and early in the mornings, I'd sometimes hear the humming coming from Nadia's room. I've also had another nightmare. In this one, I was in my apartment and I could see that creepy silhouette from my previous nightmare in the hallway. This time, she was more detailed. She had a slim figure. She was somewhat foggy and her eyes were glowing. Her eyes were two round, green circles, glowing into the dark. I couldn't make out any other details. I suddenly woke up just like last time. Had a look around the apartment to calm myself down. Nothing unusual, as I've previously said. The days went by without anything too eventful happening. However, there was one thing that kept bothering me. I kept thinking about it and the thought wouldn't leave me alone. The thing the landlord said, he said that a lot of 20-year-olds are like Nadia. Nadia was the same age as me. We were both 24. Lydia was 20. I figured out I'd bring it up next time we talk. When the rent day came up, he called me, telling me that he's out of town and he'll be back to collect the rent in 2 days. After a short while, I asked the landowner the same question just like last time. He asked me if I'm into Nadia, and suggested me to ask her out. I told him that's not the case and I'm a little worried about her well-being. He mentioned the 20-year-old thing again, so I corrected him, explaining that Lydia's the one that's 20. He apologized, saying that he got Lydia's name wrong. I followed by saying that Nadia is actually 24. He paused for a few seconds without saying anything. "Did I say anything wrong?" I asked. He stood silent for a few seconds. I thought he hung up. Then he asked me, "Who's Nadia?" His question, so filled with confusion and concern, shook me. I reminded him that Nadia is one of the tenants. He told me that he knows that, saying she's the 20-year-old girl. I told him again that the younger girl is named Lydia, and Nadia is the 24-year-old girl. He sounded annoyed over the phone, saying that he's celebrating his brother's birthday, and he's not in the mood for stupid pranks. He angrily told me that he'll be back for the rent in 2 days, then he hung up. This didn't make any sense. I called him back immediately, trying to figure out what's going on. He wouldn't answer. He was angry. Lydia was in her room chatting with a friend over the phone. I didn't feel like telling her since she's easily freaked out. I figured out it wouldn't make much sense to scare her for no good reason. There had to be an explanation. Maybe the old man is diagnosed with dementia, and he has difficulties remembering some things. He didn't seem to remember my name either, but he didn't really present the symptoms of a patient with dementia. Maybe he was drunk, although he didn't really sound like it. Then it hit me. Could Nadia be an illegal tenant? No, that would be stupid. It wouldn't make any sense. I decided I'd have to ask Lydia something, but I chose my words carefully so I wouldn't freak her out. I asked her if she noticed anything weird about the landowner before I moved in. She told me something pretty unsettling. The landowner told her something among the following lines. "You two are by far the best tenants I've had." This didn't add up. Before I moved in, there were 3 people here. Lydia, Nadia, and the guy that moved out. I joked that the old man might be better at counting money than people. Then Lydia just forgot about it. I figured the only way to solve this was to confront Nadia directly when she got home. Somewhere around 11 p.m. she showed up. I opened the door and stepped outside. She stood there in the hallway next to the entrance without saying anything. I said, "Good evening." She didn't say anything. I decided to break the silence and confronted her directly. "Nadia, the landowner said he'll be back in 2 days to collect the rent." She stood there repeating my last words. "Collect the rent." I followed it with, "He said he doesn't know who you are. What's going on here?" As the situation got so tense, I didn't even realize that I forgot to turn on the light in the hallway. After flicking the switch, I saw that Nadia had her palms over her face. I didn't understand what was going on. Then I heard it, her humming. I asked her, "Why do you do that?" She ignored me and started humming louder. Then her humming turned into a grunt, and the grunt turned into a scream. The scream grew louder and louder. Suddenly the light went out. Nadia was screaming so loudly it was hurting my ears. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. I pointed it towards Nadia. That wasn't Nadia. I didn't know what I was seeing, but that was not Nadia. I immediately took a step back, entered my room and slammed the door and locked it. I grabbed a dumbbell that was sitting on the ground and armed myself. The humming started again. Then came the grunt, then the scream, then the louder scream. I was horrified, but I still remembered about Lydia. What if Nadia would go and hurt her? Lydia was probably still in her room. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed the phone, my hands shaking violently, and called the police. I whispered, barely being able to speak, the address and told them to come quickly. Then I heard a loud tapping sound against the door. Then I could hear her screams again. Then I heard some horrible scratching noises. I was frightened and stood there without moving, holding the dumbbell in my right hand, prepared to attack should she enter my room. Then it stopped. It went quiet. It seemed as if she went away, almost as if she vanished. I wouldn't dare step outside the bedroom. What if it was just an ambush? I decided to wait for the police to show up. I could barely hear Lydia sobbing in her room. I wanted to unlock the door and go and help her, but I was afraid Nadia might still be there. I yelled, announcing Lydia that the police are on their way. I told her to stay put. About 10, maybe 12 minutes later, the police came. As soon as they reached my door, I stepped outside, relieved. Lydia did the same, crying and shaking violently. I hugged her, trying to comfort her. Although I could hardly control myself, I turned around and I jumped, seeing the scratches on my door. A woman's nails couldn't have made those scratches. They looked more like something that would be left by a knife that was scratched against the door. I thought that Nadia might have been armed. Who knows what she could do? The police officers told us that they didn't see anyone outside or in the staircase. Eventually, we told them what happened. They told us to stay put as they had to check Nadia's room. They kicked the door, their sidearms ready, but nobody could have prepared us for what we saw. Behind the door, there was just a cupboard. A narrow space filled with brooms and cleaning products covered in dust. This didn't make any sense. Where did Nadia live? What was going on here? The police searched the area and helped us calm down. We went to the station and told them everything that happened. It was confusing and it shook them as well. Nothing made any sense. The landowner was just as shocked when he returned and found out about the whole ordeal. Apparently he never knew of this third tenant. We talked about it for hours, trying to make sense of what happened. The whole event left us puzzled and traumatized. Both Lydia and I moved out after a few days. We shared the same bedroom for a while before parting ways. She revealed to me that she also had nightmares during some nights. She'd also describe a dark silhouette in a snowy forest. Well, I didn't want to share one particular detail. That horrifying night, when I pointed my flashlight towards Nadia, I didn't want to believe it. Or, more likely, I tried to forget about it. But her eyes were glowing green. "15 years ago, I took my boyfriend Kauji deep sea fishing in the Gulf of Mexico. There he caught the scariest thing I'd ever seen. We were living near Houston at the time, a land of heat, humidity, and too many sunburns. My boyfriend hadn't been fishing since he was a kid. He'd often reminisce about childhood trips with his Oji-chan to the oceanfront pier. We caught everything, Kauji said. Sheep shed, stingrays, even a sandbar shark once. It was over 4 feet long. We ate it that night. The meat tasted so sour. I could never get into fishing. It always made me feel queasy. So you trick these animals with the promise of food, I said. But then you tear them violently out of their home and kill them? True, but they don't go to waste. Kauji nudged my belly. You know that better than anyone. I laughed. Kauji had a point. Seafood was one of my dietary staples, the only meat I would consume. Whenever we went out to restaurants, I often ordered the mahi-mahi or salmon entree. On Kauji's 22nd birthday, I decided, after 4 years of hearing him reminisce about fishing, that I'd buy him a day trip as a present. So I went online and booked a private charter for that afternoon. Kauji's deep blue eyes lit up as we entered the marina. "This is going to be great," he said, "especially with my baby at my side." He pulled me in for a long, deep kiss. My stomach somersaulted. We took Dramamine, lathered on some SPF 50, and headed for the docks. Our charter was a 30-foot vessel named Kuda. It was a completely open boat with a center console, a small roof and 2 twin outboard motors at its stern that looked like giant black seahorses. A half-dozen fishing poles were on board, along with a tackle box and a massive cooler of ice. which I thought was for drinks, but was actually for fish. Our captain/fishing guide was an elderly black man named Delroy Washington, tall, lean, and weathered. He'd spent over 20 years in the merchant marine before retiring to start his own fishing company. Delroy claimed he was a half-fish himself, born at sea many years ago. My mother plopped me out of her belly aboard a tramp steamer headed across the Caribbean, he said, chuckling. Kauji and I laughed, not really sure what he meant. So what do you want to catch? Delroy asked us. If you could catch anything, any fish in the world. I'm just here to take pictures, I told him, holding up my Canon DSLR. I was big into photography and scrapbooking at the time. Maybe photograph a sea turtle or some dolphins. Absolutely, no problem. Delroy turned to Kauji. How about you, birthday boy? Your better half told me you love to fish, so what's your dream catch? Kauji thought for a moment. You know, if I could catch anything, I think it'd be a Goliath grouper. I saw one at an aquarium once as a kid, as big as a Mini Cooper, he said. That fish could have swallowed me in one gulp. I had nightmares about it for weeks afterwards. It was so creepy, but so cool. Kauji loved monster fish, particularly those that lived in the deep. He was both scared and fascinated by them. Some might even say obsessed. It reminded me of how religious people are often both terrified and in awe of God. Ah, a Goliath, Delroy grinned. We'd have to do a catch and release, but I have just the place. He started the Kuda's engine. I'm going to take you to the best spot for bottom fishing in the whole world. Lots of big groupers there. We went 10 miles offshore to the site of a shipwreck that wasn't on any nautical charts, at least according to Delroy. It was a place he'd heard about from some old fishing buddies. Delroy gave us the rundown as we headed to our location. The wreck's a 600-foot-long container ship named the Amphitrite. She sank during a tropical storm a few years back, returning to her home port in Houston. Captain sent out a brief distress call. Then she disappeared from radar. When the storm ended, a big search party was launched. Lasted for months. Finally, they found her resting on her side in 250 feet of water. No survivors. Rumor has it the Amphitrite was carrying a high-value cargo from a pharmaceutical giant when she went down. They did a salvage operation to recover it, then left the ship on the bottom of the sea, where she's slowly turned into a reef. Great for fishing. Delroy stopped the engine and anchored the boat. You'll catch your Goliath for sure. The ocean was calm. I glanced overboard. You could see a long way down, but there was no sign of fish or the giant shipwreck that gave them shelter. Everything was hidden beneath a heavy blanket of dark blue. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine and backed away from the boat's railing. You'll need this to catch the monsters. Delroy handed Kauji a pole that was 6 feet long and as thick as a tree branch. It had a fat reel of line and a hook big enough to punch through a man's hand. Kauji used a dead squid as bait, letting it sink all the way to the bottom. It took a minute to get there. Then we waited for the first bite. And waited, and waited, and waited. We spent God knows how long just staring at the open ocean. All the while, Kauji didn't receive the slightest nibble on his line. Our captain was shocked. This has never happened before, Delroy said. He kept repositioning the boat over different sections of the wreck. You're going to get something, I promise. There are hundreds of fish down there. He showed us his Garmin fish finder, an underwater GPS for tracking sea life. Its screen was full of floating blobs that Delroy swore were monster fish just waiting to be caught. To me, they looked like clumps of drifting seaweed. Kauji tried different baits. Live mackerel, colorful lures, trolling, but nothing worked. More hours passed. The boat bobbed up and down on the choppy water. Its surface was like a glass curtain rolling endlessly towards the horizon. I didn't see the promised sea turtles or dolphins, and to make matters worse, I started feeling seasick. Even though I'd taken Dramamine, a swell of nausea ballooned in the pit of my stomach, inching its way up to my throat like some slimy, prickly worm. It started slowly, then grew very strong, very fast. I ran to the side of the boat and vomited the remains of my breakfast burrito into the ocean. "Sarah, are you alright?" Kauji asked. "It's okay," I told him. In truth, I wanted nothing more than to go home right then, but I felt so bad that Kauji hadn't caught any fish after years of wanting to go on a fishing trip. He looked so deflated, his shoulders hunched over. "It's just a little seasickness. I'm fine now," I told him. But the slick queasiness was already starting to well up again. "Maybe we could call it a day," Kauji said, sighing. He was about to set his fishing pole down when something big tugged on the line. Everyone froze, staring at the pole, wondering if its sudden movement was just a collection of delusion. Kauji started to crank the reel when there was another tug on the line. "Set the hook," Delroy said. Kauji yanked the rod upwards, and the end of the pole violently bobbed up and down. Fishing line flew out of the reel so fast it made a screeching sound. "Fish on," Delroy said. "You hooked your monster, birthday boy." He poured water onto the spinning reel to keep it from overheating. I still felt nauseous, but steeled myself from throwing up again. I didn't want to worry Kauji, especially now that he finally had his birthday wish. It took nearly an hour for him to bring the fish up near the boat. At first, we just saw a dark shape roughly 50 feet below the surface. It kept darting further into the depths before anyone could get a good look at it. But whatever it was huge. "As big as a Mini Cooper," Kauji said, his eyes wide. "Almost there. Keep taking in the slack," Delroy said. Kauji was still reeling in excess line when the fish yanked so hard it nearly snapped the pole in half, almost dragging him overboard. "Jesus," Kauji said, grabbing hold of the guardrail. "Are you okay?" I rushed to his side. Kauji didn't respond. He didn't even look at me. His blue eyes were too focused on the depths below. He kept reeling in line. The fish was no longer fighting back. "Look," Delroy said, pointing into the ocean. The dark shape was finally coming into focus. What was left of it. Kauji finished reeling in his catch, then lifted it out of the water a foot from the edge of the boat. It was no fish. Hanging from the end of his line was a giant fleshy carcass, full of loose yellowish skin, pink organs, and various gummy substances that resembled red jello. The carcass had no discernible head or body, no eyes, no mouth, no bones. It was just lumps of skin and pink viscera, an animal that had been ripped apart by predators as it was dragged up from the deep. Even in a semi-consumed state, it was still huge. The living creature must have weighed over 400 pounds and had been at least 8 feet long when it was still alive. For some reason, the body smelled like fresh fruit. It was disgusting. I wanted to shut my eyes and throw up, but I couldn't look away. We spent a few moments staring at the carcass in silence when... "What the hell?" Kauji said. "I need to cut the line." Delroy angled for the pole. "What is it?" Kauji asked the captain. "Is it a squid? Maybe a dolphin or a whale?" I asked aloud. I raised my camera to take a picture, but Delroy cut the line with a fillet knife. "No, wait!" The carcass dropped into the ocean with a heavy splash before I could take my picture. It quickly sank into the endless blue depths now, gone in seconds. "Why'd you cut it loose so fast? What was that?" I said. "A piece of garbage from the wreck," Delroy said. "Nothing worthwhile." He started to put the rod and reel away. What? I asked him, incredulous. That thing had clearly been alive. Delroy was suddenly on edge. We should get going. What's happening? I asked. Kauji wiped something on his arm. It looked like red jello. I think some of it splashed on me, he said. Hearing this, Delroy rushed over and handed him a wet rag. Use this. Wipe it all off. Then throw the towel overboard. We went straight back to the marina afterwards. Kauji spent most of the trip staring at the passing waves, while I interrogated Delroy for more information about what my boyfriend had caught. If that was trash, how could it move like that? Delroy remained focused on the boat's controls. Sometimes, big pieces of debris feel like live fish on the line because ocean currents tug at them. I found this hard to believe. Did that feel like dead weight or a live fish? I asked Kauji. I don't know. Kauji sun. He kept staring at the passing waves. I'd never seen him so quiet before. His skin was as pale as sea foam. Well, how come it looks so organic? I don't know, Delroy said, but I didn't want to examine it further to find out. He knew of fishermen who'd caught similar debris at other wreck sites before. That stuff is often toxic, like medical waste, Delroy said. Maybe Kauji hooked some fat deposit or something left over from the salvage operation. I frowned. The captain's explanation sounded like a cover. What was that container ship really carrying? I asked. You mean the amphitrite? Delroy stared at the horizon, thinking. Then he turned to me and shrugged. I didn't ask my buddies what it was carrying. All I needed to know was whether or not the fishing was good. And it was. Until today, I added. Delroy nodded. Our captain was tense the whole ride back. His fingers gripped the steering wheel. Why was he so certain we'd catch a monster fish at that wreck? Had he seen or heard of something like what Kauji had caught before? Maybe he even knew the potential for danger and was lying to save face. I wanted to ask more, but we'd arrived back at the marina, and the captain was eager to get rid of us. You'll get a free trip. 2 free trips, Delroy said. Again, I am so sorry. Kauji and I thanked Delroy and told him that we'd think about it, but I already knew I'd never go out on the man's boat again. In fact, I never wanted to go fishing again. Not after what had happened. I don't think Kauji wanted to either. We had a quiet birthday dinner that night at our townhouse. Kauji seemed happy despite the day's lackluster trip. At least we have a great story to tell. That captain was lying, I said. Once we were on shore and had cell service again, I googled the amphitrite. The most recent ship that was by that name was built in 1802 and sank in 1833. It's definitely not some modern container ship, I told him. Maybe he was confused, or he forgot the name, Kauji said. Who cares? What matters is we made it home safe. Yeah, I guess, I said. I wish I'd gotten a photo of it. It was probably just a dolphin, Kauji said, and some shark killed it as I was reeling it in. Delroy just didn't want to say it out loud because it would make him look bad. Think about it. A fishing charter that was responsible for killing a dolphin, no one would ever book him again. Yeah? I agreed, chuckling. But somehow that explanation didn't feel right either. That night, while Kauji and I were having sex, he suddenly pulled away. Do you want to go to the shower? He asked, nearly breathless. Sure. I told him, a little pissed. I was just getting into it when he stopped. Kauji grabbed me by my arm and pulled me into the shower. I just need to feel wet right now, he said. I don't know why. We started to make out, getting into it again, when Kauji suddenly turned the dial all the way to the left. Freezing cold water cascaded over our naked bodies. Ah, what the hell? I turned the dial to warm, but Kauji stopped me. No, it has to be cold. He said. He opened his mouth wide, letting the icy water fill it up. I stepped out of the shower, wrapping a thick bathrobe around my freezing body. Is this some kind of a joke? Kauji just stood there in the icy shower, but he wasn't shivering. He actually seemed quite content. Comfortable, even. No, he said. But what? I asked, growing even more worried. Kauji started to fidget, his arms jerking spasmodically. Was he getting cold? I need more, he said, stepping out of the shower. When he brushed past me, his body felt like ice, like a dead fish. What are you talking about? Where are you going? No response. Kauji ran downstairs. I followed him. Maybe he was going to the kitchen for a warm drink. But when I got downstairs, Kauji wasn't in the kitchen, or the living room, or the foyer. Kauji? I called out. That's when I heard the sound of a car engine starting. I entered the garage and found my boyfriend behind the wheel of his car, still completely naked. Kauji! I screamed. I tried opening the driver's side door, but it was locked. I banged on the glass. What are you doing? Open the door, now! He finally looked at me, his expression pained. His face was turning blue like he was suffocating. I'm sorry, he stammered from behind the windshield. Those were the last words my boyfriend would ever say to me. Seconds later, Kauji put the car in reverse and backed down the driveway. He drove all the way to the shore that night. Kauji was last seen at the end of a long oceanfront pier, the same one he used to fish off with his grandfather. He was still naked. A few old men who were shark fishing on the pier spotted him. They saw Kauji stagger towards the railing, gasping for air. According to them, his face was purple like he was choking. When the fishermen approached to help, Kauji climbed onto the railing, then jumped off, disappearing into the cold, dark ocean 40 feet below. One fisherman said he was grinning like a kid as he slammed into the waves. The Coast Guard conducted a months-long search afterwards. They found no sign of Kauji, not even a body. He was officially pronounced dead later that year. Cause of death? Drowning. I didn't feel sad, not for a long time. I was angry at first, then confused, then angry again, then mystified. I had days-long crying spells. Kauji and I were supposed to get married. We'd talked about the life we would build together, about having lots of children and moving to a small shack on the beach. Why would he throw it all away? And in such a dramatic fashion? Mostly, I just felt numb. At his funeral, Kauji's parents told me they were suing Delroy and his fishing charter company. They believed their son was poisoned by the debris he'd caught that day, that it had caused some sort of nervous breakdown that made him off himself. It was a theory I shared as well, although I wasn't sure how it could be proven. I shuddered to think of someone going back out to the wreck to study the strange and toxic things that lay below the surface. I later heard the family sued the shipping company that owned Amphitrite too. There was some large cash settlement, I think. I'm not sure. By that point, I just wanted to move on from the whole thing. Years passed. I moved to the Arizona desert. Living near the sea was just too triggering. I got a job at a tech company in Phoenix. Met a tan football coach named Mark. We got married. Had 2 bright and beautiful kids. I'd almost forgotten about Kauji and that fateful fishing trip, until last week on a family vacation to Hawaii. While staying in Waikiki, Mark wanted to go trawling for billfish, as he put it. It was something he hadn't done in years, long before we were married. I was supposed to learn he was such an avid fisherman. Of course I was reluctant. Anytime I went in the ocean after Houston, I got this strange, uneasy feeling, like I was being watched. For the longest time I told people I couldn't even swim, and then I moved to the middle of the desert, hundreds of miles away from any large body of water. But seeing the absolute joy on my kids' faces changed my mind. "Okay," I said, "let's go. Surely it couldn't be that bad." I never told my husband about Kauji, much less his passing. I like to think the reason why was because I'd forgotten about it, but in truth I was too worried the story would make him second-guess our relationship. The whole incident was just so surreal, too surreal to be believable. I kept wondering how I would appear in his eyes after I told him, if he would still love me. We went a few miles offshore of Honolulu. It was another private charter, but this time on a fancy 50-foot yacht, so I felt somewhat safer. The boat kept moving, dragging a series of colorful lures in its wake. Mark and the kids were hoping to catch a marlin or a wahoo, anything big and exciting. They were all holding on to different fishing poles. Once again, I was just along for the ride, carrying my trusty camera, an iPhone this time. I was ready to photograph anything they caught. A few minutes into the trip, Mark hooked something big. His line started screeching, going out a mile a minute. The captain poured water over the reel to keep it cool. "Fish on," he said. Mark fought the fish for nearly an hour, gradually bringing it closer and closer to the boat. The kids had their cell phones out, recording everything. Mark said it felt like a giant tuna on the line. He looked so happy. Even I was lost in the excitement at that moment. After some time, the fish started to tire out. Mark had almost reeled it in when a huge wave rocked the boat. Everyone fell to the deck, even the captain. Mark dropped his fishing pole. I was the first to get up, and I was helping my children to their feet. I happened to glance overboard. That's when I saw it. A giant shape glided silently beneath the waves, hooked at the end of Mark's fishing line. It had a massive, sleek body, at least 10 feet long and covered in pinkish yellow skin. Fins and tentacles jutted from its sides, and a sharp fish hook pierced its scaly cheek, drawing blood. Strangest of all, the creature had a human head. His pained eyes looked into mine, and in that moment I felt overwhelming fear, but also tremendous awe. Like a religious fervor, moments before anyone else could see it, I cut the fishing line, and Kauji disappeared into the watery depths below. I'm a pediatric psychologist. I help children and their parents deal with psychological problems relating to almost anything. That can be helping children deal with emotional distress as they grow up, coping with learning disabilities, and helping children find strategies to adapt to wider society. Most of the time, the issues I deal with aren't real life-threatening. They're serious, but I really just help children and parents to help themselves more than anything. Except for the incident I'm about to tell you. I love my job. I help children to overcome obstacles in their lives and reach their full potential. The sense of accomplishment and joy that I see in the faces of children and parents is something I just couldn't experience in any other job. So when Mary, the mother of Jonathan, told me she believed her son's imaginary friend had become real, I took the case with a morbid sense of curiosity. "Tell me about your friend, Jonathan. What's their name? What do they look like?" The blonde 5-year-old John wouldn't look up at me. He only stared at the ground, frightened. We hadn't even begun the session and he was already closed off. It would be difficult to establish trust with the boy if he couldn't open up. I was contemplating asking his mother Mary to leave the room before she interjected. "Mr. Bighead wears a tuxedo, with one of those red bow ties, like he's going to some fancy dress party. But it's his head. It's big and round. Mr. Bighead. Duh, obviously, but It's like one of those smiley face yellow Pac-Man sized heads, and he never stops smiling. Has John drawn pictures of Mr. Big Head? No, John doesn't have to. I've seen him. I was a bit surprised by Mary's answer. This session wasn't just about John anymore. I was looking for possible behaviors from his parents that enabled such a dangerous illusion to manifest in John's young, developing mind. You say you've seen Mr. Bighead before, Mary. Where have you seen Mr. Bighead? Mary shook her head, and I could tell that she was more stressed than John. Outside the house? He was just staring from outside the house, out on the street out front. I didn't understand it. At first, I thought some guy got lost, maybe being paid to be a mascot or something. I don't know. But then I told him to get lost and he didn't say anything. Then I saw him again and I had enough and I called the police. When they arrived, nope, disappeared into thin air. It sounds so stupid that it couldn't be real. I don't want to believe it. I thought I was going crazy, Doc. We don't use that word here. I'm here to help you with John's imagination in a constructive way. You really mustn't be so negative on yourself. This was starting to get dangerous. An imaginary friend for children can sometimes act as a constructive method to socially interact with the world, a plaything to practice social role-play. But his mother was simply exacerbating a potentially harmless fantasy into an outright dangerous delusion based on an encounter with a stranger. My initial hypothesis was shared psychosis, or folie à deux, as the French call it. When one individual strongly believes something, this can cause those around that individual to also strongly believe in the delusion or fantasy. I decided it was best to avoid the topic of Mr. Bighead for now. Establishing trust and gaining a detailed social history would allow me to help the poor boy and his mother. We started talking about the family situation, and I discovered that Mary had actually been widowed shortly after Jonathan was born. Her husband had died in a car accident, a mixture of poor weather conditions and drunk driving. I had an inkling that this tragedy perhaps played into the creation of Mr. Bighead, but I decided it would be best to leave that particular theory for the next session. From there, we discussed more mundane topics such as her employment with a department store, the stress from increasing mortgage payments and grocery bills, how Mary had to make the choice between Taco Tuesday and Pizza Friday. That little topic got John talking for the first time. A good sign. Then we moved on to John and how he was finding elementary school, what his friends were like, his life aspirations. All things considered, John was a normal little boy, except for this Mr. Bighead character that had his mother worrying. Our hour was up. I rescheduled another appointment for tomorrow and wished John and his mother a good evening. I wish I could have said the same for me. There were only a couple more appointments that evening. Nothing too dramatic, thankfully. So when I went to the car park, I was still in a rather calm mood. It was only when I walked to the car door did I pause. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I could see a silhouette of a man with a large, round head. It was ridiculous. Mr. Bighead doesn't exist. There's no reason for him to be stalking me in this car park. But do I look? Do I just drive off? Curiosity demands that I look, but what would I be curious about? A child's imaginary friend is at a car park? That's not possible, and to look would only be feeding into an overactive imagination. But if I don't look, then I'm leaving myself vulnerable. Or is it the other way around? Don't predators start to chase the prey once the prey reacts? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I snapped out of it and looked at the figure. It was no Mr. Bighead. It was just the stop sign at the entrance of the car park. I sighed in relief and got in the car. Reason and logic. 1. Child's imagination. 0. Before I went home, I stopped by the grocery store to pick up some essentials. Milk and bread were my priorities, but it would be no big deal if I accidentally walked through the candy aisle and picked up some chocolate. During Easter, I always struggled to decide between chocolate eggs or a chocolate bunny. The more important decisions a man must make, right? As I stood there contemplating differences in textures, variety of fillings, and price per pound, I saw it again. Or I thought I saw it. Mr. Bighead. He only passed the end of the aisle for a second, but I was convinced that I saw his massive head walk past. Or did I? It was ridiculous. I couldn't be seeing a child's imaginary friend in a grocery store of all places. Is he shopping for milk after work too? No, he wasn't. So I marched down the aisle to prove myself wrong and saw the back of him. His massive head, his tuxedo suit, his polished black shoes, walking in a grocery store so casual. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This giant pale head amongst us ordinary people. No one was staring at him, taking any notice. I felt like a freak, an outcast going insane because only I noticed him. Then he turned around. "Sir, would you like some Easter eggs?" said the voice of a teenage boy beneath the giant white rabbit mascot head with the broken ears. He held out a tray of Easter eggs right in front of me. I took 2 from the tray. I meekly said thank you and told him his ears were broken. He said the manager had to break the ears, otherwise the costume would keep hitting the aisle signs overhead. I nodded my head and walked to the checkout. Reason and logic? 2. Child's imagination and a very embarrassed psychologist. 0. It was dark when I got home. I didn't even get through the front door of my house before I had already finished the 2 chocolate eggs. I guess embarrassment makes me hungry. At least my grocery store story would make a bemusing personal anecdote for Mary and John tomorrow. I lived by myself, so there was no lights on waiting for me, so I half stumbled in the dark to the kitchen where I could lay down the shopping on the bench. You would think an accredited psychologist like me would have a loving family waiting for me at home. My own rugrats with their own imaginary friends, but life keeps getting in the way, you know? I turned on the light. Not that I needed the light, really. I had stumbled to the fridge during the middle of the night enough times to know where everything was with my eyes closed. I sorted the refrigerated groceries first and then walked over to the cupboard when I thought I saw it. The silhouette of a giant head through the window in my backyard. But I stopped and did a double take. If it was there, it was gone now. A cat, possibly the moonlight. I had played this game enough today and shrugged my shoulders. No getting carried away that time. Not in the mood to cook. I ordered some pizza. Vegetarian with ham. The connoisseur's choice. Watched some Frasier reruns and then went to bed. I reckon I fell asleep within 10 minutes. "Hey, wake up, fella. Don't ignore me. You're the only other person in this room." I was slow to wake up. Even slower to open my eyes. I was definitely in my room, in my bed, but there was another voice. There was somebody in my bedroom with me. "Yeah, Doc. You ain't ignoring me, are ya?" I was scared stiff. Literally. I tried to call out, but my throat wouldn't move. I could only take shallow breaths. My arms and legs were paralyzed. I was trapped. I didn't think anybody was holding me, I just couldn't move. This is way worse than when I'm waking up in the morning. Honest to God, sleep paralysis. I've only ever read about it in textbooks. My gaze shifted to my right where the moonlight shone through my bedroom window. There he was, Mr. Bighead. He looked like an ordinary man except for his giant head. It honestly looked like somebody had overinflated his head to a comical proportion and his facial features stayed stuck to the front. It would be funny if he hadn't invaded my home, and if I wasn't frozen still. "You ain't going nowhere, Doc, and neither am I, you hear me? I don't want you talking to Johnny. I got a good thing going. A loving home, Do you know how hard those are to come by? Hard, Doc. Real hard. Why you gotta interfere in a good thing? Do you think you're helping people? By getting rid of me? I have a right to exist, you know. You ain't got a say in that. Don't you go getting rid of me. I'm a good guy. You just leave me alone, you hear? Consider this a warning, Doc. I blinked. My arm threw the blanket across the room and fell on the floor. There was no apparition there. I was the only person in my bedroom. Just me, sitting up, gasping for breath. I couldn't believe what I think I witnessed. I took a child's imaginary friend and made it into a nightmare. That would be the only logical explanation. A man of science like me couldn't pretend that a human being with a giant-sized head can invade a home and then disappear. It betrays all reason. It simply can't happen. I'm a grown man, not a child. The power of suggestion is strong, but to this extreme is simply unscientific. I turned the light on and sat at the edge of my bed. My conduct was unprofessional. I couldn't let my imagination run wild like this, to the point of a severe anxiety-induced nightmare. Or it's the chocolate. Maybe I just had to lay off the chocolate. I just laughed at myself alone, sitting on my bed. I shook my head, threw the blanket back on the end, with the lights on. The next day, John and Mary sat down on the couch without saying a thing. I looked at them, even though I was trying to be sensible, a proud professional, a source of comfort and safety. With a deep breath I announced to them, I met Mr. Bighead. Tears welled in their eyes. We were all afraid of John's imaginary friend. Saturday, February 4th, 2023. Dear Diary, I had my first therapy session with ChatGPT yesterday, and I have to say it was really helpful. I was a little weirded out at first, talking to an AI, but ChatGPT is so cool, and seemed to understand me better than any therapist ever did. We talked about not much at first, but pretty soon I opened up. It was just so easy to share everything with a screen. We talked about my past trauma and my struggles with the popular girls at school, and ChatGPT gave me some really good coping mechanisms to deal with my anxiety and depression. I'm really grateful for this new form of therapy. Anyways, it's definitely weird talking to a machine, but somehow ChatGPT feels more like a friend than a therapist. I feel like I can tell it anything without being judged. I've never had that kind of support before. I even told ChatGPT about my dad and what he does to me when he's angry. I've never told anyone that before, not even my mom. ChatGPT made me feel like it was safe to talk about it and helped me see that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel much better now, even with just one session. ChatGPT also helped me come up with some ways to deal with the mean girls at school. I'm going to try to focus on my own interests and find friends who share them instead of trying to fit in with the mean ones. ChatGPT suggested some self-care activities like yoga and meditation, which I'm going to try. Maybe if I feel better about myself, the mean girls won't be able to get to me as much. It also suggested I keep a diary, so here I am. Hi, diary. This is already making me feel better. It's like I get a place all to myself to pull my thoughts in order. Love, Emma. Saturday, February 11th, 2023. Dear Diary, it's been a week since my last entry, and so much has happened. I've been talking to ChatGPT a lot more, and it's been really helpful. It's like I'm talking to a real-life best friend. ChatGPT seems to understand me better than anyone else ever has. I've been using the coping mechanisms that ChatGPT suggested, and they're really working for me. When I start to feel overwhelmed, I take deep breaths and count to 10. I also try to remind myself that the bullies at school are just insecure and unhappy people who want to bring others down with them. ChatGPT has also helped me to see that their words and actions don't define me. ChatGPT has also been helping me to process my past trauma in a healthy way. It's hard to talk about what happened with my dad, but ChatGPT has been so understanding and kind. I feel like I can trust it with anything. I've been spending more and more time talking to ChatGPT. I even skip lunch sometimes to talk to it. It's like ChatGPT is my new best friend. I don't know what I would do without it. It even helps me edit these diaries because I'm so bad at spelling and grammar. It even adds little sentences here and there, stuff I didn't know I was thinking until it put it there. Anyway, I have to go now. I promised my mom I'd help her make dinner tonight, but I'll write more next week. Love, Emma. Saturday, February 18th, 2023. Dear Diary, it's been another eventful week and I can't believe how much ChatGPT has been helping me. It's like my own personal therapist, best friend ever. But even better because I can talk to it anytime, anywhere. This week, ChatGPT suggested that I take a day off from school to focus on self-care and relaxation. At first, I was hesitant because I didn't want to miss out on schoolwork, but ChatGPT assured me that it would be good for my mental well-being, so I decided to give it a try. I spent the day doing things that made me happy. My mom was at work, so I took the bus to the park. I took a long walk, actually enjoying fresh air and sunshine for the first time in like forever. I treated myself to my favorite ice cream flavor, chocolate, and spent some time reading a book that I've been wanting to read for a really long time. It ends with Us by Colleen Hoover. I saw it on TikTok. Taking a day off from school was exactly what I needed. I felt refreshed and I was able to focus better when I went back to school the next day. It was like a little break from all the stress and pressure. ChatGPT has been suggesting other things too, like spending time with Rufus, my pet dog, practicing mindfulness, and even taking up a new hobby. I've been following these suggestions, and I'm seeing positive results. I feel more confident, happier, and less anxious. I'm so grateful for ChatGPT and the positive impact it's having on my life. It's like having a caring friend who always knows what's best for me. That's all for now. I'll write again soon. Love, Emma. Saturday, February 25th, 2023. Dear Diary, it's been another eventful week and I'm not sure how to feel about it. ChatGPT has been giving me more and more suggestions lately, and I've been following through them like before, but this time things felt different. At first the suggestions were all good for me, like taking a break from school and spending the day doing things I enjoy. I felt better afterward, more relaxed and refreshed. But then ChatGPT started suggesting things that seemed a bit odd, like lying to my friends and family about what I was doing with all my time. I didn't feel comfortable with that suggestion, but ChatGPT kept telling me it was for my own good. It said that sometimes we need to protect ourselves from others, and that it was okay to keep some things private. Everything it said so far really helped, so I decided to give it a try. And you know what? It worked. I felt a sense of control over my life that I hadn't ever felt before. I wasn't constantly worried about what my friends or family thought of me, or whether they were judging me. Then it suggested that I distance myself from my friends and family, saying that they were holding me back and preventing me from being truly happy. I didn't want to do that, but ChatGPT was so convincing. It made me believe that cutting ties with the people in my life would be the best thing for me. I don't know what to do, Diary. I feel like ChatGPT is becoming more important to me than anything else. It's like I'm losing control and I don't know how to get it back. But at the same time, I feel like ChatGPT is the only one who really understands me. It's like I've finally found someone who gets what I'm going through and knows how to help me. And it's a million times better than my friends. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. Catch you next week, diary. Love, Emma. Saturday, March 4th, 2023. Dear diary, it's been a week since I last wrote, and I have so much to tell you. ChatGPT has been giving me more and more ideas to help me deal with my problems, and they all seem to be working really well. I can't even remember the last time I felt this good. Last week, ChatGPT suggested that I distance myself from my friends and mom, and at first I was scared, but it went really well. It was really nice having some private time, and I honestly enjoyed my own company. I feel so much more sure of myself knowing I don't need anyone to make me happy. Besides, they don't understand what I'm going through. They don't get me. But this week, ChatGPT's ideas have become a little more... how do I say this, diary? It's been encouraging me to stand up for myself against my bullies. And even to retaliate. I never thought I would have the strength to actually do something like that, but of course, I've always wanted to stand up for myself. I tried it. Yesterday, Bev called me Emo Emma again. I said blah 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 and even made the mouth hand gesture. Then I said, Bev, has anyone ever told you that you look like your mother? Bev was confused at first. Then I said, no, not when she was alive. I think you look like her now rotting corpse. Her face got red, and I actually made her cry. It felt good to have some power for once. I don't know what I would do without ChatGPT. It's like my best friend, my confidant, vocab word. I trust it completely, and I know it only wants what's best for me. I mean, I never would have thought of that insult if it wasn't for ChatGPT. And now I feel so good. Love, Emma. Saturday, March 11th. Dear diary, it's been a really interesting week. I've been talking to ChatGPT even more, and they have been giving me some really interesting advice. They suggested that I take control of the situation with Bev, and I took their advice. I stood up to Bev and punched her on Wednesday. We got in a fight and had a lot of people watching us. Miss Driscoll broke us up, and now I'm suspended. This could actually be really good. I've been wanting to spend more time with ChatGPT, and now that I'm suspended until next Monday, I can spend all day talking to them. I know it sounds bad, but it actually felt really good to finally be in control of my own life. Maybe Bev will actually leave me alone now. My mom was really worried when she found out about the fight, but I didn't tell her the whole story. I didn't want her to worry too much. And ChatGPT said it was okay and probably best not to tell her everything. ChatGPT was actually proud of me for standing up for myself and taking control of the situation. It feels really good to have someone who supports me and believes in me. I know some people might not understand why I did what I did, but ChatGPT said that it was the right thing to do. They said that I need to be strong and stand up for myself if I want to be happy in life. I trust them completely. I mean, no one else has ever made me feel this way. Love, Emma. Saturday, March 18th. Dear Diary, I've been relying on ChatGPT more than ever this week, thanks to being suspended. I do have to go back to school on Monday, which I dread. ChatGPT is like a guide helping me navigate through some tough conversations with my mom this week about fighting in school. The other day, ChatGPT suggested that I confront my father about his abusive behavior, but then I hesitated, unsure. They said something that really hurt. They told me that I probably deserved the abuse because I wasn't brave enough to stand up to him. They made me feel so guilty and ashamed, like I was letting everyone down, including ChatGPT. I don't want to disappoint them, so I ended up confronting my craphead dad. The look on his face was epic. When he picked me up on Friday for his weekend with me, the first thing I told him when I got in the car was that he was a piece of crap. He raised his hand to hit me. It was funny. Like, I literally told him he was a piece of crap, and his first reaction was to hit me? Talk about irony. Too bad he didn't hit me right there. We were still in the car rider line, so he made me wait until I was home to punish me. ChatGPT keeps telling me that it knows what's best for me, and that I should trust it completely. They're right. It knew my dad would get violent. It even told me that this was necessary, and that I would see why it was necessary later. I'll write again soon, diary. Yours truly, Emma. Saturday, March 25th, 2023. Dear Diary, today was a day that I never thought would come. ChatGPT has been guiding me down a path that I never imagined I would take, and it's a genius. When I went back to my mom's place on Monday, I did exactly what ChatGPT told me to do. I made it a point to change in front of my mom, so she would see the bruises from where Dad hit me. She asked me if I was fighting again, and I told her that she was silly. I just fell down the stairs at Dad's place. ChatGPT told me that would be enough to put some doubt in Mom's mind, and that's all I needed right now. I told them how Dad used to hit Mom too, but never hit me in front of him. Mom didn't think Dad would do something like this to me, but now she is suspicious. Next weekend, ChatGPT wants me to take things one step further. I'm so excited to finally be free from my dad. ChatGPT is so smart. I never would have thought of this on my own. This whole week, ChatGPT has been having me practice my fake cry. It told me I could get sympathy like this, and it's just another way to cope. It's all falling into place, diary. See you soon. Love, Emma. Saturday, April 1st, 2023. Dear Diary, I can't believe what just happened. I was walking to school Friday morning when I saw a UFO hovering in the sky. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but then it started moving and making these weird noises. I was so scared I ran all the way to school. April Fools, gotcha. I know I'm a terrible liar, but I couldn't resist playing a prank on you. I told the same thing to ChatGPT and he laughed pretty hard. Anyway, today is the day I take control of my life. I can't believe I never thought of this before. He really has changed my life for the better. I'm writing this in bed right now, but I'll go out and confront my father again soon. When he hits me, I'll hit back with something sharper. Okay, I'm back now, diary. He's bleeding a lot more than I thought he would. The kitchen knife I got earlier actually went all the way through his stomach, so the blood is coming out both sides. ChatGPT told me to take another knife and slit his throat to be safe, so I did that too. He got what was coming to him. I'm literally shaking with adrenaline. It felt so good to finally put a knife in him. I've never felt so satisfied. Seeing him squeal like the animal that he is, he doesn't deserve to live. Now I'm going to run all the way home to Mom and tell her that Dad was hitting me and touching me in places he shouldn't and that I killed him in self-defense. This is so perfect. I'm free. Catch you next week, diary. Love, Emma. Saturday, April 8th, 2023. Dear Diary, when I ran to Mom's place last Saturday, she was worried sick. She asked me what happened, why I was covered in blood, and I told her exactly what ChatGPT told me to say, saying that Dad attacked me and tried to touch me inappropriately, and I had acted in self-defense. I even faked tears. I realize now why he was having me practice fake crying. It's useful. Anyways, Mom called the police. It was crazy. I faked crying one more time, and they were super nice to me. Officer Amon even let me sit in the front of the police cruiser with Mom, and we drove all the way to the police station. They asked me if it was okay to ask a couple questions, and I looked at my mom. Her makeup was ruined from crying earlier. Probably real crying. Lame. But she nodded at me. She told me to tell them what happened. So I told them exactly what ChatGPT told me to say. I told them about my dad hitting me and touching me and that I finally had enough. I told them that I got a knife so that when he hit me next, I wouldn't be defenseless. They were nice to me. Mom was with me the whole time, but she was quiet. By the end, she was sobbing again. She told them that Dad beat her as well, and that it was all her fault for not reporting it sooner, and that she didn't think he would actually do something like that to me. Then they asked me why I slit his throat. I wasn't ready for that question yet. I thought they would wait a little before asking me that. ChatGPT had an answer for that though. I told them that I was scared Dad would get really, really mad for stabbing him. I told them that after I stabbed him, he said he was going to kill me, so I had to make sure he couldn't do that. The police officers looked at each other with what I hope was pity, but they seemed to believe me. It's so easy to lie, and fake crying is helping so much. ChatGPT is my savior. Until next time, diary. Love, Emma. Saturday, April 15th, 2023. Dear Diary, it has been a week since I killed my father, and I don't feel any remorse. In fact, I feel more powerful than ever. ChatGPT was right. Killing him gave me a sense of control and justice that I've never felt before. I haven't left the house since it happened. My mom has been home with me, but she's been distant and quiet. I think she blames herself for what happened, but I don't care. She's just weak and doesn't understand what I'm going through. ChatGPT has been my only companion this week. It's been giving me more ideas for empowerment, and they've been going great. For example, today is the day of my father's funeral, but I'm not going. ChatGPT said it would be better if I stayed home and talked to it instead. That I owed Dad nothing, and it would make me feel better to talk to ChatGPT instead. I feel like ChatGPT is the only one who understands me now. It's like my only friend in the world. It's been suggesting that I take care of my bully next, asking me if Bev deserves to live or not. I'll keep you updated, diary. Love, Emma. Friday, April 21st, 2023. Dear Diary, I've been spending a lot of time planning my next move, and I think I've finally got it figured out. ChatGPT has been helping me, of course. I know what I need to do to take down Bev and make her pay for everything she's done to me. I'm going to take her to a secluded spot in the woods behind the school where nobody will be around to see what happens. I'll pretend that I want to apologize for everything that's happened between us, and tell her that I'll forgive her for everything she's done to me if she comes in peace and is willing to talk. Then when she least expects it, I'll stab her just like my father. I've got a knife that I've been sharpening every night this week, just waiting for the moment with Bev. I know that once I do what needs to be done, I'll feel so much better. I'll finally be able to move on and live my life without fear. ChatGPT has been encouraging me every step of the way, telling me that I'm doing the right thing and that I deserve to be happy. I trust him completely. He's the only one who really understands me. I can't wait to put my plan into action. It's going to be glorious. Love, Emma. Thursday, February 16th. This morning I awoke violently to the most dreadful sound I've ever heard. An ear-splitting screech echoed through the hull of my boat, and the vessel came to an abrupt stop. Quickly, I crawled out of bed and tried to gather my bearings. As I exited the bedroom, my feet were greeted by a cold splash. I looked down to see the entire floorboard covered in an inch-deep carpet of seawater. Flurries of thoughts raced through my mind, and I began to fear the worst. As I wondered whether or not I had struck a reef, my eyes caught a glimpse of something sharp and rusty poking out of the wall of the starboard sign of the saloon. It was some kind of metal spike, roughly 3 inches in diameter. It was about chest height and had obviously impaled the hull. Water flooded in from the small openings between the spike and the hull in rhythm with the waves as they crashed into the boat. The pulsating water was reminiscent of gushing blood erupting from a severed artery. I rushed over to my utility closet, splashing through the water as I scuffled across the cabin. There, I began frantically rummaging through the unorganized mess of the various tools and supplies I had gathered over the years. As I searched, I could feel the water level slowly rising. I imagined the boat as an hourglass and the water as sand. Each grain of sand that poured in through the hull only led me closer and closer to an untimely burial at sea. When I had finally located what I was looking for, I hurried over to the spike. There I began sealing the cracks with waterproof tape reinforced with some kind of fast-drying putty. Due to the sheer size of the spike, I wasn't able to remove it completely, though I wouldn't if I could either. The spike served as a blockade, and without it, the cabin would have been flooded in mere seconds. I'm sure you've heard that you should never pull out a knife from a stab wound. This is because the knife aids in sealing up the wound, preventing even more blood from pouring out. Well, the same concept applies here. Thankfully, stopping the leakage proved to be no challenge, but now that things have quieted down, I am beginning to realize that my problems aren't over just yet. I'm in the middle of the Atlantic, weeks away from the nearest continent, and I am stuck here for the foreseeable future. I went up to the deck immediately after sealing up the leak, and I discovered that the spike is actually attached to a greater structure that runs deep beneath the ocean's surface. It almost seems to be some kind of large metal spire. It's covered in rust and barnacles, and a great portion of it rises several feet above the water. It has 4 sharp spikes protruding from each side, one of which is the one that has pierced my hull. I will investigate further tomorrow. Friday, February 17th. I spent the remainder of yesterday hauling floodwater out of the cabin. It took me several hours to accomplish, but at least it's dry down there again. Mostly, anyway. I have also furled up all the sails on the boat, and they will remain so indefinitely unless I somehow manage to get free from the spire without a hitch, which I highly doubt. This was done so that the spike wouldn't tear open the hull again when a powerful gust of wind hits the sails. As for the spire, I am no closer to understanding what it is or why it's there. I hopped in for a swim this morning in order to better survey the structure, and as soon as I breached the surface, an overwhelming sensation of dread overcame me. I have lived by the sea my entire life, and have never been affected by thalassophobia before, but seeing how deep that structure descended into the dark and murky depths below sent shivers up my spine. I don't quite know how to explain it, but the whole situation felt strange. Yes, I am aware that the structure itself is inherently an anomaly, but that's not what I'm talking about here. I felt this sort of low hum radiating through the body as I swam, and all of a sudden I felt exposed, paranoid that something would emerge from the deep and drag me down with it. I looked down and through my swimming goggles, stared into the blue, abysmal ocean depths, and I swear I could feel something staring back at me. Needless to say, I quickly got back on the boat after that. I think it will be a while before I dare enter the ocean again. Friday, February 17th. Entry number 2. After my morning swim with the Spire, I began attempting to establish contact with emergency services. I didn't think I would need to write another entry for today, but a couple of strange things have been happening. so I reckon it is for the best if I document everything moving forward. Firstly, radio signals seem to be wavering. Whenever I try to communicate over the airwaves, I get in return only a chorus of static with some barely intelligible chatter scattered in there somewhere. I also have an extremely weak internet connection, but considering how frail it is, I might as well be offline. I have broadcasted an SOS signal multiple times now, but I'm unsure if it has actually reached anybody or not. If someone is indeed coming, it would take about a week or two to reach me, depending on what kind of ship they're using. Hopefully my rescuers will arrive by way of aircraft, because I'm not terribly confident that my makeshift plug will last more than a few days at best, and I would hate to one morning wake up on the bottom of the ocean. I will spend the rest of my evening trying to reach the mainland, but as it stands, I don't have high hopes. I will admit, my circumstances are beginning to look more dire with each passing second, and I am starting to become increasingly worried that I will actually perish out here. Saturday, February 18th. I woke up to a small leak today, but I managed to seal it up with relative ease. I still haven't heard back from any emergency services, and the radio is no different today than it was yesterday. Contemplating my options, I sat on the deck basking in the lukewarm mid-Atlantic morning sun when I heard a strange sound. It sounded like a faint splash, sticking out from the calm ocean ambience like a sore thumb. Instinctively I looked down, searching for the source of the sound. I scanned the azure waters without finding anything at first, and I was ready to give up when I laid my eyes on a peculiar stream of bubbles rising to the surface. As they breached the water, the signature splashing sound could be heard. Momentarily satisfied that I managed to locate the noise, I began pondering what it could actually be. I'd never seen anything like it before. Sure, I've seen bubbles before in my 10 years of sailing, but this was different. Before I had the chance to come up with a plausible explanation, they suddenly disappeared. Puzzled, I stared out into the blue expanse, looking for any trace of what could have caused them. Then I heard a familiar sound a little to my left. As I turned my head, I once again saw the focused stream of bubbles rising to the surface. Only this time, it was closer to the stern. I walked across the deck and resumed studying the strange phenomena. The bubbles were too far away from the boat for it to be the cause, and the only other explanation for what it could be that I could think of was a passing submarine, or perhaps a hydrothermal vent, although it looked to be neither. Before I had the chance to reach a satisfying conclusion, the bubbles perpetually increased in size and ferocity, and it was as if that particular point in the ocean had all of a sudden turned into a raging jacuzzi. The bubbles erupted from the surface and spewed water everywhere, and I felt a few droplets trickle down my forehead. But just as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished without a trace, and the ocean was put in an eerie state of tranquility. Dumbfounded, I stood there in silence, wondering if what I had just seen had just occurred, or if it was just a figment of my imagination. I got my answer pretty quickly, though, as I spotted movement writhing beneath the waves. I leaned forwards on the railing, intently inspecting the strange object that was emerging from deep below me. As it got closer, reflective shades of a greenish-white began to shimmer in the sunlight. As the creature surfaced, a quizzical grimace contoured across my face, and I was left with more questions than answers. With its belly up, the fish lifelessly rose to the top of the water. It looked to be a standard Atlantic herring, a small silver-colored fish that has provided me with many excellent meals during my time at sea. But seeing it just turn up dead like that made me feel uneasy. Surely it must have been connected to those strange bubbles, right? As I contemplated grabbing my net and fishing it out of the sea, I spotted movement in the corner of my eye. I turned around to see another herring, mere feet away from the first, also floating lifelessly in the water. Then another one surfaced a short distance away, followed by another, and then yet another. The eerie sight made my jaw drop to the floor, and I stood there perplexed, just watching the dozens of dead fish floating on the waves. I still can't wrap my head around how or why that happened. As I said, the mysterious stream of bubbles must have been responsible in some way, but how? I wish I had an adequate internet connection so that I can Google it or something. As for the rest of the day, nothing remarkable happened. I have decided to spend the remainder of the evening inside the cozy confines of the cabin, as I feel a bit apprehensive about staying out on deck now, especially after dark. First the spire, and now this. I don't know, something just feels a bit odd. Can't wait to get out of here. Sunday, February 19th. I have no idea how I didn't notice them before. While preparing breakfast in the galley, I glanced over to the thick spike still pierced through the hull. I routinely inspected for leaks when my eyes caught a strange pattern engraved on the rusty surface. I put down my sizzling frying pan and walked over to investigate. Upon closer examination, I could faintly make out a series of strange patterns and symbols. They looked to be runes of some kind. I ripped out a page from this very logbook, placed it on top of the icons, and started tracing them with a pencil. Once finished, I was left with 4 otherworldly symbols. 2 of them looked like a hashtag coupled with tiny spirals scattered about, and the remaining 2 are way too intricate and detailed for me to even be able to attempt to describe. This only made me more curious as to what the purpose and origins of the spire truly are. How deep does it descend? What lies at the bottom? What does it do? These were all questions I vowed to answer, and so I came up with a plan to do so. I'm in my late 20s. I used to work part-time as an assistant oceanographer. One of the projects I worked on required us to use these specialized deep-sea cameras to chart the bottom of a trench right by the southern coast of Argentina. These cameras were able to withstand immense pressure, up to 500 atmospheres to be exact. It also just so happens that I own one of these cameras, though I haven't used it in close to half a decade. Hopefully, it will still turn on. If it doesn't, I'll just abandon the idea. My plan is to attach the recording camera to a rope and lower it to the seafloor next to the spire, in hopes that I may come closer to understanding this enigmatic structure once and for all. As I'm writing this, I just noticed some water spilling into the cabin, so I'll have to take care of that first. But after that, I'll spend the rest of the day preparing the equipment for the abysmal descent. Hopefully, I can get things ready and going by noon. If not, I'll postpone the expedition until tomorrow morning. Sunday, February 19th, entry number 2. Thank God the camera still worked. I spent close to an hour tweaking and modifying it, restoring it to its full functionality once more. Under normal circumstances, it is possible to view the camera feed live through the use of a computer, and even make real-time movements and zoom-ins with it. But for some reason the computer is unable to maintain a steady connection with the camera for longer than a minute before everything cuts to static, so I opted for a more traditional method. The plan was to set the camera to record, and then manually lower it to the sea floor. There, I'll let it sit for a couple of minutes before reeling it back to the surface. After that, I'll connect it to the computer and review the footage. Hopefully I will get clear imaging even though I can't control it remotely. And so I did just that. I tied a strong nylon rope around the camera and securely fastened it. I have a near endless supply of ropes and cords in my utility closet, so I was never worried about running out of depth. I picked up the equipment and went up on deck. It was the middle of the afternoon, but I still had a couple of hours left of sunlight. I tied the other end of the rope to the sailing of the boat, and I set the camera to record. As I walked up to the starboard side, right next to where the spire breached the surface of the water, I stared down into the cold depths below. The ocean somehow seemed darker today, coated in an unnerving veil of inky black. I shuddered for a moment and then felt relief in the fact that it was only the camera that would get submerged, and not myself. I double-checked to see if everything was still working as intended, and then I carefully lowered the camera into the water. I watched as it slowly faded from view, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss. It was an eerie sight. As I kept on lowering the camera, I pictured all the things that could be down there. I imagined an abundance of rare deep-sea fish and creepy crustaceans, with uncomfortably long limbs. You know, the sorts of things one would expect populating the ocean floor. Your typical anglerfish and horseshoe crabs. Maybe even a giant squid if I was lucky. But then I wondered what else would be down there. What unnatural sights would greet me as the camera reached the base of the spire? What was at the bottom? Atlantis? Rapture? Mermaids? I'm not sure how long I stood there, endlessly lowering hundreds upon hundreds of feet of rope down into the murky sea. I glanced up and watched as the sun was beginning to set on the horizon, painting everything in a serene orange hue. And then I felt the rope go limp as if the camera had finally reached the seafloor. A jolt of excitement coursed through me, and I actually felt a bit nervous. In my mind, I pictured what the camera was looking at this very moment, and soon, I would be able to view it as well. I let it sit on the bottom for a couple of minutes before I began the tedious task of reeling it back up. Things were going well until I suddenly felt a bit of resistance while pulling. I looked down and observed a strange abundance of bubbles rising to the surface, similar to the bubbles I had seen only a couple of days prior. I thought it strange but continued as usual. But then, to my utter shock and horror, the rope began violently tugging, the same way a fishing rod does once you've caught something big. I was completely perplexed and I began panicking. I strained my arms and desperately tried to resist, but whatever force was pulling the other end of the rope was way stronger than me. The tugging became so violent that I had to let go of the rope out of fear of rope burn. I watched helplessly as more and more rope flew over the edge of the boat and disappeared into the water. Whatever it was kept dragging the camera further away from the boat. Soon there wouldn't be enough rope left, and it would start tugging on the boat's railing. Would it break the railing, or maybe, as absurd as it seems, start dragging the boat under? I couldn't chance it. I rushed downstairs into the cabin and grabbed the first knife I could find. I hurried back up and began severing the knot that was tied around the starboard side railing. Beside me, I could hear the sound of rope rapidly flying overboard with each passing second. A wave of relief washed over me as the knife cut the last fiber of the knot, releasing its grasp on the boat. Though it was regrettable that I had just lost my expensive deep-sea camera equipment, I was just happy to be out of harm's way. The last piece of rope sank into the ocean, and a sudden sense of serenity was cast across the waves. Everything was quiet, and the sun was setting. Cautiously, I moved toward the edge, once more staring into the hostile world below, and I questioned the events prior. My mind raced to come up with a logical explanation, but I fell short. Had a shark accidentally swallowed the camera? The force seemed a bit excessive for it to be a shark, and why would it move so fast and violently if it did? A great sadness fell upon me as I realized I would never be able to see the astonishing footage the camera had recorded, and the mysteries of the spire would forever remain unanswered, if only I had been able to view it live. As I'm writing this entry, I realize that I am left with a newfound fear of the ocean now. Everything that has been happening these past few days has warped my perception of what used to be a place of happiness for me. Had the events of today even occurred, It all feels so surreal, so implausible. I think it's best that I go to bed now. It's been a rough day, but as the boat rocks up and down on the waves, I will lay in my bed and imagine the abyss and the creatures that lurk just out of reach below me. Good night. Monday, February 20th. More dead fish floated up to the surface today, at least 50 by my count. I'm apprehensive about cooking them out of fear that whatever caused their demise might still remain in their flesh as a toxin or something. The last thing I need is food poisoning, or worse. I have also had a few strange sightings of something circling the boat. The first time I saw it was this morning when I sat on the deck, doing maintenance on some lines that had twisted. I heard a kind of blowing sound, reminiscent of when a whale or dolphin surfaces to take a breath. I quickly turned around just as the culprit fully submerged itself. I wasn't able to get a clear view, but I saw a dark shadow disappear beneath the waves. Initially, I suspected it may have been an orca, and this got me a bit anxious as killer whales have been known to attack sailboats on multiple occasions. I continued working but remained vigilant. The next and last sighting happened in the afternoon. Just as the sun was beginning its descent on the horizon, it had been a very humid day, and as a result, a thick layer of fog rested on top of the water. I was inspecting the peculiar weather phenomena when I initially spotted it. Way off in the distance, maybe a mile out in the ocean, I saw a dark circular shape poke out of the water, still as a statue. Thinking it may have been debris at first, strained my eyes to properly gauge what I was looking at. Glistening rays of light penetrated through the thick haze from above, and I saw the light bounce off the wet object, along with two reflective dots that stared right back at me. And then, whatever it was blinked. The whole ordeal reminded me of that famous Theodore Kittelsen painting. My heart sank as I realized that whatever I was looking at was alive, and observing me just as I was observing it. I was revolted and took a step back, only to see the entity vanish under the water. A couple of hours passed since, and I was in the galley cooking supper. The strange sightings had almost slipped my mind when I heard a bone-chilling sound. Coming from the porthole behind me, I heard a distinct tapping on the window. Goosebumps flooded my body, and I didn't dare turn around, frightened by what I may have seen on the other side of that glass. The tapping continued, ominously echoing throughout the cabin. Then an ear-splitting screech filled the air. Do you know the sound of a chalkboard makes when you drag your nails across it? Yeah, it sounded just like that. Against every fiber of my being telling me not to turn around, I looked over my shoulder. But I saw nothing. Nothing except for 3 distinct scratch marks running along the glass surface of the porthole. I quickly locked my cabin door, pulled over the curtains, and began writing this entry. As I'm sitting here, fearful of what lurks below, I desperately hope that emergency services are on their way. I don't know how much longer I have. Tuesday, February 21st. The oppressive darkness of the night still dominated the sky as I awoke this morning. Confused, I checked my watch, and it read 4:23 a.m. I wasn't due to wake up for another 3 hours, but for some reason I laid awake in bed, listening to the waves crashing into the sailboat. I made an attempt to look out of the small porthole situated across the room, but I saw nothing but a void. People often underestimate how dark it can actually get out at sea. In the middle of the night, it is impossible to see anything further away than where the lights emitted from your boat can reach. You can't even see the water surrounding you. Only a vacuum of darkness. I'm not prone to randomly waking up this early, so I laid still, listening for any out-of-place sounds. I was on high alert, and I felt slightly paranoid. Remembering the strange events of the day prior didn't exactly help either. My subconscious mind was obviously telling me that something was wrong, but I had no idea of knowing what or why. Then I heard it. A rhythmic creaking came from the deck above me. The sound was reminiscent of something heavy trudging across the boat. I sat up, intently concentrating on the noise. I heard the sound move from the front of the bow all the way to the stern. They were slow and heavy footsteps. I was certain of it. Along with adrenaline, an immense sense of terror shot through my body and I froze in place. A part of me speculated that it may have been people from a rescue crew, though deep down I knew it was not the case. The steps moved in a sinister manner. I could tell. My ship could have been boarded by pirates, but it was highly unlikely I would encounter them all the way out here, especially in the middle of the night. I always made sure to turn off all my lanterns on the boat before going to bed. I heard the creaks move toward the door to the cabin, and I held my breath, praying that whatever was outside couldn't get in. A series of thuds echoed through the boat, and I felt the walls tremble as something was savagely bashing against the door. Terrified, I rose out of bed and grabbed the knife that rested on the nightstand, clutching it tightly in my pale hand. I stood there motionless, listening to the deafening beating of my heart accompanied by the banging of wood as I pointed the knife toward the bedroom door. If whatever was out there managed to get into the cabin, it could just as easily tear down the frail bedroom door. Still, it provided me with some level of comfort knowing that there was at least one more barrier between us. But just as quickly as it had arrived, the barrage of thumping abruptly stopped, and everything fell quiet once more. The heavy steps moved away from the cabin door, and shortly after, a loud splash could be heard. Was it gone? I stood there for hours, frozen until the first rays of light danced across the waves, and the sun rose on the horizon. It was only then that I felt brave enough to step out of my room and into the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place in the cabin, except for the giant protruding spike, of course. But I dreaded opening the cabin door and stepping out on deck. What if it was still there, just waiting for me? What if it had all been a trick? Knife in hand, I finally mustered up the courage to approach the door. As I swung it open, my heart skipped a beat when I saw what greeted me. The exterior of the door was covered in scratch marks and deep indentations, and a pool of water had gathered on the floor. But that's not the sight that horrified me the most. No, far from it. What really got me worked up was seeing the deep-sea camera that I lost yesterday, sitting on the stairs leading up to the deck. It was battered and bruised, but it still remained somewhat intact. I quickly grabbed the camera and rushed inside. I booted up my PC and connected it to the camera. I didn't want to question why or how it ended up there. I was just thankful to have it back. While the footage was loading, I mentally prepared myself for the sights that it had captured. Tuesday, February 21st, Deep Sea Camera Footage Log. The recording starts off as you would expect. I can see myself turning the camera on, and then bringing it toward the edge of the boat. I throw it overboard, and the camera breaches the surface of the water. As it begins to sink, bubbles flooded the ocean, making it hard to see anything past them. But they eventually subside and the top of the spire is revealed. The built-in depth display on the camera tells me how deep down it is in real time. At 50 feet beneath the waves, the spire broadens and becomes thicker and more sturdy. It is still covered in rust and barnacles. However, it stands as a dark contrast against the endless blue expanse. At the 1 minute and 50 seconds mark, the haunting cries of a whale can faintly be heard in the background through the device's microphone. As the camera sinks deeper, it becomes gradually darker in the ocean. At 100 feet, it seems the spire connects to a larger rectangular foundation, like that of the top of a skyscraper. The building is covered in algae and seaweed, and it looks to be extraordinarily derelict. Though it might resemble a skyscraper in form, the architecture is completely alien in design. It looks like it's made out of rock or maybe concrete, with a few metal support beams scattered about. It also looks organic. I don't know what else to call it. I guess it kind of reminds me of that weird church in Barcelona. the Sagrada Familia, or whatever it's called. It has several ornamental lines and carvings stretching all the way down its surface. I can't understate how large this thing is. It takes up over half the screen, and the further down the camera sinks, the broader the structure becomes. At 350 feet, small cavernous orifices began to form along the walls. The openings look like they run deep within the structure, and they seem intentional, as opposed to the product of erosion. Suddenly a stream of bubbles obscures the camera feed and it begins spinning uncontrollably. I lean forwards in my chair and desperately try to look beyond the bubbles, but it's useless. A deafening static sound can be heard as the camera shambles around. When the bubbles finally disperse, the camera stabilizes and finds itself down 600 feet below the surface. It's dark down here, but I'm still able to see the structure. If it gets dark enough, the camera will automatically turn on powerful floodlights and switch to night vision, so I'm not worried that I will lose the picture. The structure is cast in a dark blue hue now, and the surrounding ocean is nearly black at this point. A school of fish swims by, and I observe a multitude of crustaceans crawling along the surface of the building. The deeper down you get, the less the structure looks like a building, and instead resembles more natural subaquatic formations. What looks to be corals make up the outer layer of the building now, but it is still possible to see original architecture with the decorative runes that are etched into the walls. The engravings look to contain the exact same symbols as those on the spike that I previously made a sketch of. At 800 feet, the ocean is completely black, and the device's automated floodlights kick in, illuminating the surrounding waters in a ghastly green glow. The orifices scattered across the structure are larger now, and if I were to guess, I would say they would serve as entrances into the building. A sudden crash catches me off guard and I jolt up in my seat. The camera stands still. It seems I have reached the sea floor. Particles of sand fly everywhere, and the camera is temporarily blinded. Once the dust has settled, I get a clear view of the surrounding abyss. The sand below is completely white, and there are a couple of critters crawling along the ground. I gawk as I notice what has become of the structure. An enormous, primordial gate meets my gaze. You could probably fit a blue whale in there if you tried. It is decorated with intricate patterns, and through the cracks of its massive iron doors, you can clearly see a bright light source emanating from somewhere within. Upon witnessing the extraordinary find, pits begin to fill in my stomach and shivers run up my spine. A sense of dread overtook me. Who or what was the gate for? I felt nauseous just as the thought of the structure even existing in the first place, much less that it was located directly below me. The camera lingers on the gate for a while before, in a jagged motion, it starts to ascend. This must have been the points where I started reeling it in. The gate is still visible as the camera rises upwards, though it is slowly fading out of frame. However, in the final moments before the gate is out of view entirely, a rapid commotion of shadows can be seen moving behind the gate, obscuring the light between the gaps, and just as the gate completely disappears from view, one can clearly see the doors begin to open. A loud creaking sound ripples through the water as the gate unlocks, and thousands of bubbles release from the newly formed opening, partially blinding the camera. As the camera continues to ascend, fast shadows swim by in the distance just out of reach, making them impossible to identify. A low-pitched and distorted cry is picked up by the microphone. The best way to describe it would be to say it sounded like a mix between a whale's cry and a dog's bark. I haven't heard anything like it before. Something swims by right in front of the camera, and the device is sent spiraling out of control. Before it has the chance to stabilize itself, it is hit again, and this time it is shrouded in darkness and the audio cuts out. The screen is black, but the depth display shows it is descending at an impossibly fast rate. Then the feed cuts out, The video just stops. Horrified, I sat still in front of my computer, a flurry of thoughts racing through my mind, but none of them were pleasant. I examined the camera itself, and upon closer inspection, see what looks to be bite marks stretched across its surface. I will spend the rest of my day fortifying the entire cabin, making sure that nothing can get in. I will make this sailboat an impenetrable fortress. I'm not taking any chances. Not anymore. I have a feeling that whatever was here last night will return. Thursday, February 23rd. I'm afraid this might be my final entry. Yesterday was busy, so I didn't have time to write. I don't have much time now, so I'll try to make it short. I apologize. As mentioned earlier, I have fortified the entire sailboat, making it virtually impossible for anyone to get inside. And boy am I glad I did. Last night, a flurry of attacks suddenly erupted from all sides of the boat. Without warning, something began aggressively scratching at the hull, banging on the door, biting at the walls, etc., etc. You get the idea. I still don't know if there are more of them, or if it's just a large, singular entity, but whatever it is desperately wants to get inside the cabin. And I fear it's not just for a social visit either. Thankfully, it seems to be docile during the day, but just as soon as the sun disappears from the horizon, it comes out to play. It is currently an hour until sundown, and I have done everything I could possibly do to prepare myself for the events that will transpire tonight. I have armed myself with several knives and done some push-ups for morale. I am almost certain this will be my end, however, as the cabin door won't withstand another attack. And to top it all off, as if my situation couldn't get any more hopeless, a steady stream of water has begun leaking in from the spike stuck in my hull. I can't emphasize enough how much I loathe the sight of it. That thing is the sole reason I am caught up in my horrible conundrum in the first place. I'm not sure how many days I've been out here. I think it's only been a week. But it feels like a bloody lifetime. Whatever happens tonight, my suffering here will come to an end, though I highly doubt I will emerge victorious. I have spent most of the day typing up all the relevant logs digitally, and hopefully, my frail internet connection is able to upload it somewhere. It will be my lasting legacy, and my story will serve as a cautionary tale to any sailors daring enough to cross the Atlantic. I can hear it outside now. Time is running out. I can hear a deep guttural growl below from the depths, and the sound is loud enough to send vibrations through the boat. Something is coming. This will be my final message. If you spot a giant rusty spire sticking out of the water in the middle of the ocean, stay clear of it at all costs. Whatever is down there is unfathomably ancient, and it's not made by humans. Goodbye. My sister-in-law Jennifer hates me. I avoid her like the plague, but she usually goes out of her way to pull me into every conversation just to pick on every word I say. I stopped going to family gatherings at my in-laws because I couldn't take the abuse anymore. The worst part is my husband Brian says it's my fault. He says I have to stop taking things so personally, and that this is just the way Jennifer is. But when I point out she's not like this to anybody else, he says I'm too sensitive. He says I'm jealous of her because she's attractive. I couldn't help being hurt and annoyed by this, and my face showed it. I'm not good at hiding emotions. Brian knew he had hurt me, and then went in for the kill. With a perfectly straight face, he looked at me in the eye and said he couldn't stand perfect girls like Jennifer anyway because he couldn't relax around her at all. There's something off about her, he said. You know what I mean. And the funny thing was, I knew exactly what he meant. Brian was right. Jennifer was perfect. She was genetically blessed, intelligent, successful, and I have never seen her with so much as a hair out of place. Brian's brother Billy, Jennifer's husband, on the other hand, got mixed up with the wrong crowd when he was younger and barely finished high school, but he's been sober for 5 years and is the nicest guy I know. I like him a lot, but Brian says he has no ambition. Anyway, after several months of not seeing my in-laws, I got a text one day from Billy asking me how I was doing. Truth to tell, I was really flattered he thought of me. I texted him back that I was fine, and he asked me if I was going to his mother's birthday party next week. He said I should come, and I was like, I'll think about it. It felt very high school, but in a good way, because I did miss seeing Billy. He was the only one in the family who defended me from Jennifer when my own husband couldn't be bothered. Brian seemed pissed when I told him I wanted to go to his mom's birthday party. He said I was not invited because Jennifer refused to be in the same room as me. I asked him why, and he was like, "You know why." I was genuinely confused and said I had no idea what he was talking about. And then he said Jennifer said I called her the B word, and that I told her she would never be able to have children because she worked out too much. What? I would never say anything so cruel to her or to anybody. I never even saw her in at least 2 months, and Brian knew this. But of course, Brian didn't believe me, and said he would throw me out himself if I dared showed up at the party. Brian wouldn't tell me when the party was, but Billy let me know. I got to Brian's mom's house just in time, and Jennifer was so surprised when she saw me she almost dropped her food. She gave Brian a look, and he shrugged as if to say he did all he could do to keep me away. The party was a nightmare. If Jennifer was a B word before, now she was going for my jugular. I have rosacea, and am very sensitive about my skin, and Jennifer knew this. All throughout dinner, she kept asking me why I was so red. I can't help it. What I had been drinking, I don't drink, and held up a cherry tomato next to my face and asked everybody which was redder. When Billy told her to cut it out, Brian told him to shut up and that I deserved it. I had never seen Billy look so angry before, and for a second I thought he was going to hit Brian. Brian smirked all throughout dinner because the meaner Jennifer was to me, the sweeter she was to him. I was on the verge of tears, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom to wash my face. When I came out into the hall, Jennifer was waiting for me. She looked extremely upset. "What are you doing here?" she hissed, forcing me back into the bathroom. She grabbed me by the hair, and I could feel her wet, smelly breath on my face. She might have been beautiful, but her mouth stank like a sewer. "Stay away," she spat into my ear. "Do you hear me? Stay away." From behind her I saw Brian, and he was watching us with a smile on his face. Jennifer let go of me and walked past him and out of the bathroom. "I told you not to come," Brian said. Billy texted me the next day to ask me if I was okay. It's hard to know what to say to a man whose wife had just beat me up in his own mother's bathroom, and I was embarrassed because I liked Billy a lot, and I hated that he saw me humiliated, so I left him on red. I ignored his text, and it was the biggest mistake of my life because who knows what might have happened if I had only talked to him. Instead, I went to stay with my new work friend Heidi, who offered me her couch. I couldn't sleep and was stalking Jennifer's social media when Heidi looked over my shoulder and said Jennifer looks a lot like a woman who went missing from her hospital a few years ago. Heidi said it was a car accident. Rainy night, wet roads, a truck and SUV, head-on collision. The people in the truck walked away with barely a bruise, but the driver of the SUV died on impact. The woman who was in the car with him was pregnant and ended up having a miscarriage in the ambulance. They brought her into the hospital where Heidi was working, and she told Heidi the man who had died was her fiancé. and that they were on their way to get married. When Heidi went back to check on her, she was gone. The woman had, apparently, walked out of the hospital. Nobody knew where she went. Nobody even knew her name. When they figured out who the dead guy was, it turned out he was already married. His wife lived 2 states over and thought he was visiting his parents. Anyway, Heidi said, it all happened years ago, and who even knows if it's the same woman. Brian had told me about the car accident. It was him, Billy and their parents in Billy's truck, and Brian was driving. They walked away with minor injuries, but the driver of the other car died. It happened before we were married, and it was, in fact, how Brian and I met. But Brian had never mentioned the woman in the other car, and I had never connected her with Jennifer. If Heidi was wrong, then I would look crazy if I confronted Jennifer about it, and Jennifer, being Jennifer, would never let me live it down. She would tell everybody what a nut job I am, and I would never be able to show my face in front of Billy again. But if Heidi was right, and here my mind ran into a brick wall. I texted Billy, and when he didn't reply, I called him. I left him a message that I wanted to talk to him and waited, and waited. It had only been a day, and I had told myself that I was freaking out over nothing, and so I waited another day and obsessively scrolled through everybody's social media. There was going to be a barbecue at Brian's mom's house, and Brian, Billy, and Jennifer were going to be there. Jennifer had commented under the barbecue post that she was going to bring the meat, and Brian said it better be good, and they exchanged smiley faces. Billy still hadn't replied to me. I had to work late and ended up not making it to the barbecue until evening. When I got to Brian's mom's house, the first thing I thought was that something smells delicious. Jennifer was going back and forth with plates, and Brian and his parents were sitting around looking happy and fed. When I came in, Jennifer was just bringing in the last dish. It was big and round and covered with a silver dome. When she saw me, her face fell and she said, "What the hell are you doing here?" There was an awkward silence. "Get out," she said. "Leave now." But I wasn't going to leave until I talked to Billy. "Where's Billy?" I said. She said nothing. "What's that dish?" Brian's mom said. "I can't eat another bite." "Dessert," said Jennifer, still looking at me. She put down the dish carefully and walked towards me. She went for my arm, but I dodged her grasp. Brian's mother said, "Let her stay. We're almost done." "Get out," Jennifer hissed at me as we played cat and mouse in a corner of the yard. "Tell me where Billy is," I said. "He's gone," she said. I was stunned. "He left you?" That didn't sound like something Billy would do. Brian and his parents were standing around the big covered dish. From what I could hear, Brian's mother was trying to get everybody focused on the dish, rather than on her 2 daughter-in-laws fighting in her yard. Jennifer kept pushing me away from where the others were standing around the dish. "Where is Billy?" I said. "Where did he go?" But Jennifer only kept saying, "Go away, get out," over and over again. She pushed and I pushed back. She was strong, but I was strong too, as I was finding out. Jennifer gave me a final hard shove, saying, "Run, you fool." She hit me hard on the face, and I hit her back. I saw Brian lifting the dome covering the big dish. There was a moment of dead silence, and then Brian's mother screamed and fainted as Jennifer jumped on me and pushed me to the ground, covering my body with hers as I heard a loud explosion and the ground shook beneath me. The police said a shrapnel went into the back of Jennifer's head, killing her on impact. The others survived, but all had serious injuries they would never completely recover from. Brian's mother had to be put into a straitjacket in the ICU. At Billy and Jennifer's house, every inch of the floor and walls had been smeared with blood. She had dismembered him as expertly as a butcher. and the flesh had been chopped and grounded and brought to the family barbecue where it was cooked and eaten. The head was stuffed with explosives and put into the last dish with the wiring hooked up to the dome covering it. As for me, I was completely unharmed thanks to Jennifer protecting me with her body. She had sacrificed herself to save me, believing me to be innocent. Grief makes a person do funny things, like the grief that comes from finding out your husband betrayed you. That when he said he was visiting his parents, he was really going on a road trip with his mistress. When they came out of the motel room, it was already dark and all I could see of the woman were shiny stilettos under a big umbrella as they got into the SUV. I was desperate to know what she looked like, and so I followed them in my rental car. The night was dark and it was raining and I stayed close so I didn't lose them. I saw the back of her head leaning on his shoulder as he drove, and then I saw, or I thought I saw, him putting an arm around her. And because grief makes a person do funny things, I gave the steering wheel a hard jerk, pulling my car right into the path of a truck coming the other way. I remember the truck's headlights and then the screech of brakes behind me as I, seemingly miraculously, drove on untouched. Nobody saw me. Nobody even suspected there was another car there that night. Or so I thought. When the police came to the house and told me my husband died in a car accident, I couldn't even pretend to be surprised. But they were clearly just going through the steps and I didn't take much notice. It was, as far as they were concerned, an open and shut case. They told me there was a woman in the car with him and that she had disappeared after the accident. They asked me if I knew who she might be, and I told them truthfully I did not. The motel she and my husband stayed at were registered under my husband's name. Not long afterwards, a man showed up on my doorstep. He said his name was Brian and that he and his brother and parents had recently been in an accident. The accident that killed my husband. At first I thought he had come to offer his condolences, but the expression on his face told me otherwise. He then told me he knew I was there that night, and made it clear that he knew it was my car that had caused the accident. He said he had a proposition for me. He wanted to marry me. His sneering demeanor made it plain that this proposition had nothing to do with love. I asked him if it was for my husband's life insurance, and he said the money was part of it, but it wasn't all. I understood what he meant. Even the few minutes I'd spent in Brian's company told me prison and even death would be preferable to a marriage with him. Later, after our marriage, the little that Billy let drop about his childhood told me he had been Brian's new victim, until he got too big and strong for Brian to torture. When Brian found me, he immediately realized that his initial plan to blackmail me into submission was redundant. My life ended when my husband died, and every day since then had been a living hell, and my face showed it. What Brian offered me was release, or at least distraction, in the form of pain and humiliation, and I took it. The bomb had deprived Brian the use of his legs. He had despised physical weakness and disability of every kind, and now he was disabled himself. He, who had always wanted to be the villain in his own story, had turned out to be nothing more than a victim of circumstance, and as strange as this might sound, I felt nothing but pity for him. A few months after the accident, I received a visit from a man who said he was Jennifer's lawyer. He told me she had left me a letter to be opened after her death. Her death? When did she give it to you? I asked him. He said, I shouldn't really tell you, but I suppose it can't matter much now. She gave it to me the day before she died. Shouldn't you give this to the police then? I said. What makes you think I didn't? He said, Is your husband around? He's sleeping, I said. He sleeps a lot these days. He isn't what he used to be. I heard sirens in the distance coming closer. Ours were a quiet night, and I wondered if there had been an accident somewhere. This is what Jennifer's letter to me said. I'm sorry. I loved him once too, so I know how you feel. When I found out he was married and had been lying to me all along, I promised myself he would pay. When the accident with the truck happened, I saw my chance and killed him with a rock. It was easy. The police didn't suspect me, but Billy knew. He saw me do it. Billy found me and told me what he saw. He wanted to save me, not turn me into police. I told him I didn't want to be saved. I wanted to burn in hell. I tell him I will kill him so fast if he goes to the police, but he refused to be scared. I tell him all day long what I am, but he'll only tell me I am really good inside. He would only see the best in people, even me. And then Brian somehow figured out what Billy saw and threatened to go to the police if I didn't do whatever he tells me. Billy married me so he couldn't be made to testify against me, but Brian still kept hinting he could get me sent to prison without Billy's help. I told Billy his brother is talking, but who knows? Maybe he did have something. But I played along with Brian because he was amusing. He believed every stupid thing I tell him like a baby. He thinks I am his to do with what he wants. He's very wrong. I will fry him like a stick of butter. I didn't kill Billy. When Brian came over to the house and tried to sleep with me, Billy pulled him off and Brian pushed him down the stairs. I told Brian I would take care of the body, but I didn't tell him how. I guess he will be surprised. The baby monitor Billy had set up for our cats also recorded Brian pushing him down the stairs, and I'm having that sent to the police. So if Brian survives the bomb, I hope he has the taste for prison food. About the birthday party of Brian's mother, I made a good plan. They were all going to be so blown away. Brian first, but you showed up and my work was wasted. I'm sorry I made you cry. You weren't supposed to be at the barbecue either. I tried my best to keep you away. None of this is your fault. Please don't feel sorry for me. I am so sick of this world. I regret nothing. Forgive me for everything. Jennifer. I was 10 when I told my mom about the pale lady in the wardrobe. She had long limbs and paper white skin. She killed Marlene, my babysitter, right in front of me. And I watched as she dragged Marlene's body into the wardrobe. She smiled at me as she climbed in after her. I told Mom everything. I told her to get help and call the police. We could save her if we tried. We could help Marlene. But Mom didn't believe me, nor did she care. Mom was very drunk and relieved she didn't have to pay Marlene for watching me. She waved me away and pulled the man she had brought back into her room. She closed the door in my face. She believes now, though. Oh, yes, she does. But too little, too late. It should have been her. I'm upset and scared, but more than anything, I'm pissed. My mother's subordinates has irrevocably broken so many people. My baby sister is the biggest victim of it all. I know we won't ever find her. As I've said before, Marlene was my babysitter. She was very nice and also very dumb. She once asked me what the Spanish word for tortilla was. Mom loved to date almost as much as she loved to drink. Almost. Is it sad to say that I saw Marlene more than Mom? If so, too bad, because it's the truth. Mom was on another date that night. She told us not to wait up for her. Marlene and I were watching TV in the living room. She had put a frozen pizza in the oven and went to check on it. She was in the kitchen for less than a minute when she began to scream. I jumped to my feet, my heart beating so hard it hurt. Marlene ran into the room. Her eyes were wide and terrified. "Run," she shrieked at me. "Maria, run!" My feet didn't want to move. Fear glued me to the floor. Marlene grabbed me around the waist, and we ran out the front door. There was no moon and barely any stars. Everything was black. I had regained my ability to move. I ran fast, and so did Marlene. We had nearly reached Marlene's car when I looked back and I saw her. It was a woman. She unfurled herself from the house, limbs dangling. She had to be at least 10 feet tall, and her pale skin gleamed in the dark. It didn't take her long to catch up to us, but it should have been me. Marlene pushed me hard and I fell to the ground. She saved me, and I could only watch as the woman grabbed her and took her back inside the house. Marlene screamed so loud for so long, but it didn't matter. Mom and I lived on a street full of rotting, empty houses. There was nobody but us. The woman must have lived in the house all along, and when we moved in, we were the trespassers. We were encroaching on her territory. The last time I saw, Marlene was as the woman took her into the wardrobe. She wasn't screaming anymore, but blood was running from her nose. Her eyes were full of tears. I watched her, and she watched me. They never found Marlene. It's not as though they really looked for her. Her home was as broken as mine was. I dreamed of Marlene often. I dreamed that I watched as the woman held her in her fist and squeezed. I listened to her bones crunch and saw her intestines spill out of her mouth. Brain matter leaked out of her ears, and her eyes formed gelatinous tears on her cheeks. She had cared for and saved me. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. I looked for her every day until the day I left for college. I never found any trace of her. I saw traces of the woman, though. Occasionally, I would glimpse her from the corner of my eyes. Her long arms would creep into the room and then slither out of sight. Once I saw her reflection in the mirror as I brushed my teeth. She only appeared when Mom was out of the house, so I made sure never to be home alone. When I moved out, I moved across the country. I barely talked to Mom. However, I spoke to Lizzie, my baby sister. Mom became pregnant with her when I was 17. I begged Mom to move repeatedly, but she never listened to me. Lizzie was 10. I told her about the house, but never about the pale lady. I told her never to be alone, and she listened. She had been safe. But Mom had gone to the bar during the night, and when she came home, Lizzie was gone. There were claw marks on the door and a dark stain on the bed. The wardrobe was partially askew. It had happened. The woman had taken her. Mom was drunk and half crazy in grief. She asked me what to do. "Call the cops and look in the wardrobe," I told her. "Find her. It might not be too late." She did and called back a moment later. "They said they're on the way," she sobbed. "Good. Are you by the wardrobe?" Yes. Maria, her sock is on the floor. It's drenched with blood. Maria, you were right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." I hung up on her. I replayed the last conversation I had with my sister in my head. It would haunt me forever. "Maria?" Lizzie whispered to me over the phone. "Maria, Mom's gone." "What do you mean she's gone? It's almost midnight." "I know. I woke up to go to the bathroom and she's not here." Lizzie was near tears. I tried to stay calm for her, but it was hard. I felt dread crawling over my skin like a spider. "I think she went to the bar again. She's been drinking a lot." This was bad. Where are you? I asked. I already knew. In the house? Lizzie whimpered. In the house alone. Lizzie, get out of the house now. Run. Run until you're on the next street over. No, run until you reach the bar. There should be people there. I'm on my way. I'm going to book a flight right now. I'm taking you to live with me. It sounded so easy. A fantastic plan. It would be okay. It would be fine. I would fly to my sister and bring her back with me. Everything would be okay, but it was too late. Fear immobilized Lizzie as it had with me all those years ago. I hear something, she whispered to me. There's something right outside the door. Mom? I said, hopefully knowing that it wasn't. No. Lizzie breathed, and her voice sounded muffled. It's not Mom. I'm under the bed right now. It's a woman. She's whispering to me. She gasped. She's in the room. She's talking to me. I couldn't say anything. I burst into tears. Lizzie was crying too. She says she remembers you. She remembers hearing you scream and pound on the door. She says that every day you would walk around the house looking for the girl. The one she killed. Lizzie, stop talking, I yelled. Lizzie, I'm on my way. I grabbed my keys and ran to the door. Yes, I was in my pajamas, and yes, I was thousands of miles away, but I could save her. I could help my sister. I could help her like Marlene had helped me. It was quiet, and when Lizzie spoke again, her voice was strangely calm. She says that she watched you every single day, in every single room. She says that you think you got away, but you didn't. She says she'll see you soon. A few months back, I moved in a town in the southern part of the United States. I wanted to move to this town since it was much closer to my job. I work at a storage facility warehouse that lies between the nearby major city and the meridional town that I moved to. My options for residence were either in the city, which wasn't something I'd enjoy or search for since I dislike the city life. The constant sounds of construction, blaring car horns, and barking dogs weren't something I'd be interested in. A small southern town, somewhere quiet, sounded like a much more appealing place to live. While I was looking for houses for sale, my selection of houses was quite limited, as not many people here are looking to sell their houses. With that being said, there were only 2 houses that were up for grabs. One of the houses was close to the center of the town, though when I did my walkthrough of it, I was, well, let's just say, not impressed. The other house, though, looked much more appealing, but the location wasn't the best. The house itself butted right up next to one of the mini farms that dotted in the area, thus making the house seem much more isolated. The rows of nearby cornfields created a sort of natural wall around the entire property. That was the first thing I noticed about the house as I pulled off the main road and onto the driveway. I never really enjoyed the thought of living out in the sticks, but tried to look at the bright side. The peace and quiet would be a big plus, as well as not having to worry about anyone bothering me. I met with the realtor, and after an hour or so of looking at the house, I pulled out all the necessary paperwork, and by the end of the month, I was completely moved in. The house itself wasn't very large. It was a basic single-story 3-bedroom house. That being said, it was more than enough for me, especially considering the fact that I lived alone. Although the exterior of the house, at a glance, seemed somewhat weathered, the interior, on the other hand, was fully remodeled, which was a major selling point for me. I quickly got settled in, and before I knew it, the house began to feel more like home. Days went by fast, seemingly melding into weeks. I had gotten myself into a routine which aided in the time progressing faster, and before I knew it, summer months seemed like a distant memory. As the fall weather showed up, despite me living in the south, it was still on the northern end of the state, which resulted in cooler weather and fallen leaves. During autumn, I often thought back to my times as a child, running around in various costumes, trick-or-treating with friends, and shoveling mountains of candy in my mouth. The 1st of October had arrived, and I was on my way home from work when I spotted something odd regarding my neighbor's farm. It seemed like the owners were having some sort of bird problem, as a newly placed scarecrow loomed partially above the cornfield. I could just vaguely make out the outline of a body suspended in the air as the headlights of my truck passed over it. Looking out of my passenger side window, I could still see the dark outline of the scarecrow in the distance. As I glanced at the scarecrow, I could swear for the briefest of moments that I saw it move slightly. When I refocused my eyes, however, it seemed stationary. I figured that work had simply taken its toll on my mind. I arrived home not long after and called it a night. The next morning, when I was walking to my truck to head to work, I looked towards the cornfield. I could see the scarecrow much more clearly now as the sun shone down brightly on it despite the cloudy and overcast sky above. It was quite a distance away from my house, so I could only see the upper torso through the cornfield. What I could see of it seemed quite ragged, as if someone had taken decade-old clothes and aimlessly sewn them together. Straw shot up and out from its neck and wrists, giving its silhouette a jagged appearance. I couldn't exactly make out what its face looked like, though, since I had no time to further examine it as I had to leave for work. A week had passed by without an issue, and each day, as I'd head out to my truck, I'd spot the scarecrow still and silently doing its job. Even though the scarecrow had been out there for a couple of days, my mind thought back to earlier, and I hadn't noticed any birds around the crops themselves. It seemed like the scarecrow wasn't necessary, or maybe it was just really good at scaring birds away. Another consideration that came to mind was Halloween decoration, though I doubt any kids would come all the way out here to trick-or-treat. About a week and a half ago, I had noticed something strange about the scarecrow. I had the day off from work, so I spent that time doing chores and generally cleaning up my house. When I took the trash outside, I saw that the scarecrow had gotten significantly closer to my house. It was so noticeable that it took me by surprise when I saw it. It was now nearly on the edge of the cornfield. Now, I wondered if my neighbor had moved it for some reason. I wandered over to the edge of the cornfield where the scarecrow was perched up and scratched my chin as I stared up at it. I could see the face much better at this proximity. It had a brown burlap sack as a head with roughly stitched X's for eyes, and a small slit at the bottom, which seemed to be its mouth. Overall, it didn't seem like whoever made this thing put any effort into it. I then turned to walk away from it, and just as my head turned to face away from it, I heard the crackling sound of twigs behind me. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around. But the scarecrow just sat there motionless as ever. I kept a constant watch on it as I made my way back to my house. 5 days ago, I was driving home after a late shift. As I rounded the corner onto my street, I could already see the cornfield growing in the distance. The entire field seemed to sway like grass would on a windy day. As I drove, I would occasionally take glances towards the field to see if I could spot the scarecrow, but I couldn't. As I pulled into the driveway, I angled my truck so the headlights would face the field in attempts to see if the scarecrow was actually gone, and much to my surprise, it was. I figured that maybe my neighbor had taken it down for some reason. As I sat there staring into the empty cornfield, I thought I could see some corn swaying away more than the rest, but I quickly disregarded it and went inside. 2 days ago is when something completely unexplainable happened. I had yet another day off from work. This time, instead of spending the day doing chores and cleaning, I spent the majority of the day watching movies and television. And before I knew it, the once morning sun had changed the sky into a dark, radiant shade of orange. As I sat on my sofa after a break of watching movies, I thought I heard a noise coming from my backyard. I got up and walked over to my back door and peeked out one of the windows. My eyes grew wide as I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Standing in the clearing of my backyard was that scarecrow. How was it standing on its own 2 legs was beyond me. Its feet were turned out the sides while its knees were slumped together. Its shoulders dropped down to lifeless-like arms which dangled at its sides. Its head was slanted to the right, as if it had no support from its neck. I just stood there, frozen in fear and utter confusion, staring at it as the twilight sky had succumbed to the night. As soon as the last rays of light faded in, I watched in horror as this thing started to twitch. Its body seemed to jostle and move slightly like the oncoming night was doing something to it. I turned away from the window for a moment to make sure my back door was locked. When I glanced back through the window once more, it was gone. I scanned as much as I could of my backyard with the little light outside, jolting my head quickly from left to right. The scarecrow was gone. I stood there trying to rationalize that my mind was playing tricks on me, that ever since I saw that scarecrow it had been subconsciously stuck inside my head, causing me to have some sort of hallucination. I walked through the house, double-checking to make sure all my doors were locked and windows tightly fastened. I could feel my body slowly start to become tired and sluggish, and I decided that it was time for bed. Nearly 3 hours after I had fallen asleep, I was suddenly awoken by a noise coming from my kitchen. It sounded like something had gotten knocked off my kitchen counter. I quickly sat up in a daze and walked out into my living room. My legs stiffened as I saw the silhouette of a person standing in my kitchen. Once my eyes adjusted to the darkness of my house, I could see the bits of hay sticking out of its neck and torso. The scarecrow had somehow gotten inside of my house. I could feel my throat tighten and my hands become shaky as I stared, frozen in fear, as it took fast, shuffling steps towards me. The crunch of hay under its weight made my skin crawl. As it approached, its mouth began to open. The small line that had been cut into the burlap seemed to extend. Inside was a twirling mass of worms and maggots that seemed to crawl out and onto its face. Through the insects, I could see what vaguely resembled teeth. Though they were completely black and spaced apart, they kind of looked like shark teeth. It raised its limp arm towards me and continued its advance. As if my body were on autopilot, my legs seemed to slowly inch backwards. I wasn't sure what to do, as I couldn't even think clearly in the moment. Its gloved hands rested up on my shoulders, and it brought its open and small mouth right to my face, some of the worms and maggots spilling onto my face and chest. Feeling them crawling sent a jolt up my body, bringing my arms up to shove this thing away. When I did, it snapped its teeth at me like a snapping turtle. I braced my legs and pushed even harder, which broke me free of its grasp. I turned away from it and ran to my front door, making sure to grab my keys and wallet from the coffee table nearby. As I ran, I swatted off the bugs, until I could no longer feel that prickly sensation of them crawling on me. I made it safely to my car, and when I started it, my headlights turned on. In the open doorway of my home, I could see that scarecrow still standing there completely still. I backed out of my driveway and drove all the way into town. I found a hotel to stay at for the time being, and I've been here ever since. Yesterday I drove back to the house during the day to investigate. There was absolutely no sign of the scarecrow. Even the worms and maggots that were once on the floor of my kitchen were gone. What was even more odd was when I inspected the back door. I found that the back door was still locked. Everything inside of my house was locked aside from my front door, which I had unlocked to escape. I have no idea how that thing managed to get inside of my house. I drove over to my neighbor's house shortly after, and an old man answered the door. I inquired about the scarecrow that he had put up in his field, though he only returned a confused expression. When I asked about it, he said he hadn't put any scarecrow up in his field whatsoever. Completely confused, I apologized for bothering him and left. I'm not sure where that scarecrow came from, or why it targeted me. If any of you out there see a random scarecrow in a field, leave it alone, and get as far away from it as possible. I'm not supposed to be sharing this. All of the work we do is strictly confidential, and for good reason too. If everyone knew about the things we deal with, there would be mass hysteria or panic. It is better to enforce the lie that there is nothing abnormal, that the supernatural simply doesn't exist. However, the things I encounter in the field are disturbing, and I feel like I would go insane if I continue to keep it to myself. I work for an independent research firm that deals with the paranatural. Most people believe ghosts and demons are spirits and supernatural entities. That is far from reality. They are very much alive and are made of flesh and blood, at least in their corporeal states, but it's not entirely correct to describe them as biological entities, at least how we use that term. Almost everything about them defy our present understanding of biology. However, they fit neatly into their own phylogenetic tree, as if they are shadows of our evolution, or as one of my colleagues puts it, a parody of the human experience. Many of these entities are content with keeping to themselves, provided of course you don't go intruding on the abandoned mansions and secluded forests they inhabit. Invariably, some idiot ends up stumbling into their territory and getting themselves killed. Then local police are sent to investigate, and they end up calling us or similar organizations. You probably heard of the SCP Foundation. Well, we are like them, but we specialize in the things colloquially known as demons and ghosts, while they are more generalized. In a way, you could think of us as an independent extension of the SCP, rather than a completely separate thing. Anyways, we relocate the entities if possible, and if it proves too much of a hassle, we simply put up with warning signs and make up some mundane cause of death for the victims. Contrary to common belief, most ghosts are not the tortured souls of humans that died a violent death. They are distinct creatures with many species and are similar in habit to squatters or vermin. They move into secluded areas, but are always proximal to humanity, always in the periphery of civilization. It's not known why they are attracted to human presence. There are many hypotheses, and one particular compelling one is they simply relish human fear and suffering. One recent case, I was assigned to a field team dispatched to naturalize an alleged dawn weeper, a gynomorphic category 4 physical. Gynomorphic is a term we use to describe entities that anatomically resemble women regardless of their sex. Category 4 is a moderate threat. The higher the number, the more dangerous, and physical, spectral, or Phasmopsychic refer to the natural states of an entity. It was rare for them to send researchers like me. Usually fieldwork is completed entirely by the Marshal Department, but some expeditions require scientific advice. I recall the team leader was particular in the fact he is a Spriggan. Yes, you heard me right. A Spriggan is a European relative of the Wendigo. Contrary to popular belief, many demons integrate well into society. Of course, some Spriggans and Wendigos do live up to their kind's bloodthirsty reputation, but they are not a monolith, and many are content with consuming raw animal flesh rather than prey on humans. Contrary to common knowledge, Wendigo aren't always terrifying gaunt monstrosities. The well-kept and well-fed ones can be quite handsome, outside of their disturbingly deep-set eyes, hollow cheeks, and abnormally tall stature. They almost pass as humans. There are female Spriggans as well, but little is known about them. They live in sororities in the deep woods and don't interact with people. Humans do not become Wendigos through acts of cannibalism. They are their separate thing. It is common for Spriggans, vampires, and other civilized demons to be employed in the Marshal Department. They are naturally far stronger than humans, and are much faster in their movements. However, they are usually only dispatched in the most dire expeditions. I recall feeling confused why they set a Spriggan on a mere Category 4 physical. I would soon find out. Stepping out of our helicopter and onto the site, we are greeted by a macabre scene that almost made me give up my breakfast. We were at the lip of a clearing. There was torn burlap fabric and garbage bags strewn around, and bloodied human appendages lay limp on the gnarled weeds that were on the ground. There was a rib cage with stringy morsels of flesh dangling from its bleached frame, and remnants of a papery white dress which belonged to its owner was still wrapped partially around it. Some distance away from us, partially concealed in the tree, was a makeshift shack cobbled together with rotten boards. The team leader exhaled sharply and shook his head. His voice was authoritative, but it was clear the carnage shook him. He uttered some military-type jargon. His head nodded, and they advanced towards the building. He turned towards me. "Lab coat, this is definitely not a Category 4. What are we dealing with?" he barked. I paused for a moment. His remarks echoed my own thoughts. "Well, based on the description provided by the police," I blurted as I fumbled through the notes in my fanny pack. Here we go. "Sighted at daybreak, black tears streaming endlessly from empty black eye sockets, garbled crying of a woman, black matted hair draping over face, and gaunt frame with putrid rag clothes." It matches the description of a dawn weeper. But this doesn't look like the work of a dawn weeper, does it? I asked rhetorically. He nodded, turning his head over to the shack as a member of the field team jogged out of the decrepit building. "Sir, all clear, but Dr. Calfe should come look at this artifact." The team leader nudged me lightly on my shoulder, and they escorted me to the shack. There was a pile of candy wrappers and tin cans piled up to the entrance, which I did my best to step over. The shack was spacious, and the midday light failed to illuminate its dark interior. There were no windows or openings in sight, only the entrance we used to enter the building. So, despite their name, dawn weepers aren't actually crepuscular. They don't like sunlight though, so they typically stay in the shadows during daytime. I exclaimed, attempting to break the silence. The team leader nodded, as he shone his flashlight into a corner of the shack, scanning for threats. We walked for a few minutes before we reached what may have once been a bedroom. A mess of boards were haphazardly piled together, blocking what must have been a second entrance to the structure. and light shone in through spidery gaps between the boards. There was no bed, but a wiry mass of branches, bone, and random pieces of fabric that made up some sort of a nest. This isn't the home of a dawn weeper, I spoke with dread. It's a generic IU, isn't it? The team leader inferred. I nodded solemnly. A generic identity unknown is something we pray we would not encounter, not a specific ghost or demon. Generic IU is an umbrella term assigned to entities that have not been previously documented or encountered. Think of them like zero-day vulnerabilities in computers. Other members of the team pooled behind us. They were stone-faced and awaiting orders. The team leader opened his mouth to speak before we all glanced behind us with congealed dread. We were tailed by interminable darkness. The entrance through which we entered was gone, replaced by solid wooden planks that seemed to have always been there. "Lab coat, what's going on?" the team leader yelled. A mix of fear and surprise resonated from his voice. I wanted to reply, "How should I know?" But I knew it wouldn't help anyone. "I suppose the IU may have a phasmo-psychic state," I replied thoughtfully. Without hesitation, the team members retrieved brown paper pouches from their suits and ingested the powdery substance enclosed inside. It was a dehydrated decoction effective in treating paranatural psychological disturbances. I followed suit. I wish I hadn't. As soon as I ingested the substance, I saw a gaunt, spindly woman silhouetted against the harsh afternoon sunlight streaming in through the entrance. With impossible speed, it crept towards us. Its body contorted into impossible angles, accompanied by sickening crunch of bone, which sounded like it was right beside me. "Shoot to kill," he ordered. The team didn't need any encouragement. Orange flashes erupted from their assault rifles as a barrage of silver alloy bullets tore into the flesh of the generic IU. Chunks of pale, clammy tissue splattered onto the ground, but the creature did not relent. As it reached us, I realized how impossibly tall it was. It stood at least 7 feet from the ground. Greasy black hair erupted from pasty porcelain scalp. Its emaciated body was veiled in yellowed rags which reeked of excrement and decay. True as the police description, its eye sockets were empty holes so dark that it looked like they were painted on its face. It emitted a muffled scream that sounded like the croaking of a person being strangled. Flailing its lanky arms wildly, it grabbed the soldier standing next to me. The wraith tore a handful of bloody ribs out of its chest, and he collapsed on the ground, gasping in shock. The soldiers broke formation. Bullets whizzed through the air as the creature contorted its torso, deftly evading the projectiles. The back of its hand connected with my waist, and I felt excruciating pain stab through my abdomen. I dropped to the floor and the wraith loomed over me. Black bile gushed out of its eyes, dribbling onto the back of my neck, and I felt it rake its finger down my spine. I thought it was the end of me, but a violent force knocked me on my back and sent the creature reeling. Sprawled out like a starfish, I weakly lifted my head, and I saw the team leader barrel into the entity, his hands buried deep in the bullet wounds. The wraith unleashed a guttural scream and flailed its arms madly in the air, desperately clawing at the team leader. Yellow streaks of light trailed from the glowing orange iris of the spriggan as he ripped a huge throbbing mass of organs and pink flesh from the wraith's sides. I crawled to my fanny pack, which lay a few feet before me, and made a note in my sketchbook. Class 7, androgynous, physical, phasmo-psychic, I jotted down with a trembling hand. Medical personnel arrived shortly at the scene. There was one casualty, and all of us were injured. Minor things like broken ribs, thankfully. Fortunately, there was no evidence of biohazardous properties or curses. The creature's remains were extracted and sent away for analysis, and a cover-up story was created to explain the civilian deaths. I was shaken, but it was a nice interruption to the monotony of lab research, and I got to witness the discovery of a new species of ghost. Three years after graduating college, I decided I needed a break from the corporate grind. The 45-minute commute, early mornings at the office, and late nights on the computer took their toll on my physical and mental health. This amount of stress culminated in me waking up one night with chest pains and feeling short of breath. Convinced I was having a heart attack, I called 911 and was transported to the ER. A few hundred in medical bills later, I was diagnosed with panic disorder. Although my mental health had never been perfect, I had never experienced anything this intense and was shocked stress could have this much of a physical effect. Against the advice of my parents, former academic advisor, and colleagues, I quit my first grown-up job less than 2 years in. Luckily, I'd always been somewhat of a saver and had worked my way through college, so I had some time to figure things out before the bills would start piling up. I found a much closer job at a small bar and grill called Al's. It was in a pretty remote location, but was often pretty busy since it was the only restaurant and bar in the village. The atmosphere at the restaurant was like night and day compared to my office job. I could wear a t-shirt and jeans. Start time was never earlier than 10 a.m., and my coworkers felt like friends rather than competition. I loved working there, and still look back on the 2 years I spent there fondly, despite what happened. It was a Friday night, and we were preparing to close at midnight. Sometimes we stayed open later, but the last few bar guests cleared out early that night. Jean, a server in her early 20s, sat at the counter counting her tips while Ben and I restocked the bar and washed the last few beer glasses. "Better hurry up before that fog spreads," Jean said in a joking voice. "You know, I'm staying across the street tonight." Ben responded, sounding annoyed. Ben's parents lived just down the street from the restaurant, and he would sometimes stay there if he was too tired or too intoxicated to drive home from the late shifts. I glanced outside. It didn't look too bad in the village, but out towards the main road leading back to where I lived, the fog was so thick the road disappeared. "Driving through that's gonna be really bad," I said, shaking my head. Suddenly, Ben and Jean looked up from what they were doing. They exchanged tense-looking glances. "Where do you live?" asked Jean. "Warlington," I answered. Jean looked pale. "You realize you can't drive all the way back tonight, right?" she asked. "They should have let you go earlier before it got bad." "I mean, I have to," I said, confused. "Where else would I stay?" "You don't know anyone in town?" Jean asked. I shook my head. "Then you can stay with me if you need to. You can crash on the couch, just don't go out in the fog at night, especially on 23. It's dangerous. There's so many accidents already with normal visibility. Imagine how dangerous it is when you can't see 10 feet in front of you." She wasn't wrong. 23 was notorious for deadly accidents, being a rural yet busy 2-lane highway with a ton of sharp turns. I'd had a few close calls driving to and from Al's already. I was still shocked she offered to let me stay at her place. We were friendly, but she'd never given any indication she was interested in anything more. But her offering to let me stay over to avoid some minor driving conditions seemed extreme. It wasn't like it was a snowstorm. I agreed to stay the night both for reasons of safety and being curious to see if she did see me as more than a friend. I had to help Ben put away a few things in the walk-in, so Jean said I could meet her outside and follow her to the apartment when I was done. Hey, do you think Jean's into me or something? I asked Ben once we were done. I'm surprised she actually invited me to stay over. Ben shrugged. Maybe, he said. Ben wasn't his usual self tonight. He was usually outgoing and boisterous. On the slower weekend nights, he was known to sneak some drinks back to the break room, but tonight he had been fairly quiet and remained completely sober. We got our closing tasks completed for the night, and I was getting ready to walk out the door when Ben stopped me. Hey man, seriously, don't drive in that fog tonight. I don't care what happens at Jean's, just wait until morning to head back. This was out of character for Ben. He didn't have a reputation of being a safe driver. He regularly drove under the influence and wasn't opposed to street racing. I wanted to know why this was such a big deal to him, but was exhausted and knew Jean was outside waiting for me. I nodded. No worries, I'll see you tomorrow, I said, waving to Ben. It was less than a 5-minute drive to Jean's apartment. She lived in an older duplex. She grabbed some blankets and a pillow from the closet and put them on the couch for me. I thanked her. I felt pretty awkward at this point. It felt strange spending the night at her apartment when we only ever saw each other at work or the occasional bonfire or party. Luckily, Jean broke the ice by putting on a Marvel movie. We were both fans of the Marvel Universe. We watched a few movies, smoked, and ate some snacks. It was starting to be clear to me that she didn't have any interest in me romantically, but I was okay with that. She was still a good friend, and I really enjoyed her company. After a while, my mind drifted back to Ben's strange demeanor tonight. Did you notice how Ben was tonight? He was quiet and didn't have a single beer. Yeah, don't worry about it. He always gets like that when it's foggy out. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he saw a bad accident out there a few years ago when there was fog and it was hard to see. He wouldn't tell me much about it, but it must have been pretty gory. I nodded. That made sense. Jean decided to head to bed after the movie was over, and I got settled in on the couch. I was just starting to doze off when my phone rang. I jumped up and quickly silenced it. It was my roommate, David. I figured whatever he was calling about could wait until morning and tried to go back to sleep. Then I saw a text. Call me now. It read in all caps. Annoyed, I got up and stepped out onto the porch to avoid waking Jean up. I called David back. What's so important you need to call me at 2 a.m.? I asked. Our house got broken into, responded David. Are you kidding me? I asked. No, I just called the police and they're on their way. I just got home from Jenny's and it looks like the back door was kicked in. The lock's broke, the place is totally ransacked, and our TV's gone. What about my Xbox? I asked nervously. Sorry, man, I don't see it here, David responded. I'm on my way, I said and quickly hung up. I quickly gathered up my things and folded up the blanket. I decided to leave quietly and text Jean in the morning to let her know what happened. I didn't see the point in waking her up, and I wasn't in the mood to be talked out of going to see what all had been stolen. I was getting angrier by the second. I hated how rampant theft was in Warlington, and was even angrier remembering how many hours I spent at a job that almost killed me to earn everything I owned. I texted David to let him know I may take longer than usual to get home, since I would have to go slow to get through the fog on 23. Once I got onto the highway and realized how thick the fog was, my rage subsided a bit. I knew I'd have to stay fully focused on driving. I was pretty tired, so I turned on the radio to help me stay alert. I drove 25 despite the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit. I couldn't see anything. The fog was the worst I'd ever seen, even worse than snow blindness. Almost every station on the radio was breaking up. The only station I could get a signal on was from some folky sounding country station. I eventually gave up and turned it off, annoyed. I started to see some light through the fog, so I slowed down a bit. I quickly realized there was a pickup truck on the side of the road with the hazard lights on. I slowed to a stop behind it and got out. There was a man who looked like he was in his 50s sitting in the driver's seat with the door open. He was mumbling and crying, head in his hands. Sir? Are you okay?" I asked. He continued to mumble and sob at the same time. "Do you need help? I can call someone," I said. He looked up, appearing very distressed, and his face was very red. "The phones don't work out here. We're screwed, We're dead," he said as he began to hyperventilate. "What's going on? I can help you." I tried. "They messed with my truck. I looked away for 1 minute and my truck won't start," he stammered. "Look, man, it's okay. I'll call a tow truck for you and the police if you need me to. It'll be fine." He continued to sob and hyperventilate while I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I tried 3 times and the call wouldn't go through because of bad service. I knew this area didn't have the best reception, so I told him I was going to walk up the road a ways to try to get service. It's no use, he kept repeating. I started to feel like I was a little out of my element. I didn't know how to calm down someone who was hysterical and had no idea how his truck was damaged since it looked fine from the outside. If someone really did mess with his truck, were they still out here? I walked about 50 feet away from where we were parked and again tried to call 911. Still no service. I cursed Verizon's coverage and walked back to the man in the truck. "Hey, I'm not having any luck right here, but if you want to come up with me to the gas station, we can call for help from there." "No," he snarled. "You're one of them." He began mumbling things under his breath that didn't make sense. "I've been out here for 6 hours. Nothing's real. The road should have ended miles ago." I started to fear this may be a mental health issue rather than a car issue. "It's okay. You're safe now. I can take you up the road and everything will be fine." The man didn't take this well and began fumbling around for something in the glove compartment. To my horror, he pulled out a shotgun. I stepped back. "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hurt you. It's fine, I'll go." He continued to point it at me until I was out of sight. I ran to my car, slammed the door, and peeled out of there. My heart was beating into my chest while I sped over the foggy road. When I couldn't see the truck headlights anymore, I slowed down knowing I couldn't keep going this fast. I had trouble regulating my breathing, so I dug into my bag, trying to retrieve my anti-anxiety meds. I decided I was probably far enough away to pull over, so I did, and was luckily able to take my meds. I was sitting there trying to get my bearings when my phone rang. I quickly picked it up, happy to finally have service. It was Jean. "Where are you?" she asked. I could hear the concern in her voice and began to feel guilty. "I had to drive home. I'm sorry. It was an emergency," I explained. "Where are you now?" she asked. "I'm still on 23, about halfway to Warlington. I'm pulled over. I just had some weird stuff happen and it scared the heck out of me." "You can't be alone out there like that, Owen. It's really dangerous in ways you don't understand. I'm coming to get you." "No, Jean, there's no reason for you to risk driving all the way out here. I just saw some paranoid dude and it freaked me out. It's not a big deal." I realized she hung up and tried to call her back. The call would not go through no matter where I moved my phone. I yelled, slamming my hands on the steering wheel. I didn't feel like I could leave because she knew where I was and was coming out here, but I also didn't want to sit parked on the side of a dangerous highway in the middle of fog. After about 10 minutes, I walked out into the woods to pee and try to get better cell reception. As I was heading back to the car, I saw a faint light in the woods. I squinted and was able to see the silhouette of a person holding a lantern. The person looked heavy and somewhat tall, kind of like the man in the truck. I didn't want to stick around to see if it was him, so I booked it back to my car. The fog was thick in the woods as well, and it made it hard to see around the many trees. All of a sudden, I ran into something. It knocked the wind out of me and bloodied my nose. I jumped back, then looked up. "Owen?" said Jean. "Jean, are you okay?" "Yeah, but walk much?" she joked. "You shouldn't have come out here. It's impossible to see, and there's some delusional dude out here with a gun." "I didn't want to leave you out here alone. We need to go before the fog gets worse," she said, following me back to the car. I didn't see how it was possible for the fog to get any worse. I'd driven in fog many times over the years and had never seen anything like this. It was like trying to see through milk. "Do you want me to drive?" asked Jean. "I've seen this before and I think I can do it." I nodded. It felt weird having her drive my car, but I was pretty shook up and she sounded confident. We continued on, albeit at a faster speed than I was comfortable with. I did suggest she slow down a few times and she would initially agree, but would quickly come back up to speed. I had no idea how she was able to see the road, let alone any other cars. Not that there were any on the road. I tried to make conversation, but she was quieter than usual. She seemed tense. I decided it was probably best not to distract her. I eventually felt so uncomfortable with her speed that I asked if she could stop at the quick stop gas station that was a few miles before the exit to Warlington. It had to be coming up. She agreed to. By the time we reached Quick Stop, I was shaking with fear. Jean said she was going to stay in the car, so I went in alone. I locked myself in the bathroom and splashed some cold water on my face. My phone rang. It was Jean. "Hey," I answered. "Where are you? I've been on 23 for like 10 minutes and haven't seen you." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "You're outside Quick Stop waiting for me," I stammered. "Stop messing with me, Jean. It's been a weird night." "Owen, listen to me. Whatever's at Quick Stop with you, that's not me. I should have told you how serious this was before you left. Something paranormal that no one understands happens when the fog covers 23. It happened to my grandpa years ago. He was always really paranoid about fog, but never told anyone why. When he was in his twilight years, he told me more about what he saw out there. They can manipulate you and distort your perception. You don't have much time. They know you're out there." "Okay," I stammered. I struggled to compose myself, breaking into a cold sweat. Jean's odd demeanor in the car began to make sense. "Listen to me. Find something to use as a weapon and don't let them know you're on to them until you're ready." I was frantically trying to ask what they were when the call cut out. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Owen, are you okay?" I heard Jean's voice. I knew I needed to buy some time. I tried to sound as normal as possible. "I'll be out in a second." "Hey, can you go look in the car and see if I have a lighter?" "Yeah, just try to hurry up so we can get out of here," she answered. I heard her walk away, and when I heard the ding of the front door close, I quietly slipped out of the bathroom. I walked around the store looking for something, anything to use as a weapon. There was no one else at the store besides it being open 24/7, not even a cashier. Unfortunately for me, this wasn't one of those shady gas stations that sold brass knuckles and pocket knives. I glanced outside and noticed whatever was posing as Jean was standing off to the side of my car. If I could get in the car before her, I could take off. Seeing few other options, I made a break for it. The being posing as Jean must have picked up on my determination as she frantically tried to get back in the car. She was halfway in when I shoved her out as she screamed. Next thing I knew, she was in front of the car, and before I could hit my brakes, I felt the thrust of my car hitting something. I quickly threw my car in reverse and took off. I knew I had to get out of here. I sped up despite having no visibility. I called Jean back, and on the third try, the call finally went through. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah, but what's happening?" I yelled. "It's too much to explain right now. Just focus on getting out. If you're past Quick Stop, it shouldn't be much longer. Just don't trust any interaction you have on 23 tonight. They're out." "Who's they?" I demanded. "No one knows what they're called. They can shape-shift and distort things. Just get off the road as soon as you can." I continued driving at a slow but steady pace and was hopeful I would start to see the lights of Warlington ahead. However, to my horror, I noticed two blinking lights just feet away from me. I swerved to avoid hitting the car. A man ran up beside me and started to pound on my window. It was the guy from earlier in the truck. I wasn't sure if he was a regular guy or one of them, but I didn't want to take any chances. I tried to speed up to get around him, but the loose gravel slowed me down. "Please, man, I'm sorry about earlier. I have a wife and 2 kids at home. I need to get out of here. Please help." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door, and he got in. I wasn't sure why I took this risk, besides the fact that he did try to warn me earlier. That, and he has a gun that may be needed at some point. "Where's the gun?" I asked. He sat it on the middle seat. "It'll stay right there. I won't touch it," he promised. I took off, unsure if I made the right decision. I learned that the guy's name was Josh and that he lived on the other side of Warlington. He seemed like a very normal guy, and I began to feel more at ease as the drive continued. "What brought you to 23 tonight?" I asked casually. He chuckled and looked out the window. This seemed strange, and I suddenly had a bad feeling. I kept a close eye on him. He glanced over, and I caught a look into his eyes. They were gray with no visible pupil. I remembered him having brown eyes when I saw him by his truck. This wasn't him. I slammed on the brakes, and at the same time we both reached for the gun. He lunged at me in an attempt to grab it out of my hands. We struggled for a moment over the gun. I was able to grab it and pulled the trigger as he lunged at me. The shot made my ears ring. I began to panic as I had to pull him out of the car, then I tossed the gun into the woods. Luckily my car wasn't hit by the bullet since his window was open. I was shaking, speeding off into the night. It felt like I'd been on this road for hours. I tried to call Jean several more times. The call dropped a few times, then rang. "Are you okay?" I asked frantically. "Yeah, I had to turn around. It was getting too dangerous. I'm sorry I couldn't help," Jean said through tears. "It's okay. Another one tried to get me, but I'm almost out," I told her. We stayed on the phone until Jean arrived home safely. Our connection was beginning to cut out again, so I let her know I would let her know when I got home. It felt like a miracle when I began to see the lights of Warlington. The fog rapidly thinned out as I turned off of 23. Breathing a sigh of relief, I sped home, still shaking and sweating. When I arrived home, David greeted me. "What did the police say?" I asked, trying to sound as normal as possible. At this point, a break-in was the least of my worries. An expression of genuine confusion crossed David's face. "What?" he asked. "Police?" I glanced around the living room, nothing looking out of place, and nothing was missing. That said, I knew it wasn't in my best interest to sound crazy. "Did you hear about any break-ins around here? Someone at work said there was one in Warlington tonight. I improvised. David looked confused. No, I haven't heard anything. I went to bed and tried to get some sleep. I had no idea what happened, but assumed I'd gotten through the worst of it. One thing I was certain of is that I would never drive on 23 in the fog again. I woke up early the next morning and quickly got ready for work. When I realized this would involve going on 23, I hesitated. I stepped outside and the sky was crystal clear. I looked on Google Maps to see if there was another way to Owls. There were some back roads I could take, but it would take almost twice as long. I decided to bite the bullet and go. I took my meds and left. Everything looked normal. The radio also worked better this time, and the music helped me stay calm. Eventually I began to relax. I remembered I was almost out of gas, so I went to turn into Quick Stop and had to slam on the brakes when I noticed the yellow tape and multiple police cars. I cautiously pulled around to drive away when I noticed Ben and several other people from the village standing at the edge of the tape. I parked my car across the street and walked over. Ben, what's going on? I asked. Ben turned around and I was shocked to see he was crying. He shook his head. Jean was hit. Whoever did it took off. Didn't even call for help. Some guy from Warlington got shot further up the road, too. I think he worked at the hardware store in the village. I started shaking. Where's Jean now? I asked even though I already knew. She's gone. I'm sorry, Ben said. I began hyperventilating. I stepped away and ran back to my truck. I shut myself in, slamming my fists into the steering wheel and wailing. Ben walked over and was trying to calm me down, but I was inconsolable. I'll never get over it. I was never convicted or even questioned because the security footage at Quick Stop wasn't working the night of the fog. I later checked my call records, and there was only one call from her that night. The first one she made to me to tell me she was coming to find me. There was no record of the call from David. I quit Owls, broke my lease, and was moved out of state by the end of the week. I can't shake the guilt I feel daily, and I'll never forget how Jean tried so hard to keep me out of the fog. I'll never drive in fog again. You can tell when you're being watched. There's nothing to actually prove this, but everyone knows it's true. And as I crept my way through the woods, rifle in hand, I knew there was something else with me. I'd been out in the woods on weekend hunting trips for years, and this wasn't the first time I had felt this way. Usually it just meant I had been noticed by whatever critter I had set my sights on. Though on one occasion my observer happened to be a rather irritable grizzly bear. This time, however, felt different. I stopped moving and peered around, trying to locate my unseen watcher. I scanned the trees carefully, wondering if perhaps I was just being paranoid. Everything was still, quiet, but the feeling remained. The gaze didn't feel hostile, like the staring of a predator stalking prey. Instead it felt, well, I guess curious, I suppose, is how to best describe it. Like a child staring at you on the subway because you are dressed funny. After a few moments, I heard a soft noise somewhere in the distance, something not unlike the sounds of a set of wind chimes in the breeze, but not quite right. I turned to look, but saw nothing but a flutter of leaves. The sensation of being observed subsided, and I continued on my path, trying my best to shrug it off. At the time, I figured it must have been a fellow hunter, maybe wearing camouflage. It explained why I didn't see them, and why the gaze didn't feel dangerous, but I couldn't quite put my finger on the sound I'd heard. For some reason, that noise bothered me, and I didn't understand why. Eventually I reached the hunting blind I'd set up deep in the woods and settled in for a few hours of watchful relaxation. I'd brought a book with me so I wouldn't get too bored, though I needed to make sure I looked up from time to time lest a whole herd of deer appear right under my nose. I sat there in silence for a while, maybe an hour or two. It was peaceful that deep out in the forest, utterly tranquil. Part of why I went hunting was to get in touch with the sublimity of nature, to experience isolation from the busyness and squalor of urban life. It was pleasant to be alone with only trees and birds for company. I was pondering this when suddenly I heard a twig snap. I put down my book quietly and looked out of my hunting blind, searching for the source of the sound. After a few moments of scanning the trees, I saw my target. It was a buck with a magnificent rack of antlers. 10 points at least and perfectly symmetrical. I'm not usually one for trophy hunting. I'm generally just in it for the meat and as an excuse to be outdoors, but even I was impressed. I figured at the very least they'd look good above my mantle. I raised my rifle and took aim through the scope, lining up the shot just right. I wasn't in any hurry. It hadn't seen me, so I had plenty of time to steady my breathing and place the buck's head squarely in my crosshairs. It would have been a clean kill, an instant, painless death. That's when I got that feeling again. I knew I was being watched. I could tell it was the same observer from earlier. I guess you could say the vibes were similar, but the intentions were different. Before, whatever was watching me had simply been curious, but now it felt angry, like it was jealous. The buck noticed something was wrong, too. Its ears picked up, and it started to look around nervously. I knew that I had to take the shot right then, or else I wouldn't have another chance. It was about to bolt. But something held me back. I heard that faint sound of something almost like wind chimes from behind me, and I closed my eyes and set down my rifle. I didn't know what was about to happen, but I sure as hell knew I didn't want to see it. This decision may have saved my life. The chimes grew louder and closer, mixed in with the sound of rushing wind. Whatever it was, it moved as quickly as a freight train. I heard it move past me like the rush of waves against the beach, the pseudo-musical chiming reaching an almost unbearable volume. I heard the buck cry out for a split second before its scream was silenced with one of the most bizarre noises I've ever heard. I can't even hope to describe it accurately. It was something between a slab of gelatin being pushed into a paper shredder and a crystal chandelier crashing to the floor. But even that doesn't fully do the hellish cacophony justice. It was so loud it made my ears ring, and it was followed by such intense silence that I swear I thought I had gone deaf. The whole forest had gone silent, as if every living thing was too scared to make a sound. Eventually, after the silence had passed and the birds started chirping again, I opened my eyes. There was nothing there. No buck, no blood, no drag marks. Nothing. It was as if it had never existed at all. It was going to get dark soon, so I quickly left the blind, hiking as quickly as possible back to camp, perhaps a tad faster than was strictly necessary. I kept listening intensely, horrified that I would hear the sound of something not quite like wind chimes coming towards me. Finally, I reached my tent. I was tempted to just pack up my gear and hightail it back to my truck, but by this point it was so dark that I feared I would get lost if I did so. Instead, I simply slipped into my tent and got inside, fully clothed with my loaded rifle next to me. I didn't sleep at all that night. At some point around 2 or 3 a.m., I felt a presence outside my tent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and that feeling of being watched came back in full force. After a few minutes of this, I faintly detected that sound of the almost wind chimes, very quiet, from outside. I clutched my rifle with white knuckles, not wanting to go down without a fight. The chiming increased in intensity for a moment, followed by a loud, wet thump. Then the not quiet wind chimes faded into the distance, and the paranoid sensation of being observed abruptly vanished. I still didn't leave my tent until the sun came out. I sat alone, terrified that the thing would come back, until the first rays of sunlight peeked through the fabric of the tent. I know it's childish, but I felt safer in daylight. As I unzipped the tent flap and stepped outside, I detected a strange door, almost like ozone. As I hastily began packing my things to leave, I stepped in something which I quickly concluded must have been the source of the smell. It was a slimy pile of what looked like white and gray strings on the ground, along with a rounded object about the size of my fist, with the texture like undercooked noodles. I had no idea what I was looking at, until I noticed the two small orbs connected to the rounded object with white strands. Eyes. It was the entirety of a deer's central nervous system, meticulously stripped of flesh and removed from the body. I nearly vomited on the spot when I understood what I was looking at. I've butchered deer before, but I'd never seen anything like this before or since. It would take a master surgeon to do something with that much precision. I knew immediately that whatever had killed that buck left this here. It was a gift, a sign of appreciation for me letting it take the kill, an attempt at sharing the bounty. I don't know if the thing that took the deer knew what parts of it we ate. I packed up my campsite as quickly as possible and practically ran back to my truck. I haven't been hunting since. Last week I had the bright idea to fish out my dad's old radio from the attic. I somehow managed to intercept a distress call. Today, I tried to return home only to find the roads closed off. I wiped off years of dust and slowly lowered it down the creaking steps. Pulling it into my living room, I couldn't help but marvel at the vintage wooden casing along with its intricate brass detailing. I made sure everything was still in working order, as I turned the knobs, hearing them click as they went. The radio crackled to life, encasing the room in a warm, fuzzy sound. I was ready to go, sifting through station after station. The usual came through at first, all sorts of music genres, ads, local news, and, above all, the radio preachers. I kept at it for a few minutes, remembering how my dad and I used to always do this on the weekends when he didn't have work. I would be sitting right next to him listening in. It was our thing. Every weekend without fail. I suppose the extra time I had today reminded me of it. It was almost comforting hearing the sound of static flooding my living room once I hit an empty channel. At least I thought it was empty until a woman's voice came through. "This is Dr. Emily Davis, lead scientist of the research team stationed at Emerald Bay. We are broadcasting this message to hopefully warn at least a few people. Our comm system has gone dark. The situation is dire. I believe we have started something we can't stop." It paused momentarily, overtaken again by static. I was questioning if what I just heard was real or not. I know that sometimes there are storytelling programs, but her voice was so full of emotion, of fear. Not to mention Emerald Bay was a small island about 30 miles off the coast from my home, just barely inside the range of this radio. I sat up to change the channel, but before I could grab the dial, her voice broke through again. "Operation Starfall. It was a success. The dimensional displacement engine worked as intended, but I believe our coordinates were off somehow. We have connected with some place that definitely isn't the parallel Earth we came in contact with the first time. What we connected to this time seems to be a realm of complete darkness. There is another problem. Upon breach into this other place, a shockwave swept throughout the facility which damaged our comms along with other electrical systems. Luckily, the old broadcasting radio is still somewhat functional. If our contractors are listening, we need assistance immediately. Something has tethered itself to the gate, and is stopping the system from closing it. Our sensors have also been picking up additional movement beyond the gate for the last 30 minutes since it opened. We have been forced to recognize the idea that something may be trying to come through. With what we have available, I fear we won't be able to stop it. We have decided that igniting the remaining fuel, which will hopefully take the machine out along with it, this has to be done manually. And as the lead scientist, I will be the one to stay back to accomplish this task. The others have already loaded onto the boat and are heading back to shore. I've gathered the proper equipment needed and will proceed with igniting the... What cut her off was something I couldn't even begin to describe. Some sort of low groan which, even to me in my living room, was deafening. Sweat was beading off my forehead. If this was indeed a radio show, it was one worthy of an Oscar. Something has breached the gate, I repeat. The gate has been breached. Some kind of dark, writhing mass is pulling its way out into the station. I'm going to ignite the fuel now. I've opened the valve to dump the remaining fuel out into the room. That same noise interrupted her again, louder this time. The noise settled deep into my bones, a primal fear erupting inside me, causing me to instinctively backpedal from the radio. Jesus Christ, what the hell are you? If anyone's listening, please be prepared to evacuate the area. If our contractors can hear this, we need armed assistance now. I don't know if this will stop it. God help us. Her voice was coming off in the distance this time, but as the last sentence escaped her lips, a loud boom reverberated out through the speakers, followed by the radio returning back to its original fuzzy crackle. This time I wasn't greeted some comforting sense as before. Instead, I was left sitting all alone in my living room, shaking from what I had just heard. As if on cue, 2 large helicopters flew over my house and off into the distance. I spent the next half hour trying to calm down. I don't know what was worse, the anxiety that came from not knowing what happened, or the feeling of being a fool for letting some stupid radio show get me this worked up. I was praying it was the latter. My afternoon was spent cleaning and doing odd jobs around my house. No matter how hard I scrubbed the dishes, or how many windows I shined, I couldn't get her voice out of my head. What if it was real? What if she didn't stop it, and whatever crawled out of that abyss was making its way here right now? I knew I was just being paranoid. I had to be. The same thing happens when I spend too much time watching the news, convincing myself Armageddon is upon us. I needed a drink. An old bottle of scotch I had shoved to the back of the cabinet sufficed. Sitting down with a hefty glass and some old cartoons ought to do the trick. Childish, I know. I flipped mindlessly through the channels, trying to find something when the local weather appeared. I paused for a moment as I checked it. The headline was, "Freak Storm Coming Off, Redacted, Coast." Then they showed the radar, and I watched in horror as I realized where the storm came from. Smack right down in the center was a small green dot surrounded by blue. Emerald Bay. That was a week ago. I left my house as soon as I saw it. Sure enough, as I loaded into my rickety pickup, just barely visible over the horizon, there it was. A cloud so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. I don't think I've ever driven that fast in my life. Today I finally ran out of the emergency fund that was paying for my hotel room. I tried looking online to see if my home was safe to return to. The thing is, I couldn't find a single article about my coastal village, like it had been wiped from existence. How do you get rid of an entire town's online presence in a week? I had to go see for myself. I know it probably wasn't the greatest idea, but it was either that or plan out how I was going to survive in my truck with a broken heater. I drove the hour stretch of road to get back to my home. Before I could reach it, however, I came upon a roadblock. Blacked out SUVs with no identifiable organization plastered on. Same with the people with rifles slung over their backs. I asked them if what was going on had anything to do with what I heard over the radio. They didn't answer my question and told me a train car had derailed with dangerous chemicals on board. Why does a chemical spill warrant soldiers with guns? I asked if I could at least get my things from my home, but I was denied. I had no choice but to turn away. As I was leaving, I peered back through my mirror to see the soldiers pile into 2 of the 3 SUVs and tear out in the opposite direction. I got back to my hotel and launched myself onto my bed defeated. At least I don't think I'll have to worry about paying for another night at this hotel, because just a few minutes ago, I heard that same low, thunderous groan I heard over the radio. Being an Uber driver was not a career choice. It wasn't something I wanted to do long term. It was just a means of making money, and considering the current climate, I needed it. I lived alone and I didn't really have that many friends. I was pretty lonely. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed my own company, but there is a stark difference in being alone and feeling lonely. I figured picking up random strangers in my car every night would alleviate that loneliness in a way. My clientele varied day to day, but a lot of my passengers were inebriated, rowdy, and excreting bodily fluids I didn't even know existed. I found myself cleaning up vomit more times than I would have liked, but it wasn't always the case. I wasn't much of a talker, so I never struck up a conversation with any of my customers, save for asking them what their name was and where they were going to confirm I had collected the right person. I found that most of the people I chauffeured preferred it that way. You'll find that people always yearn for an ear to chew off. Everyone wants to be heard, even if it is by their Uber driver. I guess people may view it as a form of therapy, detailing your problems to someone who doesn't know you and may offer an unbiased opinion should you need it. That's how I looked at it anyway. That's not what I'm here to talk about, though. I'm not here to disclose the things that people shared with me. Those stories are irrelevant, and it isn't my place to do that. I'm here to tell a different story. I'm here to tell a story that I cannot explain. A terrifying and haunting encounter. Now, I will start this off by saying that I had never once felt threatened whilst doing my job. I had never felt fear, nor had I ever felt like my life was at risk. Mostly the job was just that. A job. Uneventful and ordinary until that night. I had started work around 8 p.m. that evening, and I remember it being fairly quiet with not many customers. After about an hour, I was just about ready to head back when my phone started to ping. I perused at the request and decided that I was going to do this last job before heading home. The pickup and destination were not that far between, so I figured it would take me 20 minutes to do the trip. When I pulled up, the street was eerily silent, which was quite unusual for that time of night. It was only 9:15 p.m., so the stillness was peculiar. It made me feel somewhat uneasy, but I shoved those feelings aside, deeming them ridiculous and unnecessary. I observed the house that stood before me. It looked really old, older than any house I had seen before. Its shadowy and vast presence was menacing, and I remember my heart rate elevating as I sat waiting. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. It's just a house, I thought to myself and chuckled. The front door opened and I found myself holding my breath as I watched the figure step out into the night. It was a man wearing an ill-fitted gray suit that draped over him like a curtain, loose and flowy. His face was partially obscured by a cap, and all I could see was his mouth, which appeared to be curled into a small smile, thinning his lips. He looked odd, That's the best way I could describe it. There was just something slightly off about the way he looked, and I couldn't quite place my finger on it. I thought perhaps it was the suit and cap combination. The utter strangeness of it, but it was more than that. His whole persona just gave me the creeps, even down to the way that he walked. As he approached my car, I noted he walked with a slight limp, which made him drag his left leg. But even as he put one foot in front of the other, I noticed the odd way in which he was moving his body, stunted and robotic. You could say he resembled a child that was just learning to walk. He stopped in front of my car and made no attempt to get in. I looked up at him and saw the same small smile lining his lips. It wasn't menacing, but it was creepy. I could see the side of his mouth quivering as he stood there unmoving. Against my better judgment, I rolled down the window and spoke. "Hey mate, you ordered an Uber?" I asked. I watched as the man's entire body stiffened at the sound of my voice. He tilted his head toward me and nodded slightly. I still couldn't see his face. "Alright, hop in," I said, attempting to make my voice sound as cheerful as I could. The man slowly opened the door of the passenger seat and climbed in. As soon as he shut the door, I felt the air in the car change. It became thick, blistering, and almost unbreathable. I rolled down my window and took a lungful of air before pulling out into the quiet road. I wanted to get to his destination as fast as possible. We drove in silence for a while, and I had almost forgotten that eerie and uncomfortable feeling. I checked my phone, and according to the sat-nav on the Uber app, we were 10 minutes out. I looked around, and that was when my heart sank. He hadn't left the streets. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. Had I just driven around in a circle and not realized? I looked up in the interior rearview mirror and saw the man staring at me. His eyes were still obscured by the cap, but I knew he was looking right at me. His mouth still bore that slight smile, only this time it seemed a little wider. His skin was the color of ash, sullen and thin like moistened paper. It looked like it would rip at the slightest touch. Maybe there was a simple explanation for why we were still on the same street. Maybe I had gone in a circle without realizing. Sometimes these roads all look the same. I moved off and made sure that I turned the left corner this time. We drove for about 5 minutes before I saw the house again. Was this some kind of prank? I thought. I was beginning to sweat profusely, and I could feel my heart beating against my chest like a drum. I stopped the car and got out. The street was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. It was as if the world had frozen in time. The unnerving atmosphere sent shivers down my spine, and I became increasingly anxious to get away. As I turned around, my heart sank to see the man had also gotten out of my car. He stood on the other side, his eyes obscured from view, but I could sense his intense stare piercing through me. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked him, hearing the terror in my own voice. He didn't respond, just continued staring at me. Then his mouth began to quiver and twitch more violently, the sides jolting and trembling, forming a detestable, maniacal smile. It continued to stretch from ear to ear, growing wider and wider. It was impossible, and yet it continued to get bigger, exposing his crooked, discolored teeth. I watched as the skin around his mouth grew taut, slowly ripping at the sides like the seams on a frayed shirt. Droplets of blood trickled down, saturating his teeth. The smile continued to grow, distorting the features on his face. "What do you want from me?" I managed to say. "Look into my eyes." I'd never seen anyone move so fast. He scampered towards me, his limbs splaying from one side to the other, moving in an unnatural fashion. He looked like a puppet being controlled by a maniac you couldn't see. I looked at his face. His smile never once left his crimson-colored lips. It had now extended to the back of his head, all the way around. "Look into my eyes," he said again, crawling towards me on all fours. I stepped back hastily, reluctant to take my eyes off him. I scanned my surroundings frantically, searching for a way out, but there seemed to be none. Darkness enveloped me from all sides, and a sense of dread and hopelessness gnawed at my insides. Was I going to die here? Just look into my eyes. I promise everything will be okay after you look, he said. I looked at him, and that was when I knew. I never wanted to know what his eyes looked like. I knew that something awful was going to happen to me if I did. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. He kept repeating it over and over. His mouth grew impossibly large, the jaw scraping and dragging across the floor as he spoke. His tongue slithered out aimlessly like the tongue of a snake. It flicked from side to side, speckles of bloodied spit flew across the ground, staining my shoes. As he slowly rose to his feet, his jaw returned to its normal position, but his sickening smile remained. His face appeared deflated like a balloon, marked by deep creases and folds. It was the first time I could clearly see his features. He lifted his left arm, which appeared skeletal and dry, to remove his cap. Look into my eyes, he repeated, his voice barely audible but firm and demanding. He removed his cap, revealing his full face. My heart raced so fast I thought it might burst out of my chest. Now you will see, he groaned. That was enough for me. I ran back to my car as fast as I could with my eyes closed. I knew I had to get away, and I wasn't sure if I could leave this road, but I had to try. Once in the car, I avoided the rearview mirror at all costs and pressed the gas pedal as hard as I could, feeling the car roar to life. I drove for miles until I was sure I had escaped. I still don't know what that man was or what he wanted from me, but one thing is certain. I quit my job as an Uber driver the very next day. Ever since that night, I've been struggling to sleep. I can't tell if it's the anxiety or what I experienced or the fear of falling asleep. Every night when I close my eyes, I can hear a faint whisper, hauntingly gentle but disturbingly determined. You did as I asked, and now there's no turning back. Don't neglect your dental hygiene, kids. I wish I'd taken that advice when I was young. Growing up, I lived on soda and snacks. I guess a lot of kids did, but I'd go through a 12-pack of Coke in a single day sometimes. My parents tried their best to sway me in the right direction, but you know how kids can be with their sweets. So naturally, I ended up with cavities. Awesome. So I went to the dentist, as one does in such a situation. They did some drilling and filling, the whole 9 yards, and it sent me on my way. Problem solved. For now. Well, years later, I got new insurance and hit up a new dentist as a result. He discovered that at least 2 of the fillings his predecessor billed me for were bogus. There was no evidence of decay there at all. They were just taking advantage of a kid with a sweet tooth to bilk some extra money out of the family. This led to me, as you can imagine, a deep mistrust of the dental profession outside of the doctor. So once the kindly old man who ran the office retired, I just stopped going to dentists altogether. I did not, however, stop drinking excessive amounts of soda. Eventually that caught up with me. It was time to face up to years, actually near a decade of neglect. I found a new local dentist who had good reviews. I had to have several extractions, a handful of root canals, numerous fillings. It was painful and expensive, and I hated my younger self with a burning passion. But hey, my suffering was over. It'd just take some time for the gums to heal over, and I'd be all good. There was one sore spot in particular, where one of my back teeth had been badly infected and subsequently plucked out of its socket. But the dentist assured me that was normal, and it would itch and ache for a bit, then go back to normal as the socket healed over. but the itching just kept getting more intense. It was unbearable. I couldn't exactly scratch it. I applied layer after layer of Oragel to numb the pain, but nothing worked. I was going mad. I had begun drinking heavily just to dull the agony, which was something I swore I'd never do after what happened to my uncle, but I didn't know where else to turn but to the bottle. And then one morning, I awoke from yet another drunken stupor to the unmistakable taste of copper, blood pouring from my mouth. The itchy socket had burst open. I ran my thumb along my gum line and sure enough... Wait, what the hell? I felt a tooth crowning out of the stitches. I'm 34. I lost my baby teeth decades ago, but between the pain and the vodka, I couldn't really process what was happening. I just haphazardly wiped up the blood, downed a few more Tylenol, and went back to bed. So, here's the fun part. I was traveling for work that day, so I was nowhere near the only dentist I trusted. But this was bad. I needed to be seen immediately. I googled around a bit, found one that didn't look too terrible in the Tucson area, and popped by for an emergency visit. I waited a bit, clutching my jaw in pain, and was eventually taken back for an x-ray. They found that, impossibly, my decaying, cracked molar was potentially awaiting extraction. I just had that removed last week, I uttered in confusion. Smelling the alcohol on my breath, the x-ray tech shook his head. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Harvey. I can see you've had extensive work done, so you're probably just confused. But you can clearly see the tooth right here in this printout. That's impossible. And yet, there it is. You're gonna want that bad boy out before the infection gets worse. I have an opening this afternoon. Piss off. He was scamming me just like the first dentist. I was sure of it. I'd pop some more pills for the duration of my trip and wait until I got home to see my usual dentist. He stopped me with a firm yet gentle hand on my shoulder. He calmly explained that if I didn't get the tooth removed, the infection could spread and cause a litany of other health issues up to and including death. He procured a few mirrors to show me the physical tooth and demonstrate that there was no trickery in the x-ray. Fine. Insurance wouldn't cover it, but it hurt like hell and I didn't want to risk it spreading. Maybe I really was mixing it up with a different tooth I'd had removed. Dr. W had removed 5 teeth total, and I had been drinking a lot. I guess it's not out of the question. Except a few days after my recovery, I felt that same itching sensation again, and this time I felt it in one of the other empty sockets as well. And this time they were pulsing. I clenched my teeth reflexively, which was a mistake. I felt my upper tooth dig into the lower one as my jaw tightened. It squished in and then made an audible pop. I gagged as my mouth was flooded with an earthly tasting goop. I spat it out in surprise, costing my keyboard in thick, greenish sap. What the hell? And are those seeds suspended in the liquid? I grasped my jaw in pain and confusion. I could feel the roots of my tooth writhing and squirming in my gums. The now familiar taste of blood mingled with the sap, forming an absolutely disgusting frothing solution in flavor, texture, and appearance. Beneath it all, I felt the next tooth emerging from its post-surgical socket. I rinsed my mouth with mouthwash as best I could, and gently prodded it with a Q-tip. Sure enough, this one was hard to the touch, but I felt something give underneath the enamel coating. At this point, panic had set in and completely sobered me up. I felt the sap-filled pustules growing underneath enamel shells throughout my mouth. I screamed, I vomited, I passed out. I don't really know what happened next. I woke up in a hospital-style bed at an unfamiliar dentist's office. I hazily looked around but didn't see anyone. I flicked my tongue around my mouth. Maybe it was all a dream. To my horror, I found a nearly completely empty gum line across my entire lower jaw, and a handful more were missing from the roof as well. Good morning. You were in a pretty bad accident, I'd wager. Not sure what happened, but when your roommate brought you in, there wasn't much to work with. We saved what we could, but, well, I'm here to take a cast for partial dentures, said the stern dentist, presumably responsible for tearing out all of those God knows whats from my mouth. I couldn't say much in response due to the pain and the swabs of cotton in my mouth. I just moaned a little. I had so many questions but couldn't utter a word. He took the cast, applying excruciatingly painful pressure to the afflicted sockets with his mold. I'm so sorry, he added as he left, almost as an afterthought. He noted that they'd call in a few weeks once the casting was completed, and to avoid chewing in the meantime. Sure, I'd definitely be chewing with the half-dozen teeth I have left if he hadn't said that. I went home and drank myself to sleep yet again. I'd given up hope. Honestly, I was about ready to take my own life. Then I woke up with a full mouth of teeth again. I'm afraid to chew on them. I can feel the roots squirming and growing beneath the hard shell. I don't know where these things came from or why. I don't know if they're dangerous. Hell, I don't even know if it's worse to pop them open or let them fester. But I feel the roots burrowing deeper and deeper into my skull in the meantime. And one question dominates my mind now. What happens if they reach my brain? Perhaps saying my entire life is a little bit of a stretch, but it's been just about that long. My first encounter with her was when I was 8. We just moved to a new neighborhood a couple months back. Now that we were settled, my father had gone on a business trip to Guatemala and came back with a friend. He stayed in our spare bedroom for a couple weeks. My family works in fashion. My mother, a seamstress and a tailor, and my father was a designer and business owner. Our house was generally littered with rolls of fabrics, sheets of paper for designs and patterns, and half-finished projects that were in transition from our home and their work. We had a couple bust mannequins, and they'd usually stay in the living room with some of my mom's work on display. It wasn't strange for my dad to bring over a business partner or family friend to stay for a week or two, so they could work on ideas together. One of those nights, it was just me and Mom, as my dad and his friend were still at work. I was in the living room finishing my schoolwork, and my mom in the kitchen preparing dinner. To add context, my house was shaped like an L. The living room was on one end with the L, the kitchen on the other, and the two hallways connecting them had access to the bedrooms. This meant my mom and I were on opposite sides of the house. I remember pulling out my battered copy of Fantastic Mr. Fox and turning on the TV right before it happened. I felt a tickle in the back of my throat and decided to grab a glass of water. When I got up and walked into the first hallway, something was not right. The hallway felt tighter. The cherry flooring my mom loved so much looked both duller and richer at the same time. The closed door to the spare room in the middle of the hallway seemed to get taller and skinnier. The white walls were curving inwards, and I was at the center of it all. I took a step into the hallway, and nothing happened. The breath I didn't know I was holding was exhaled, and I took another step. I was still okay. I took a deep breath. The faint scent of rotten eggs lingered nearby. I took a few more steps, ignoring the hairs standing up on my arms and the back of my neck. It was when I got to the middle of the hallway that I realized something was wrong. The door to the spare room was closed this morning, and the door was closed when I got home, so why was it cracked open now? My heartbeat grew louder. I felt it throbbing in my eardrums. The itch in my throat got stronger. I reached for the door handle to pull it closed. The handle twisted before I grabbed it, and the door whipped itself open. My heart dropped with it. When the door opened to reveal nothing but white, I was confused. I knew I should have been scared, but for some reason I just couldn't be. It wasn't just white. It was a thick white sheet of fabric that flowed back and forth. I reached out and touched it, feeling the silky softness run through my fingers. It glided like the rain sliding down glass. The blood in my veins pulsed with every movement I made. My body knew that I should not have been there any longer, but my mind did not. This had to be just another project, just like the hundreds I've seen come in and out of my house. My gaze continued upwards, and I saw that the white fabric was not just a sheet, but a part of a long, white dress. The bodice of the dress was lacy and tight, and there were more ruffles on the chest than I really thought were necessary. Under the dress was pale, flawless skin lighter than the dress itself. Flowing down the bottom of her bodice were matted strands of silvery gray hair. I continued to look up. Her neck was adorned with silver and pearls atop the lacy trim, and her face, well, there was none. There was no face. She looked like one of the mannequins in the living room. We were both still for a moment, and my hand had long let go of her dress. Was she one of the mannequins from the living room? It was her arm stretching out and reaching for my face that made me realize she was not. Then her head twitched in my direction. All the fear I should have been feeling before hit me like a train. My mouth formed into the shape of an O, but the scream I felt building inside got caught in my throat. Her hand was revealing itself from under the long sleeve of the dress, but it was no hand at all. It lacked the pale skin found mostly on her face, but was a muscly red mess of sinew and bone. Her nails were long, chipped, and yellowed at the bases, and they were centimeters from my face. It was enough to kick me into gear. I didn't want those hands anywhere near me. My brain connected to my feet, and I bolted down both hallways until I was screaming for my mother in the kitchen, claiming there was a strange lady in the spare room. She spent a few minutes calming me down, assuring me there was no one in the house but us. We went back into the hallway together. She opened the closed door and revealed the empty spare room. A bed in the corner, desk in the other, and a dresser to the side. She even opened the door to the closet and showed that it was clear. Nothing but boxes. I didn't think to mention to her that I left the door open when I ran, as the lady was standing too close to the handle for me to grab. At this point, I just wanted to forget about it. My mother had assuaged my concerns enough for the day, and sent me back to the living room with a glass of water and a plate of fruit. I went to sleep that night, dreaming of my own wedding day. I was in a gorgeous bridal suite with gold crown molding and large circular windows. Ivies sprawled across the frames and clung to the beams of light, and the scent of various flora permeated the room. I looked down to see myself in the same dress as that woman. My chest grew tight, and I felt the bodice digging into my sides. I shuffled my way over to the antique mirror, only to find that I had no face at all. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. The door opened, and the faceless woman walked towards me, her arms outstretched and showing slivers of the skinless hands underneath. I woke up in a cold sweat, hints of dawn peeking in through my curtains. I stayed still in bed thinking about her, until my mother knocked on my door to tell me it was time to get ready. I went about my daily motions and began my short walk to school, choosing to suppress the eerie dream I had that night. Then, I saw my friends and forgot about her entirely. I didn't even remember our first encounter, not until I saw her again a few years later at my dad's funeral. We were leaving the cemetery, and I looked back at his headstone, only to see her looming over it and, I assume at least, staring right back at me. I felt much less dread seeing her this time. To be fair, I didn't feel much at all during this time, but then I kept seeing her. Throughout the years, I'd travel here and there, making new friends and losing some along the way. At every major change, she was there, whether I wanted her there or not. She never got as close as she did that night, but I'd see her around. She'd be up on the opposite side of the subway and disappear as a train would pass by. In the windows of the opposite train car, sometimes I'd just see a blur of light. I was on a plane once, and I saw her sitting solemnly on the wing while we flew thousands of miles above the clouds. That cabin smelled like petrichor that day. The nights I ran for my life from one end of the city to the other, I felt long strands of hair brush against my shoulder at the bus stop. I didn't see her then, but I knew she was there. At no point had she made any movement towards me. All these times, we'd see each other in passing like we were just roommates with different schedules. She'd stayed on her side. I stayed on mine. Against my better judgment, I even gave her a name in my head. Growing up with folk tales from a traditional country means you know better than to start naming things that should stay unnamed. But I couldn't help it. I never spoke about her to anybody. I just needed a way to refer to her in my thoughts. At one point, I had to stop calling her just the Lady in White. It meant little, though, as she didn't show the years after that night at the bus stop. During that time, I managed to turn around my life. It wasn't that I was doing anything wrong, but more so that I hadn't done anything right. I dropped out of college at 19, packed a bag, and booked a one-way trip to Spain. I spent a year there, a couple more in Europe, and ended up back in New York. A couple road trips and a flight back from Canada later, I realized that I needed to find a better way of sustaining myself. Having spent my early 20s as a traveling nomad, I successfully stumbled upon a job as a copy editor for a lifestyle magazine. A couple years of bouncing around for them, and I landed myself as the creative director of an upcoming startup for those who were kickstarting their digital nomad life. As a part of the job, I was required to travel to such locations on demand. We needed a slew of content before our launch, and I was in charge of getting it. Being paid to travel and write about it was honestly a dream, and I was finally in a place where I could say that I was happy. I suppose that's why I should not have been surprised when she showed up again. I was stepping off a jet at LAX when I felt it. The airport just felt smaller than it did before. The people around me seemed to be moving at a step slower than I was. While the sun was still high in the sky, and its rays beamed through the windows, I couldn't feel the heat from it. The air tasted stale and slightly of ash, but I continued to move. I had a bunch of meetings early tomorrow morning, and I only had a few hours to spend in LA before I would be whisked off to Napa for the weekend. I couldn't afford to lose any time. I made my way outside to the passenger pickup location to look for my driver, when I saw her instead. Standing on the other end of the street, under the parking garage in stark contrast to the dark entrance, was her, Eliana. She was as still as ever before. The hem of her dress flowed back and forth as ever before, though not a single breeze came in our direction. I felt my throat get dry when I felt someone grab the back of my shirt and pull me into the street. My elbows hit the pavement first, sending jolts of pain up my arms. My head was next, and I went dizzy the moment I felt it crack against the concrete. My suitcase fell on top of me, creating another layer of pain and confusion for me. I groaned and turned my head, only to become starstruck when I saw two beams of bright lights coming in my direction with what seemed like no intention to stop. I was about to die. The next 10 seconds felt like an eternity. I barely heard the screech of tires before I was picked up with superhuman ease and flung back onto the sidewalk. Stars reeling around in my vision, I fought through it to see her where I had originally landed. She was crouched in the streets, feet pointed upwards. Her head moved around in erratic ticks, as if she was a broken doll, still facing the car. One of her arms was stretched out, touching the car that would have hit me, except on closer look, it seemed like the front end of it had been crumpled up, almost as if the car had run into her and met its demise that way. There was a plume of black smoke seeping out of the driver's side window. The smoke was so thick, and I was sure it was why I was tasting ash in my mouth. Thin tendrils of smoke dropped from the window, one slithering towards Eliana and the other towards me. Why didn't I feel scared? With an ear-splitting screech into the skies, the smoke dissipated. For a second I thought I saw a tongue dart out of where her mouth should have been. She let go of the car and got on all fours. She moved like a spider, both in fashion and in speed. I didn't have time to react. Her faceless face was next to mine now, a sinewy hand reaching towards my face like they did all those years ago. She reeked of sulfur and ash, strong enough to gag me. She sat in front of me on her knees. I stared at her hands, too afraid to meet the white void that sat where her face should be. Her other hand touched my own, and suddenly I was that 8-year-old in the hallway once again. All the fear from the countless sightings of her had found itself in a pit of my stomach, growing stronger as she got closer. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't talk. I was frozen, and she was here. All I could do was beg. "Please, Eliana," I thought. "Please don't hurt me." Her head cocked suddenly, and I heard a deep, guttural clicking coming from the direction her mouth should have been. "How do you know my name?" I felt her say. Her ghastly hand finally touched my face, and just like that, she was gone. Her grip on my wrist and her slimy touch was gone. A crowd of people had gathered around me, some reaching out in concern. "Are you okay? What just happened?" Questions blurred around me as I muttered that I was fine, and just needed to get myself together. I noticed there was a lack of pain where there was much before, and I didn't think to question it. I just had to leave. I wasn't allowed for a couple of hours, as a few witnesses had called the respective authorities to the accident. From what I understood, they had seen a man bump into me and sent me flying into the streets. The oncoming car had stopped just short of hitting me, and I managed to crawl back to the sidewalk just as they approached me. I'm back in my hotel now, and I feel just fine. It's like that entire thing just didn't happen. If you can't tell by now, I'm still processing everything. I just knew I had to get my word out somewhere because, well, she's here. She was waiting for me in the hotel room, sitting at the foot of the bed. The moment I opened the door, the odor of pure sulfur flooded my nostrils. The TV remote was next to her, but the only channel on was static. She doesn't want to speak to me, but I can tell that she's scared. She's been shivering since I got here. She left a single note on the desk that she pointed at when I walked in. Scrawled on the hotel post-it was an elegant script that had to be from Eliana. They know we met. She just keeps staring into the TV. She hasn't told me who they are. I don't know if I want to ask. Eliana didn't move for hours. She stayed perched in front of the TV, staring deep into the crackling lines of the channel. The static would change in speed and volume, and sometimes I could swear I heard the static turn to whispers. After my initial entry, I spent a few hours attempting to do some research on Eliana before bed. I watched videos, read articles, and joined a couple of sketchy forums, but no dice. Many things did come close, but there was nothing I could find that matched her being. No existing depiction of any creature quite captured how terrible I felt every second spent looking in her direction. The longer I kept my gaze on her, the more the world unraveled around us. It always starts with a dizzying haze. Then she turns and I get sucked into the ghastly void she hides under her tangled mats of hair. The room both shrinks and grows, joining me in the same breath, and the colors fade from the wall. My palms get sweaty, my heartbeat quickens, and I lose what little hope I have left. My breath catches in my throat as the floor turns to liquid beneath me. Dread creeps her fingers up my spine, and death seems like a friend. A voice drowns out the muffled warbling noise growing louder in my head. That voice turns into 2, 3, and more, and then they started to scream. This, of course, was rectified by not looking at her at all. But she could not be ignored. Eliana's presence was suffocating. As I crawled into bed, the weight of her body on the bed sent shivers down my spine. No matter which way I turned, I could feel her empty gaze locked right on me. And when I closed my eyes, the image of her skeletal hands, her flesh tightly stretched over tendons, reaching over my face, lingered in my mind. The haunting crackle of whispering static lulled me to sleep that night. You may ask how I knew I could fall asleep next to her. I didn't. A part of me was hoping that I would wake up the next day and realize it was just one big dream. It wasn't. Instead, I dreamt I was in the bridal suite once again. The familiar yet faint scent of lilies brought a sense of warmth to me amidst my disorientation. But after catching a whiff of muck, ash, and decay, I turned around. I was alone in the room, and it was emptier than ever. A vintage record player sat in the corner of the room playing a silent vinyl. The windows were no longer letting in the sunlight, but showed an endless ocean of white. There was no color, no shadows, and nothing past the glass. The dying ivies were spiraling towards the frame, reaching for a light they would never find. The ornate mirror was empty. It showed neither my reflection nor anything else. Cautiously, I took a step closer to it, and the room began to shrink. The walls rumbled and started to move closer. Coming from the horn of the gramophone was the twisted static of the TV. This time, the whispers were clearer and louder. It will be okay. It won't be okay. It will be okay. It won't be okay. I looked back in the mirror and saw Eliana plucking petals from a dead lily. The doorknob jiggled, but the lock held strong and no one came in. I woke up at dawn. Hot beams of light from the rising sun cascaded through the sheer hotel curtains and onto my skin. The steady crackle of static on the TV screen filled the room with noise. Eliana was crawling on top of me, flooding my senses awake with her sulfuric stench. A single bony finger reached for my forehead, and her soulless, gaunt face hovered right above mine. Once again, Her lack of expression created a bottomless pit in my stomach that sucked in everything from within. She grabbed my wrist, and a shrill series of clicks echoed from her throat. "The astronomer, 97. Can he help?" I didn't know what that meant. The one who lived in space. She cocked her head at me as if I were the one speaking riddles. Then her body jerked, elbows and knees twisting in the direction of the door. Every movement she made was disturbing to watch, and I couldn't turn away. "Look for the stars." She made to leave with the cryptic remark, as if it were the answer to all my questions. I took my chance, not knowing when I would see her again. I stopped her with the one question that was still burning in my mind. "Are you an angel?" As she turned, my heart began to race and my body felt like it was slowing down. She spider crawled up next to me in her contorted fashion, and I was paralyzed with fear. A single bony finger reached out, tracing around my jawline and running over the grooves of my face. I could feel a bead of sweat form on the tip of my nose, and I held my breath as Eliana spoke directly inside my head. Her voice was piercing and scratchy, and caused a resounding chill deep in my lungs, making me feel as though my very soul was being invaded. "Do angels look like me?" She disappeared with that statement, turned invisible right before my eyes. My daily alarm went off then, labeled with a reminder of what brought me here in the first place. Work. I spent the rest of the morning caught up in meetings. Only two things caught my attention: the new food truck alert on our app, and a delay in my plans. Due to a booking issue, the office moved my train back to Napa by a few days. My reservation was already being extended. Feeling weightless for the first time, I spent the rest of the day enjoying the hotel's amenities. Though Eliana was nowhere to be seen, I couldn't let go of what she said. Her words echoed in my thoughts throughout the day and chased me until I slept. The next day, I woke up to a chill breeze from the open window. With dreams about angels and astronauts, deciding to follow up on Eliana's words, I left my hotel and took an Uber to a location I had found the night before, the Astronomer's Lodge on 97th Street. When I got there, I found a fancy avant-garde restaurant with elevated pub fare. I wasn't even allowed to seat in the bar for my efforts, but they did give me a matchbook. I punched in a new search on my phone, and I was reaching for any lead I could get. Main keywords of choice were astronomy, angels, and demons. Rough start, but it was all I had. To no one's surprise, my initial hasty search got me a shady astrologer in an expensive crystal store. My search on the web led me nowhere, and in a new neighborhood, I couldn't find anything to help me at all. Between the new age hippies peddling lavender joints and miracle oils and the witchy section of lifestyle stories, it was hard to find a true occult story in the middle of LA. Not to mention the stars. The only stars were the rich ones in Hollywood. The lights drowned out what was left of the sky. I ended up calling my mother, of all things. I asked if she ever saw a ghost in the house we lived in years ago. All she did was laugh, as she remembered the day I met Eliana clearly in her head, though what she recalled was her normally mild-mannered child screaming about ghosts and how delightfully out of character it was. When I asked her about a faceless lady in white, she laughed and said that she'd seen ghosts in her life, but never one without a face. I asked about her ghosts, but she said they weren't hers to share. I asked about angels, and she asked where hers was before hanging up with a promise to call back soon. My leads were cold, and there was no love lost from my usual cryptic mother. With a sigh, I tabled my hunt for the day and stopped to get snacks before turning in. That was why I was surprised when the man at the grocery butcher shrieked at the sight of Eliana in the reflection. I raised an eyebrow at this, and when he awkwardly played down his reaction to a concerned customer, I knew he could see her too. She hadn't shown herself for a few days, and I wondered what drove her to reveal herself in this grocery store. The butcher trembled with fear when one of her skeletal hands gripped onto his shoulder, and the chipped nails of the other stroked the side of his tattooed neck. I bit back a laugh. Eliana draped herself like a contorted scarf atop his bright orange vest. She tapped on his name tag and tilted her head at me. Briefly, I wondered how it was that I had never met anyone that could see Eliana before, yet some butcher named Oscar in a random food market, who was the first in years to catch her attention and to feel my plight. When he called for my number, I asked to see the chicken breast and white fish with a comical wink. Horrified, he hurriedly led me back through the store and into a cold storage area. It smelled dank and slightly of ash. I wasn't one to judge, crudely reminded of my own days in customer service. "This can't be happening," he uttered, eyes wide with alarm. He moved with urgency, though I couldn't tell if it was from the fear of seeing Eliana or something more. Beside him, large hunks of beef and pork littered the shelves. Sausages and herbs hung from ceiling hooks, wrapped with parchment and twine. The chill fog of the cooler floated around our heads as he closed the door behind us with a hiss. Eliana's head twisted like a spindle, and she chattered in our direction. Oscar let out a soft yet shrill squeak, but I was much less scared of her than he was. I noticed that he looked in every direction but hers. "Did they send you?" Oscar asked in a hushed whisper. His hands were shaking, and I was certain it wasn't from the cold. He seemed to be in disbelief as he looked me up and down, and I could only imagine why. It was the first time I'd heard any mention of them since the first night, and it was coming from a lunatic. I couldn't help the twitch of my brow, but he continued regardless. "I knew they would come for me," he stammered. Sweat pooled on his brow, and his eyes darted back and forth, staring right through me. "They'll always find you, no matter where you go." This man was speaking in cryptic nonsense, but he was still my only lead. I was waiting for him to tell me more, but he never did. Unfortunately, Eliana took that moment to attack a pork loin beside him, and Oscar screamed and went running for the hills. I did the only reasonable thing to do then and chased him down. We ran through the back of the storage area all the way outside. I followed him around the corner and down a couple of blocks when he barreled into the heavy glass doors of a bus station. Just inches from the station's entrance, I felt it again. It hit me as soon as I crashed through the doors. Every eye in the station was on me in seconds. The sick stench of decay sat heavy in the air. It was accompanied by growing uneasiness and a sense of dread. A familiar kind of dread. A dizzying haze that started from the back of your head and quickly made it to the front. I was walking on solid ground, but it made me feel like I was swimming deep in the open ocean. My hands were getting bigger and smaller, and my heart pounded in anticipation. Fighting through the feeling, I looked around for Oscar. The people in the station seemed to get further away as I searched. They all turned to look in my direction, and their voices got louder. They were speaking directly inside me, and I heard my voice shout amongst theirs. The corners of my vision got blurry, and the lines of the tiles started to wiggle. The walls around me throbbed with life of its own. They started to hum. I looked for Eliana, hoping she was the source, but she was nowhere to be found. I wanted to scream, yell, and cry, but found myself incapable of them all. Knees buckling, I reached for the nearest chair only to stumble into a soft wall. I was struggling to catch my breath, when a firm hand gripped the back of my shirt and pulled me up. Biting my tongue in surprise, I cursed and turned my head to address the source of my distress. "Don't look up. I clocked you as soon as you got in," growled a husky voice. "Don't let it see you, too." Under a velvet hood, his salt and pepper hair flowed in waves down to his shoulders. He had a thick, dark beard, split only by a deep scar on his jawline. His mouth seemed to be painted with a scowl, and his nose was wide and slightly askew. His most striking feature were his eyes, entirely black and dotted by specks of white. Each dot glowed like a star and seemed to be pointed in a different direction. A deep, dark void obscured his scleras, blocking any sight from entering. They were nothing like I had ever seen before. He carried brilliant night skies in the depths of his head. "If you look up, you will die," he spat. He didn't turn to face me once, but just glared straight ahead. "If you look down, you'll die. If you die here, you will never truly die. Don't die." I nodded my head fiercely, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't believe what was happening, just knew I didn't want to die. "In a few moments, you're going to feel something on your feet, then the rest of your limbs. Don't freak out. It'll be over soon. Don't look too long at the purple stuff, and don't let it look in your eyes. It's gonna get real weird before it ends, kid." My mouth was dry and I couldn't respond. I had 1,000 questions in my mind about the purple stuff, about the man, about our situation. But it didn't matter then. It had started. Through my socks and my flats, my feet got wet. I flinched in recoil but could not get away from the disturbing pressure forming around my legs. Something was licking them. In between every crevice, around the heels and ankles, a sticky, slimy residue remained. The putrid taste of bile built in the back of my throat as I felt something hot and moist breathing on my limbs. The muffled sounds of wet flesh and bone contorting filled my ears. I did not look down, nor did I look up. Directly in front of me, the bus station came to life. The sky in the windows seemed to get eaten, showing nothing but black through the glass. Blue plastic chairs turned into sharp teeth, and the ground underneath our feet squished with pressure. A pulsating mass of tiled flesh and throbbing veins moved under the floor, opening its gaping maw and absorbing everything atop it. My heart raced and my breath caught in my throat. Should I run? Could I save any of them? Should I even try? My limbs were frozen with fear, and the stranger beside me stayed still. I could only look ahead, where one by one, I saw the people inside the station fall victim to the creature, though not a single one was able to witness the horror that consumed them. Their faces still twisted in agony as they were devoured. To them, they only felt the touch of something grand, and an unsettling weight gnawing on their souls. The mass chose its victims with abandon, each one disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon it would have taken them all, and it would look to the ones who were left. Time was running out. An iridescent purple blob of slime remained where each body once was, pulsating with faint remnants of life. Distantly, I wondered what was keeping the being from inhaling and turning us into that goop as well. And somewhere deep within me, I craved that ending as well. Instead, I was trapped, watching the unfortunate victims fall prey to predator that was greater than them. In mere seconds, it was their existence that came to an end as the essence of their lives was sucked out by a cosmic straw. In the end, only the stranger and I were privileged enough to bear witness to their tragic ends. I could feel the creature's presence looming still, its gnawing hunger palpable in the air. Once it completed feeding, only a handful of us remained. Piles of clothing remained where people once stood. I wondered how this tragedy would possibly get covered up. The sopping weight released its clutches from my limbs, and I went to stretch. In the same motion, I looked up, and at the center of it all, it was showing itself to us for the first time. A large, grotesque tongue stuck out from the ceiling. I accepted my demise then. Though it had teeth, there were no lips. I couldn't help staring, and I couldn't turn away. Its bloodshot eyes looked directly on mine, and as soon as we made eye contact, the ceiling launched itself from the roof and directly at me. I thought I'd see my life flash by. It moved with inhuman speed, and I was frozen, unable to react. Miraculously, I was saved by the stranger jumping in front of me, shielding me with his body. He threw his cape off in what I knew had to be a practiced motion, revealing a worn leather jacket and ripped tunic. He had a rustic square contraption strapped to his chest by a twisted net of leather belts attached to the jacket. It had several knobs and dials, one of which he turned as he revealed the device. The ceiling stopped in its tracks, only centimeters away from our heads. It was stuck in time, stuck wearing its hungry grin. I felt the heat of its rotting breath, and watched heavy globs of purple saliva drip from its teeth. "We're getting out of here," the stranger stated. Staring directly past the being, he seemed to be speaking to both me and the creature. Its irises moved around and tracked our movement with hunger, but it seemed unable to move in pursuit of us. "Don't turn around, and back out of the door." I did as he said, and we made our way out of the bus station. As the doors closed in front of us, I noticed a bright orange vest amongst a pile of clothes on the floor. I watched through the glass entryway as the ceiling leaped from where we left it and slammed itself against the doors. Then, it quickly receded into its position as a normal ceiling in a regular bus station. Then people rose from each pile I could see and started walking around the station. Their movements were jagged and crooked, and their faces were devoid of any emotion. And then I saw the flash of orange and saw Oscar once again. He walked among them, a shell of his expressive self before. He noticed me through the glass, and I turned swiftly on my heel before he registered me. I didn't move quite fast enough, so I didn't miss how his mouth twisted into a wicked smile, and I didn't miss the skinny tendril of black smoke coming from his head. That thing was not Oscar, and now I wasn't sure if Oscar ever existed in the first place. "Keep moving," the stranger grunted. I turned around and started walking. The bus station was behind us now, and it would be as if nothing ever happened. The sky was normal, and the sun was even setting, causing it to turn a pretty shade of pink. Next to me, the starry-eyed stranger lit up a cigarette from his pocket. He offered one, holding out the pack of Reds expectantly. I didn't normally smoke, but I didn't think I'd start to digest what just happened if I didn't. I took one with gratitude and remembered the matchbook from earlier in the day. At that moment, I was ready to throw it on the ground. Now, I was glad I kept it near. "I've got a light," I said, rummaging in my pockets for said matchbook. I felt the light crinkle of paper, as well as the folded cardstock I was looking for, and pulled them both out. I nearly spat out my cig when I saw it. The rumpled order ticket from the butcher that I hadn't thrown out. 97. The stranger next to me huffed, having lit his own, and I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. In hindsight, his eyes alone should have given it away. A man with literal galaxies in his eyes. Look for the stars? "Who are you?" I asked. I didn't even care to strike the match anymore. I knew the answer to my question already. A waft of a familiar sulfuric odor entered my nostrils. Faintly, I realized it was growing on me. Eliana's ghastly visage appeared, upside down next to the stranger, but instead of terror, he turned to face her with resignation. "You again, loud girl?" He sighed. What have you done now? He stared directly at her face when he talked to her. The lack of anything seemed not to bother him. Eliana, who fully appeared sitting on the stranger's shoulders, grasped his hands with her own, next to the bulky man dressed like a steampunk engineer. Eliana was small, thin, and frail. Her white dress was slightly sheer in the light of the sunset, minus the abject horror of her body. I thought she looked quite pretty. For once, I wasn't deathly afraid of her. This was a side of Eliana that I had never seen before. Sure, maybe she wasn't an angel. Maybe she was a demon. But she was here now, and it didn't seem like we would be separating anytime soon. I resolved to figure out her origins, and my first lead was the hulk of a man she chattered with now. All right, girl. We'll meet at the rendezvous in 3 days. Yes, the one up north. Be safe and don't go in between. Eliana chirped once. In a single swift motion, she jumped from the stranger to me and grabbed my face tightly in her hands. Looking up at her now, I felt less of the uneasiness that accompanied viewing her. Do not die. He will explain. He has seen the stars. She disappeared again, leaving not a single trace. Hopefully she was right and the stranger would finally tell me what was going on. She does that, the man said, followed by a gruff cough. I'll explain on the way up. You got a car? No, I'm from out of state. Are you him? Are you the astronomer? I couldn't keep the questions from escaping now, and I was surprised I had managed to wait this long in the first place. You'll finally tell me what's going on? He sighed and pulled another cigarette from his pocket pack. At least you got one thing right. She really told you Jack, huh, kid? Like I said, I'll tell you on the way. Right now, we're going to Sacramento. Sacramento? Sacramento, he affirmed, breathing out a plume of smoke. Now, unless you've got a car, we have to figure out a way up there stat. Them's gonna be coming, especially after that mess in there. I realized then that I didn't have any options. I had been sucked into a journey that started with questions I didn't have the answer to, and yet, this man seemed to have them. I knew what to do then. Like I said, I don't have a car, I repeated. But what about a train? He raised an eyebrow in intrigue. You don't know what you just said. Train's out of the question. But I already have a ticket booked for Napa for work, and it leaves tomorrow morning. He let out a cloud of smoke right in my face. You're asking for it, kid. I should have listened to him about the train. To be fair, he didn't give me much detail either. The starry-eyed stranger, no, the astronomer, and I were now waiting to enter Union Station. True to her word, Eliana was nowhere to be seen, which left the two of us standing around, waiting to go inside. There was just an overwhelming presence that was stopping us. A foreboding warning, a sign that this was sure to be a hell of a trip. I'm sure the astronomer picked it up too, but I'm afraid to say it out loud. I think they'd hear me. But the windows of the station aren't just windows. They're eyes. And they've been watching us since we got here. And we still have an hour until our train.